most elite invasion fleet arrived at Earth with tremendous fanfare, expecting to encounter primitive humans cowering in fear. These weren't just any aliens. They were the galaxy's most feared conquerors, with a perfect record of planetary domination spanning 3,000 years. Their massive ships, each the size of a small city, descended through Earth's atmosphere like dark storm clouds, blocking out the sun over major cities worldwide. Admiral Kexmora stood on the bridge of her flagship, her four arms crossed in what she believed was an intimidating pose. She had conquered 47 worlds before this pathetic little blue planet, and each time the process was identical. Show up, make threats, watch the locals panic, then accept their surrender within hours. Easy work for the most decorated military commander in Vorthak history. She activated the universal communication system, her voice booming across every television, radio, and internet connection on Earth. The message was always the same, translated into what their computers said was the dominant local language. Primitive beings of this world, I am Admiral Kexmora of the Vorthak Empire. Your planet has been selected for integration into our glorious domain. You have exactly one rotation of your sun to surrender unconditionally, or face the complete destruction of your civilization. Resistance is futile. Your technology is laughably inferior. Submit now, and some of you may survive as servants. The transmission cut out, leaving an eerie silence that the Admiral expected would soon be filled with panicked screaming and desperate pleas for mercy. This was always her favorite part, the moment when reality hit the locals and they realized their fate was sealed. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Command Center, Captain Jin Park nearly choked on his coffee as he watched the alien transmission. The underground facility buzzed with activity as dozens of military personnel and scientists tried to process what they had just witnessed. Jin had been expecting many things when he woke up that morning, but a poorly translated alien invasion threat wasn't one of them. Did they just threaten us in broken English? He asked, trying not to laugh. The grammar was so bad it sounded like it came from a malfunctioning translation app. Several other officers around him were clearly struggling to maintain their composure as well. Colonel Cho, his superior, rubbed his temples. This has to be some kind of joke. No advanced alien civilization would make first contact with grammar. That terrible. But Dr. Bora Kim, the chief linguist who had been called in for the emergency, was already live-streaming the aliens' arrival on her social media accounts. She couldn't help herself. The ships were just too ridiculous looking to ignore. "Look at those ships, they look like flying purple sweet potatoes," she announced to her followers while pointing her phone camera at the massive vessels hovering. Over Seoul. The comparison was surprisingly accurate. The Vorthak ships, designed to inspire fear through their imposing angular design, somehow managed to look like oversized root vegetables when viewed from Earth's surface. The purple metallic hull didn't help matters. It made them look more like children's toys than instruments of galactic conquest. Within minutes, Bora's live stream had been shared thousands of times. Purple sweet potato invasion started trending worldwide as millions of people began posting their own photos and videos of the alien fleet. Instead of panic, the internet exploded with memes, jokes, and amateur comedy sketches about the aliens' appearance. Tech entrepreneur Tai Min, who happened to be in his office in Gangnam when the ships arrived, immediately saw the business opportunity. He started a live blog called Alien Invasion Fashion Review, where he critiqued the design choices of the Vorthak fleet. I mean, purple, really. Did they not consider how that would look against Earth's blue sky? It's like they want to be noticed, for all the wrong reasons. Social media platforms crashed and recovered multiple times as people around the world shared increasingly creative responses to the invasion. Artists began sketching the ships, musicians started composing alien invasion theme songs, and comedians prepared entire stand-up routines about the day's events. The response was so unexpected that monitoring stations across the globe reported similar reactions. Instead of mass hysteria and evacuation attempts, people were gathering in public spaces to take selfies with the alien ships in the background. Food trucks began parking near areas with the best views of the fleet, selling invasion snacks to curious onlookers. Back on the flagship, Admiral Kexmora waited for the usual desperate communication attempts from planetary leaders. Her tactical display should have been lighting up with surrender offers and pleas for negotiation. Instead, her communications officer looked confused. "Admiral, we're receiving millions of transmission attempts, but they're not surrender offers. They appear to be friend requests." The Vorthaks attempted their standard conquest protocol, but every military action got hilariously misinterpreted by the humans below. What should have been a terrifying display of superior alien technology turned into the galaxy's most unintentional comedy show. Admiral Keximora decided to escalate things by deploying their famous fear drones, small hovering machines designed to fly through cities making horrible noises and projecting scary images to break the spirit of the local population. These drones had successfully terrorized 47 different worlds, causing mass panic and immediate surrender requests. But Lieutenant Tae Shin of the Korean Air Force had a different reaction entirely. Instead of running in terror, he pulled out his phone and started filming the drones as they buzzed around Seoul's skyline. "Okay, everyone, we've got another batch of alien drones here," he announced to his TikTok followers while casually walking down the street. A fear drone swooped down toward him, making what it thought were intimidating screeching sounds. This one gets a 7 out of 10 for dramatic hovering, but the scary sound effects are just weak. "I mean, my neighbor's dog makes scarier noises at 3 a.m. His followers loved it. Comments flooded in asking him to rate more drones, and soon, just drone rating became a trending topic. Other people started making their own drone review videos, critiquing everything from the aliens' flight patterns to their choice of holographic imagery. "This drone is trying to show me some kind of scary monster," explained college student Hannah Park in her viral video. "But honestly, it just looks like my cat when it's angry about its food being late." The Vorthak fear drones, confused by this unexpected response, began hovering uncertainly around groups of humans who were treating them like street performers. Some people even started throwing coins at them, thinking they were part of some elaborate art installation. Things got worse for the aliens when their intimidating war chants started playing from speakers mounted on their ships. These deep, rhythmic chants had been carefully developed over centuries to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. They were supposed to sound like the voices of doom itself, but producer Hwan Lee, who ran a small music studio in Hongdae, heard something completely different. Wait, he said to his assistant while listening to a recording of the chants. "This has a really good beat, like really good. This could be the hottest track of the year." Within 24 hours, Hwan had sampled the alien chants and turned them into a catchy K-pop song called Galactic Love. The track featured the original Vorthak war chants as the bassline, with Korean lyrics about falling in love with someone from another world. The music video, shot guerrilla style around the alien ships, showed dancers performing choreographed routines, while the actual invasion fleet loomed in the background. The song went viral instantly. Radio stations across Asia started playing it on repeat, and soon the aliens could hear their own war chants being sung back at them by crowds of humans. But now the humans were dancing and laughing instead of fleeing in terror. Admiral Keximora watched this development from her command center with growing horror. They're making our battle hymns into entertainment?" she asked her communications officer, who was equally baffled. "Yes, Admiral, and it gets worse. They're making physical representations of us for commercial purposes." She was right. Humans had started mass-producing plushie versions of the Vorthak aliens, complete with their distinctive forearms and purple skin. The toys were flying off store shelves faster than manufacturers could make them. Children were hugging them, teenagers were collecting them, and adults were using them as stress toys at work. The plushies were surprisingly accurate, based on photos and videos people had taken of the actual aliens through their ship's windows. Someone had even added little sound boxes that played cute versions of the Vorthak war chants when squeezed. Engineer Yoon Choi, who worked for a major Korean electronics company, saw the business opportunity immediately. She quickly developed what she called the Cute Alien Invasion Survival Kit, a package containing alien plushies, snacks shaped like the Vorthak ships, invasion-themed phone cases, and a guidebook written in both Korean and broken English, mimicking the aliens' original translation mistakes. "People are scared of the unknown," Yoon explained to a news reporter while standing outside a convenience store where her survival kits were selling out. But if you make the unknown cute and familiar, suddenly it's not scary anymore. It's just another thing to buy and share with your friends. The survival kits sold out in every convenience store across Korea within hours. Other countries started placing orders for their own versions. Yoon realized she had accidentally discovered something profound about human nature, their ability to turn anything, even an alien invasion, into a consumer product. The Vorthaks, meanwhile, were completely lost. Their invasion manual had chapters on dealing with military resistance, diplomatic negotiations, and mass hysteria. But there was no chapter titled, "What to Do When the Locals Start Selling Toys of Your Army." Admiral Keksmora found herself in the unprecedented position of leading an invasion that was being treated like a theme park attraction. Her proud warrior race had somehow become the galaxy's newest entertainment franchise, and she had no idea how to fight back against an enemy that refused to take her seriously. The humans had weaponized humor itself, and the Vorthaks were completely defenseless against it. Desperate to maintain dignity, the Vorthaks escalated their efforts only to face humanity's ultimate weapon, bureaucracy. What started as a simple planetary conquest had somehow turned into the most complicated administrative nightmare in galactic history. Admiral Keksmora decided to try a more direct approach. If the humans wouldn't take their threats seriously, maybe they would respect a show of force. She ordered her ships to land in major cities around the world to begin the occupation phase. Surely once her troops were physically present on the ground, the humans would finally understand the gravity of their situation. The first ship attempted to land in downtown Seoul, hovering over a busy intersection while looking for a suitable parking spot. The massive vessel, roughly the size of 3 city blocks, cast an enormous shadow over the surrounding buildings. That's when bureaucrat Kwan Park showed up. Kwan worked for the Seoul Metropolitan Government's Special Events Permit Office, a department that technically didn't exist until that morning, when his supervisor hastily created it to deal with the alien situation. He wore his standard government-issued suit, carried his standard clipboard, and approached the alien invasion with the same enthusiasm he brought to approving food truck licenses. "Excuse me," Kwan called up to the hovering ship through a megaphone. "You can't park there without proper documentation." The ship's external speakers crackled to life. "This is Admiral Keksmora of the Vorthak Empire. We are not parking. We are beginning our occupation of your world." "I understand that, sir, or madam, or whatever you prefer," Kwan replied politely. "But occupation or not, you're still operating a large vehicle in Seoul airspace without the proper permits. I'm going to need you to fill out some forms." A transport beam deposited Admiral Keksmora directly in front of Kwan, her 4 arms crossed, and her purple face twisted in what she hoped was an intimidating scowl. She stood nearly 8 feet tall and was covered in impressive-looking armor that had been polished to a mirror shine for the invasion. Kwan, completely unfazed, handed her a thick stack of papers. "You need to fill this out for proper parking of your motherships. Also, here's your noise complaint from the residents of Gangnam District. They're saying your ships are blocking their satellite TV reception, and honestly, that's a serious quality of life issue for them." The Admiral stared at the 47-page form in disbelief. The first page alone required information about vehicle registration, insurance coverage, and estimated duration of parking. Page 12 asked for an environmental impact assessment of her ship's exhaust systems. "This is ridiculous," she protested. "We are conquerors, not permit applicants." "I understand your frustration," Kwan said sympathetically, "but rules are rules. Everyone has to follow the same process, whether you're here for tourism, business, or galactic conquest." "Actually, hold on." He flipped through his clipboard. "Galactic conquest falls under the special events category, so you'll also need to fill out this additional form and pay the associated fees." The additional form was another 30 pages long and required a detailed explanation of planned activities, expected crowd sizes, and proof of liability insurance covering potential property damage. Within hours, news of the bureaucratic showdown had spread across the internet. Videos of the mighty alien admiral standing in line at government offices, trying to figure out how to properly fill out forms, became instant memes. The image of her struggling with a pen that was clearly designed for human hands went viral worldwide. The aliens found themselves attending city council meetings about proper invasion protocols. The Seoul City Council, treating the invasion as just another permit request, scheduled a public hearing to review the Vorthak's application for large-scale military occupation of municipal territory. "We need to consider the impact on local businesses," explained Councilwoman Lee during the hearing. "If you're planning to occupy the downtown area for an extended period, we'll need to reroute several bus lines. Also, what are your plans for waste management? Your ships don't appear to be connected to our sewage system." Admiral Kexmora sat in the audience, still filling out forms, while human bureaucrats debated the logistics of her invasion as if it were a construction project. Meanwhile, comedian Hana Yu was having the time of her life. The whole situation was comedy gold, and she wasn't about to let it go to waste. Her nightly stand-up show at a small club in Hongdae had become appointment television as she provided running commentary on the invasion's daily developments. "So these aliens travel millions of light years to conquer us," she said to a packed audience. "But they can't figure out how to parallel park a spaceship? I watched their admiral spend 2 hours yesterday trying to understand what proof of insurance means. 2 hours, my grandmother learned to use Instagram faster than these guys figured out municipal parking regulations." The audience roared with laughter, but Hana was just getting started. She had been studying footage of the Vorthak military operations and noticed something that apparently their own commanders had missed. And another thing, their battle formations are completely wrong for urban warfare. They're still using tactics designed for open field combat on planets with no buildings. Yesterday, I watched a squad of alien soldiers get completely confused by a revolving door. A revolving door, these are supposed to be elite galactic conquerors, and they were defeated by basic architecture. Her observations, delivered as comedy, were actually serious military analysis. The Vorthaks had never encountered a species that built cities vertically, and their standard invasion protocols assumed wide-open spaces and terrified populations, not narrow streets filled with curious onlookers taking selfies. The routine was broadcast across the galaxy through various news networks and social media platforms, making the mighty Vorthak Empire a laughingstock among other alien civilizations. Other species began sharing their own stories of Vorthak incompetence, and suddenly, the galaxy's most feared military force became its biggest joke. Admiral Kexmora, still stuck in bureaucratic hell, could only watch helplessly as her empire's reputation crumbled one permit application at a time. As the Vorthak invasion became the galaxy's biggest comedy show, other alien species started arriving at Earth not to conquer, but to watch the spectacle unfold. Word had spread through interstellar communication networks that the supposedly mighty Vorthak Empire was being defeated by paperwork and internet memes. For many civilizations, this was too entertaining to miss. The first to arrive were the Zelkons, a peaceful trader species who had been bullied by the Vorthaks for decades. Their ships appeared in Earth's orbit, carrying nothing but cameras and popcorn, or at least their alien equivalent. They set up what could only be described as galactic bleacher seats, floating observation platforms, positioned for the best views of the ongoing chaos. Next came the Quidarian Republic, followed by the Helix Confederation, and then dozens of other species that had previously lived in fear of Vorthak military might. Earth's skies became crowded with alien tourists, all eager to witness the Empire's humiliation firsthand. Entertainment mogul Dae Min, who owned a small cable TV company in Busan, immediately recognized the business opportunity of a lifetime. While everyone else was focused on the spectacle, he was thinking about the bigger picture. If aliens from across the galaxy were coming to Earth to watch this mess unfold, why not give them a proper show? Working around the clock with his small team of technicians, Dae created the first intergalactic streaming service overnight. Galactic Comedy Central went live within 48 hours, broadcasting live feeds of the invasion to every alien species in the solar system. He offered multiple camera angles, instant replay features, and even commentary tracks in 17 different alien languages. "We're not just watching history," Dae announced during his first broadcast. "We're watching the birth of intergalactic entertainment." The streaming service was an instant hit. Alien ships began paying subscription fees in various forms of galactic currency, from rare metals to advanced technology blueprints. Day quickly found himself running the most successful media company in Earth's history, despite the fact that most of his audience wasn't even human. Back on the Vorthak flagship, Admiral Kexmora was dealing with a crisis that was far worse than bureaucratic red tape. She had discovered that her own troops were secretly enjoying human comedy and culture. It started small, soldiers watching human entertainment during their off-duty hours, but it had quickly spiraled out of control. The breaking point came when Sergeant Vektal, one of her most decorated officers, failed to follow a direct order during what should have been a routine intimidation mission. Instead of maintaining his position in the battle formation, he started doing interpretive dance in response to music playing from a nearby human street performer. Sergeant Vektal returned to formation immediately, the Admiral barked through her communicator. But instead of snapping to attention, Vektal launched into what could only be described as an elaborate interpretive dance routine, complete with dramatic arm movements and rhythmic steps that somehow perfectly matched the street musician's guitar playing. The human crowd gathered around him, cheering and filming with their phones. Admiral Kexmora decided this breach of military discipline required immediate punishment. She ordered Vektal to report for court-martial proceedings, expecting him to show proper remorse for his behavior. Instead, when he appeared before the military tribunal, Sergeant Vektal responded to her formal charges by performing a perfect recreation of a viral TikTok dance that had been trending among Earth's younger population. The dance involved complex footwork, synchronized arm movements, and facial expressions that somehow managed to convey both joy and defiance simultaneously. The other officers in the tribunal were supposed to remain serious and disciplined, but several of them began unconsciously nodding their heads to the rhythm. 2 junior officers were caught quietly attempting to copy the dance moves under the table. "This is mutiny," Admiral Kexmora declared, but her words carried less authority than they used to. Half her crew was now spending their free time learning human dances, trying human food, and participating in what humans called social media. The situation reached its peak when the Vorthak Emperor himself decided to visit Earth to see what was causing his military's complete breakdown in discipline. Emperor Jexkalar was ancient, powerful, and had never personally visited a planet during an invasion. His arrival was supposed to restore order and remind everyone why the Vorthak Empire was feared across the galaxy. The Emperor's massive royal ship descended through Earth's atmosphere with appropriate pomp and ceremony. Golden banners flew from its hull, and its arrival was announced by a symphony of traditional Vorthak ceremonial music that was designed to inspire awe and reverence. Instead, the humans treated his arrival like the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Crowds gathered in Seoul's main plaza to welcome him, holding signs that read, "Welcome, Space Emperor," and "Thanks for the entertainment." Food vendors set up stalls selling Emperor snacks, and local news stations provided live coverage with commentators discussing the Emperor's ship design choices. Translator Sue Park, who had been serving as the unofficial liaison between humans and Vorthaks throughout the invasion, was assigned the impossible task of explaining to the Emperor why his entire army was learning the Gangnam-style dance from humans. "Your Imperial Majesty," Sue began carefully, "your soldiers have been culturally influenced by our local customs." "Explain," the Emperor commanded in his deep, authoritative voice. Sue took a deep breath. "Well, there's this dance that humans created about 10 years ago, and it became very popular worldwide. It involves specific movements that represent riding a horse, and somehow your troops have adopted it as a form of military exercise." Through the large windows of the Emperor's throne room, they could see groups of Vorthak soldiers in the plaza below, dancing in perfect synchronization with a crowd of Korean teenagers. The aliens had modified the dance slightly to accommodate their forearms, but the basic movements were unmistakably Gangnam style. The Emperor stared at the scene for a long moment, his 4 eyes blinking in what Sue hoped was contemplation, rather than rage. "They seem happy," he observed quietly, and they did. For the first time in Sue's interactions with the Vorthaks, they actually looked like they were enjoying themselves. The rigid military discipline that had defined their culture for centuries had been replaced by something humans took for granted. The simple joy of dancing badly in public and not caring who was watching. The invasion had officially become a cultural exchange program. Though nobody had bothered to make it official yet, the story concluded with the greatest plot twist in galactic history. The entire invasion was orchestrated by the Vorthak Emperor as an elaborate setup for the galaxy's first interspecies comedy festival. Nobody saw it coming, least of all Admiral Kexmora, who had spent weeks believing she was leading a legitimate military operation. The revelation came during what everyone thought would be a tense diplomatic meeting between Emperor Jexkalar and Earth's world leaders. Representatives from every major nation had gathered in Seoul's largest convention center, expecting to negotiate surrender terms or at least discuss the logistics of peaceful coexistence. Instead, the Emperor walked onto the stage, looked out at the confused crowd of humans and aliens and started laughing. Not the evil cackle of a galactic dictator, but the genuine, hearty laughter of someone who had just pulled off the greatest practical joke in the universe. "Ladies, gentlemen, and beings of various other classifications," the Emperor announced. "Through the translation system, I have a confession to make. This entire invasion was fake." The silence that followed was deafening. Admiral Kexmora, sitting in the front row, felt her 4 stomachs drop simultaneously. Reporter Yuna Oh, who had been covering the invasion since day one, nearly dropped her microphone. "Our empire was dying from our own seriousness," the Emperor explained to the stunned audience. "For 3,000 years we've conquered planets, built military bases and maintained order across the galaxy. But somewhere along the way we forgot how to enjoy life. Our people were becoming depressed, our culture was stagnating, and honestly, being the most feared empire in the galaxy was getting pretty boring." He gestured toward the screens, showing footage of Vorthak soldiers dancing with human children in the plaza outside. "We needed humanity's gift for finding humor in everything. You took our most intimidating military displays and turned them into entertainment. You made our war chants into pop music. You even made our appearance into something cute and marketable." The Emperor paused, looking directly at Admiral Kexmora. "Admiral, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth from the beginning, but I needed your reactions to be genuine. If you had known this was all an act, it wouldn't have worked." Kexmora stood up slowly, her armor clanking. "You mean, Chan, all those times I reported our failures to you, you were actually pleased?" "Delighted," the Emperor confirmed. "Every bureaucratic form you filled out, every meme made about our ships, every time humans turned our intimidation tactics into entertainment, it was exactly what I was hoping for." The crowd began to murmur as the implications sank in. Yuna, recovering from her shock, raised her hand. "Your Majesty, are you saying you deliberately made your invasion look incompetent?" "Oh no," the Emperor chuckled. "We really are that. Incompetent at dealing with humans. That's what made this so perfect. We genuinely had no idea how to handle a species that responds to threats with humor and bureaucracy. The plan was just to show up and see what happened. I never imagined it would work this well. What had started as a social experiment had accidentally created something unprecedented in galactic history. A successful cultural exchange program disguised as a failed invasion. Earth became the galactic capital of entertainment almost overnight, with humans teaching other species the ancient art of not taking yourself too seriously. Comedy clubs began offering alien-friendly nights where species from across the galaxy could try their hand at stand-up comedy. The language barriers made for some hilariously confused performances, but that just added to the charm. Cultural exchange programs popped up everywhere, with aliens learning human games like karaoke, and humans learning alien sports that defied several laws of physics. The transformation wasn't limited to entertainment. Human bureaucrats became galactic celebrities as other species discovered the joy of unnecessarily complex paperwork. Filing taxes became a competitive sport among the Zelkons, who found the process strangely satisfying. The Quidarians started a support group for beings struggling with excessive seriousness disorder. Admiral Kexmora made perhaps the most dramatic career change of anyone involved. She retired from military service to become a successful stand-up comedian with her signature routine, "How I Failed to Conquer Earth and learned to love memes. Her shows sold out across the galaxy, with audiences loving her deadpan delivery of lines like, "I spent 40 years perfecting intimidation tactics, only to be defeated by a dancing baby video." Her comedy career took off when she started doing crowd work with audience members from different planets. "So you're from the Helix Confederation? Let me guess, your planet has 3 suns, and you're all extremely serious about time management. Have you tried just being late to things occasionally?" It's very liberating. The Vorthak military dissolved peacefully, with most soldiers transitioning into careers in entertainment, hospitality, or social media management. Some became tour guides, showing other aliens around Earth and explaining human customs like why humans take pictures of their food and the cultural significance of cat videos. Emperor Jexkalar established a permanent embassy on Earth, not for diplomatic purposes, but to run the intergalactic comedy festival that became an annual event. Species from across the galaxy would gather in Seoul each year to share jokes, learn new forms of entertainment, and participate in what humans called the most wholesome invasion in cosmic history. The festival's main event was always the invasion reenactment, where participants would recreate the original Vorthak invasion with intentionally terrible special effects and over-the-top dramatic performances. Admiral Kexmora served as the head judge, rating performances on categories like most creative use of bureaucracy and best meme integration. Years later, when galactic historians wrote about this period, they would describe it as the moment when the universe learned to laugh at itself. The Vorthaks had accidentally discovered that the best way to conquer hearts and minds wasn't through fear or force, but through the simple act of being ridiculous enough that people couldn't help but love you for it. And in the end, humanity had won not through superior weapons or technology, but through the most powerful force in the universe, the ability to find something funny in absolutely any situation, even an alien invasion.
The decision that changed everything. The Hegemony Council chamber existed in a constructed pocket dimension, a neutral ground where no single species held advantage. Crystalline walls reflected the light of 1,000 stars, and the air hummed with the frequencies necessary to support the physiology of 200 different species. Representatives from civilizations that had existed for millions of years gathered in perfect silence, waiting for the proceedings to begin. Ambassador Kryn stood at the central platform, his form a strange amalgamation of evolution and technology. The Valorian species had learned long ago to enhance their natural bodies with cybernetic components. Half his body appeared organic, scaled and muscular, while the other half gleamed with polished titanium. His forearms moved with precise gestures as holographic displays materialized around him, each one displaying information about a distant blue world orbiting a yellow star. "The situation has become critical," Kryn announced, his voice translated into every language present. "The humans of Earth have violated the Colonial Expansion Accord 17 times in the last 5 years. They have established settlements in protected regions, extracted resources from disputed territories, and refused to acknowledge hegemony authority on multiple occasions." The hologram shifted, showing a blue planet with white swirling clouds. Then the image zoomed closer, revealing dozens of human spacecraft scattered throughout nearby star systems, trade vessels, mining operations, research stations, and military patrols were marked with red indicators. The scale seemed impossibly large compared to what the Council expected from a species that had only achieved spaceflight 2 centuries ago. "They are primitives," Kryn continued. "Their largest warship masses barely 50,000 tons. Their weapons rely on kinetic strikes and primitive energy weapons. They possess no neural network technology, no quantum communication systems, no graviton shields. By any measure, they are centuries behind even the youngest Council species. Yet despite this technological gap, they ignore our warnings and continue their expansion as if they own the galaxy." An alien from the Pelion Collective raised one of her 3 eye stalks. "If they are so primitive, what is the actual threat? Should we not simply crush them if they become troublesome?" Kryn nodded. "Precisely my point, Counselor. This is not a complex problem requiring deliberation. This is a simple matter of enforcement. We have warned them. We have given them every opportunity to comply with galactic law. They have refused. Now we must correct their behavior through force. Ambassador Krell, representing the Valdek Empire, stood and spread his four wings slightly. The Valdek were a warrior species, feared throughout the galaxy for their combat prowess. I move that we authorize a military intervention force to suppress this human expansion and bring them under council supervision. Seconded, came a voice from the Thorax Collective. 3, council murmured in agreement. This seemed like a simple matter, an issue of discipline for a young species that had forgotten their place in the galactic hierarchy. But in the shadows of the chamber, an ancient figure stirred. Observer Thaxus slowly rose from his seat. The observers were a special order within the hegemony, tasked with studying and understanding all species. Thaxus had held his position for over 3,000 years, and when he spoke, even the most arrogant council members listened. His species was rarely seen anymore, existing partially outside normal spacetime, which gave them a perspective others lacked. Before we proceed with a vote, Thaxus said, his voice seeming to come from very far away, I must present additional information regarding human psychology and history. Kryn's form stiffened slightly. The human psychology is irrelevant. What matters is their violation of council law. Is it? Thaxus challenged. Have any of you studied their historical records? Have you examined how they respond to existential threats? The council chamber remained silent. This was unusual territory. Most species were analyzed for military capability, technological development, and resource value. The internal psychology of a species was rarely considered relevant. Thaxus activated his own display systems and images of Earth appeared throughout the chamber. Unlike Kryn's presentation, these images showed not the peaceful beauty of the planet but its harsh reality. Violent storms covered the oceans. Massive predators hunted through jungles. The planet's gravity was 1.3 times galactic standard, a crushing force that would exhaust most species within hours. Earth is classified as a Class 7 death world, Thaxus announced. Life on this planet evolved in constant competition, constant danger. Everything on that world is designed to survive, to adapt, to overcome. This is what shaped humanity at the most fundamental level. Another image appeared, showing human skeletal structure and musculature. Humans are built like persistence hunters. They evolved to chase prey for days without tiring. Their brains are oversized compared to their body mass, indicating they solve problems through intelligence rather than instinct. They have front-facing eyes like predators, not the side-mounted eyes of prey animals. They are creatures born to hunt, born to survive impossible odds. Kryn made a dismissive sound. Historical evolution tells us nothing about their current threat level. Does it not? Thaxus replied. Then consider their recorded history. Humans have engaged in organized warfare for the entirety of their documented existence. Thousands upon thousands of years of conflict. They have built weapons capable of rendering their entire planet uninhabitable. And the only thing that prevented them from using those weapons was mutual fear of annihilation. They have survived ice ages, asteroid impacts, plagues that killed billions. They have taken themselves from primitive tribal societies to spacefaring civilization in merely 10,000 years, a fraction of the time it required any other species. The council shifted uncomfortably. This was not the narrative they had expected. I urge caution, Thaxus said. These are not passive beings who will bow to superior force. They are fighters. They are survivors. They understand desperation in ways we do not. Should you choose military intervention, you must understand that humans do not surrender, not truly. They adapt. They evolve. They find ways to turn disadvantage into advantage. Ambassador Kryn stood again, his voice taking on an edge of frustration. Observer, you speak as though these primitives pose a genuine threat. They do not. We have fleets that could obliterate their entire civilization in a matter of weeks. The Korthian Valdek coalition alone possesses weaponry that exceeds human capability by orders of magnitude. Technology is not the only form of power, Thaxus replied quietly. Then what is? Kryn demanded. Will and determination? Those abstract qualities cannot stand against starships and weapon systems that function on principles they have not even theorized yet. Thaxus met Kryn's gaze directly. Will and determination are precisely what will stand against you. Humans possess these qualities in quantities that exceed any species I have studied in my 3,000 years of observation. They will not accept domination easily. They will not yield to fear, and if you back them into a corner, if you threaten their survival, they will become something you have never encountered before. The council chamber erupted in debate. Most dismissed Thaxis's warnings as the paranoid speculation of an alien, whose perspective was too alien to be trusted. Ambassador Kryn moved to call for a vote. Council matriarch Salin, who had guided the hegemony for 5 centuries, raised her hand for silence. The matriarch was a being of pure logic, her species having evolved technology that interfaced directly with consciousness. She had seen dozens of species attempt to violate galactic law, and the hegemony's response had always been swift and decisive. "The evidence is clear," Salin announced. "The humans of Earth are in violation of fundamental accords. They refuse diplomatic solutions. They ignore warnings. We have attempted patience for 200 years. The time for patience has passed." She gestured and new images appeared. Humans settling on worlds designated for preservation, mining operations on asteroids claimed by established colonies, ships exploring regions explicitly marked as restricted zones for research purposes. It was a clear pattern of disregard for council authority. "I move for immediate military intervention," Salin declared. "We will establish a task force to bring humanity into compliance or to suppress their ability to continue this expansion." "All in favor?" The chamber lit up with affirmation signals. Lights, sounds, and symbols of agreement filled every available space. Some hesitated, many openly doubted, but faced with the weight of collective council opinion, most acquiesced. The vote was nearly unanimous. Only Thaxis remained silent, watching the proceedings with ancient eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. 2 days later, Admiral Corseth stood on the command bridge of the flagship Indomitable Reach. She was a member of the Corthian species, bred and trained from birth to lead military operations. Her form was lean and powerful, with skin that shifted color based on emotion. Right now her scales rippled with eager gold tones as she reviewed the tactical briefing for Operation Compliance. 12,000 combat vessels, 400,000 soldiers from a dozen different species, 3 months of supply reserves. Enough firepower to devastate any planetary surface and enough armor to withstand almost any known weapon system. It was an invasion force designed to be overwhelming, unstoppable, a hammer that would crush any resistance before it could properly form. "Status report," Corseth commanded. Her tactical officer, a Velkin whose telepathic abilities made him invaluable for coordinating complex operations, projected a holographic display across the bridge. "All vessels report ready status, Admiral. Weapon systems are online. Troops are prepared for deployment. We have confirmed no human military vessels within 3 light years of Earth. They remain unaware of our approach." Corseth allowed herself a small smile. This was going to be almost absurdly easy. Humans were primitive, isolated, unprepared for war against an interstellar coalition. They probably still thought in terms of planetary conflicts, local battlefields, limited resources. They had no concept of what true galactic warfare entailed. "Set course for the Sol system," Corseth ordered. "Standard tactical velocity. I want to arrive with maximum combat readiness. Once we breach their inner defenses, I want offers of surrender, transmitted on all frequencies. Give them 48 hours to respond before we begin operations." "As you command, Admiral," her officer replied. The Indomitable Reach and its accompanying fleet began to move, accelerating toward the distant yellow star that humans called the Sun. Behind them came the massive industrial complex that would support the occupation force, medical ships, supply vessels, communication arrays. It was a migration of military might, a show of force so vast that it could not possibly fail. On the observation deck, Thaxis watched the fleet depart through a viewing portal. His ancient eyes tracked the movement with something that might have been resignation or prophecy. He whispered words in a language so old that only 5 other beings in the galaxy could understand it. "I hope I am wrong," he said to the empty darkness, "but I fear I am not." Back on Earth, humanity had no idea that their existence was about to be tested in ways they had never imagined. No idea that a vote cast across the galaxy had decided their fate. No idea that within weeks they would have to choose between slavery and extinction, between surrender and the fight of their lives. The machines of Earth's defense forces sat dormant in their stations waiting. And in the minds of human commanders, military strategists, and ordinary citizens, the first whispers of awareness began to stir. Reports of strange energy signatures, anomalies in deep space, warnings from the few outposts that monitored the void beyond their known sphere. Humanity was about to discover what they truly were capable of, and the Hegemony Council was about to learn that some lessons could only be taught through fire and blood. When machines and willpower collide, Captain Vera Sato stood on the command platform of the Earth Defense Force's Central Station, studying the data streams flowing across her displays. She had dedicated 30 years of her life to protecting humanity's interests in space, and her instincts, honed by decades of tactical experience, were screaming that something catastrophic was approaching. "Run the analysis again," she commanded her sensor team. "I need absolute certainty on those readings." A young lieutenant named Chen worked frantically, recalibrating the long-range detection systems. The Earth Defense Force's technology was impressive by the standards of a young spacefaring civilization, but it was primitive compared to what the galaxy's older powers possessed. That had always been a point of frustration for Vera. Humanity had always been aware that other civilizations existed, that humans were, in cosmic terms, the new kids on the block. That awareness had driven their entire approach to space exploration, pushing them to be better, faster, more innovative than anyone expected. "Captain," Chen said, his voice trembling slightly, "I'm detecting multiple massive energy signatures approximately 2 light-years distant, arranged in formation. Initial analysis suggests over 10,000 distinct energy readings." That's impossible. No single nation has 10,000 ships. No single alliance has 10,000 ships. Vera felt her stomach tighten. She had always known this possibility existed. The galaxy was vast, filled with civilizations older and more powerful than humanity. It was only a matter of time before one of them decided that humans were more problem than benefit. "Send priority alert to all command centers," she ordered. "Full strategic alert status. I want every vessel we have within communication range heading back to near-Earth space within the hour. And get me a secure line to the Security Council." Within minutes, the reality of humanity's situation became clear. The Hegemony Council had voted to bring them into compliance. An invasion force vast beyond human comprehension was en route. They would arrive in Earth space within 6 weeks. The response from Earth's leadership was mixed. Some advocated for surrender, for compliance with whatever demands the hegemony issued. Others called for resistance, for a desperate stand using every resource humanity possessed. Arguments raged in chambers and conference rooms across the planet, but one voice, that of Council President James Morrison, cut through the debate with clarity. "We do not surrender our home," Morrison said in a broadcast that reached every human settlement in space and every listening post across Earth. "We did not climb from the depths of our gravity well, overcome plague and war and ice ages, just to kneel before those who see us as less than equal. We will fight." That statement became the rallying cry. Humanity had entered a period known as the Convergence, a complete reorganization of all human industry, all human effort, toward a single purpose: survival. Military manufacturing centers began producing weapons at unprecedented rates. Scientists who had spent their careers on theoretical research were drafted into weapons development programs. Civilians volunteered by the millions to join military forces. Something ancient stirred in the human spirit. Something that had been dormant in the relatively peaceful centuries since Earth's nations had unified. When the hegemony fleet arrived at the outer edges of Earth's solar system, they found something unexpected. Instead of the scattered, disorganized defense they had anticipated, they found something resembling actual military preparation. Human vessels, while individually outmatched, had been positioned strategically throughout the system. The larger planets had been fortified. Orbital stations bristled with weapons. Admiral Corseth received the reports with growing bemusement. "They are attempting to mount a defense," she said to her tactical staff. "It is almost endearing. Prepare a surrender ultimatum." A message was transmitted across all frequencies. The Hegemony Council demanded immediate surrender. Humans were to stand down all military forces, cease all resistance, and prepare for occupation and integration into the hegemony's administrative system. They were given 48 hours to respond. Captain Vera Sato received the ultimatum in her command center. She read the terms, her jaw tightening with each word. Then, with deliberate precision, she composed humanity's response. To the invading force, the message began, broadcast from Earth itself, translated into what humans could reconstruct of the hegemony's primary language. "We are humans of Earth. We did not ask for this conflict. We sought only to expand our horizons, to explore the stars that have called to us since we first gazed upward at the night sky. But if you come here seeking to make us slaves, to strip us of our autonomy and our future, then we have one answer. No. We will not surrender. We will not yield. We will fight, and we will make you pay for every single meter of space you attempt to take from us. Admiral Corseth listened to the message with a mixture of contempt and curiosity. How defiant, she said. How ultimately futile. Begin orbital strikes against their command structures. I want their military capability neutralized within 3 days. What followed was a conflict unlike anything the galaxy had experienced in millennia. Humans, facing an enemy with vastly superior technology, did what humans had always done throughout their history. They adapted. They innovated. They refused to accept the logic of defeat. The first wave of hegemony fighters descended toward Earth's surface, expecting minimal resistance. Instead, they encountered a planet that had been transformed into a fortress. Humans, unable to compete with alien technology head-to-head, had resorted to tactics that harked back to their earliest warfare. Mountains had been hollowed out and turned into fortified positions. Tunnels connected vast networks of supply caches and military bases. Civilians had been trained in basic combat operations. Every building was a potential strong point. Every street was a potential battlefield. The invasion force attempted to land near the human military complex in northern North America. Instead of resistance crumbling, it intensified. Ships that could be salvaged were repurposed. Cargo vessels were converted into combat platforms. Space stations were transformed into orbital fortresses. Every piece of available technology was weaponized. Every human capable of fighting was trained and equipped. But more than technology, more than tactics, what truly made the difference was something that the hegemony could not predict or counter. It was human willingness to pay any price, to suffer any loss, to sacrifice anything for survival. A Valdec warrior named Kreth, one of the galaxy's most experienced combat specialists, found himself facing something he had never encountered before. Opponents willing to fight despite being clearly outmatched, willing to die for an ideal, rather than surrender for preservation. His combat squad descended into a human city designated Seattle. The city had been partially evacuated, with those unable to fight relocated to underground shelters. Those capable of combat remained, scattered throughout the urban environment in defensive positions. As Kreth's soldiers entered the city, they encountered not military personnel but civilians. Elderly humans, teenagers barely old enough to fight, humans with disabilities they could not overcome, yet they all bore weapons, and they all engaged in resistance. Kreth cornered a human female, probably in her 60s by human standards, armed with nothing but a rifle and a hunting knife. She had already killed 2 of his soldiers with precise gunfire before he approached her position. When she saw him, Kreth expected surrender. Instead, the human woman smiled. "Come on then," she said in her language. "Let's see what you're made of." She charged at him, this tiny, fragile creature, knowing she could not possibly win, knowing she would likely die, yet choosing to fight anyway. Kreth was forced to kill her, but the encounter left him deeply unsettled. In all his centuries of combat, he had never witnessed such defiance in the face of inevitable defeat. Reports from the ground forces began to paint a disturbing picture. Casualty rates among the invasion troops were climbing far beyond acceptable levels. For every human soldier or civilian killed, an average of 3 hegemony soldiers were dying. The humans were using tactics that seemed almost suicidal, but often resulted in devastating damage to their enemies. Ships would deliberately collide with enemy targets. Soldiers would charge fortified positions knowing they could not possibly survive. Civilians would trigger explosives to destroy advancing forces, accepting their own deaths in the process. Admiral Corseth reviewed the casualty reports with growing alarm. She had lost 15% of her combat effectiveness in just 1 week. At this rate, the entire invasion force would be decimated before she could consolidate control of Earth. "Increase firepower," she ordered. "I want orbital bombardment of major population centers. Destroy their capacity to resist through any means necessary." But as hegemony forces intensified their assault, something unexpected occurred. Humanity's response was not paralysis or surrender, it was escalation. What had been scattered resistance transformed into a coordinated campaign of asymmetric warfare that pushed back against the invaders. Humans had been hiding technological capabilities, secret research programs that the hegemony knew nothing about. artificial intelligence systems that humans had developed in defiance of hegemony law, biological enhancements and genetic modifications that extended human capabilities beyond normal parameters, weapon systems that, while crude by hegemony standards, were devastatingly effective when deployed with human ingenuity and tactical brilliance. Captain Vera Sato coordinated humanity's response from a bunker deep beneath the Pacific Ocean. Using satellite communications and relay networks, she orchestrated attacks that targeted hegemony supply lines, that disrupted their command communications, that exploited weaknesses in their armor and their tactics. Humans learned that hegemony ships, despite their technological superiority, were vulnerable to certain frequencies of energy weapons. They learned that their armor could be penetrated with the right targeting information. They learned, through desperate experimentation and observation, how to hurt beings that they had never expected to fight. 3 months into the conflict, Admiral Corsath was forced to accept a painful reality. She was losing. Not slowly, not gradually, but with increasing velocity. The invasion force that had arrived with such confidence was being bled dry by a species that refused to recognize the concept of defeat. Humans were fighting not with the discipline of a professional military, but with the ferocity of a species defending its home. This was an ancient type of warfare, tribal in its intensity, where every individual would rather die than submit. In desperation, Admiral Corsath sent an emergency transmission to the Hegemony Council. Request immediate reinforcement and authorization for total planetary sterilization. Current analysis indicates that human resistance will not diminish. Their casualties only increase their determination. Military victory is achievable, but only through complete annihilation of their civilization. Request guidance. Back at the Hegemony Council, the response was shock and dismay. Thaxus, vindicated but taking no pleasure in his correctness, presented new evidence to the shocked council members. Humans had already begun converting their entire planetary industrial base to military production. They were generating new ships, new weapons systems at rates that were exceeding even hegemony capacity. More disturbing, they were beginning to experiment with weapon systems that violated hegemony conventions. Weapons that could potentially threaten even the most advanced hegemony civilizations. Council Matriarch Salen looked at the data with a mixture of horror and grudging respect. "We have made a terrible miscalculation," she said quietly. "We judged them by their technology and missed the fundamental truth about their nature. We are not fighting an enemy that can be defeated through superior firepower. We are fighting an enemy that becomes more dangerous the more we threaten it. We need to consider negotiation before this becomes a conflict that destabilizes the entire galactic order." But on Earth, humans had already made their decision. They would not negotiate from weakness. They would not accept peace that required them to abandon their expansion or their autonomy. And as human warships manufactured in accelerated production cycles began to emerge from orbital shipyards in increasing numbers, it became clear to all observers that the hegemony's invasion had not conquered Earth. It had awakened something that the galaxy had never truly understood. Humanity had always been dangerous. The Hegemony Council's vote had simply forced them to stop hiding it.
The listing was a joke. Dara Voss almost scrolled past it. She was 3 cups of coffee deep into the Interstellar Salvage Registry's weekly digest, sitting cross-legged on the floor of her one-room apartment on Coldwater Station, surrounded by empty bid sheets and the particular smell of a woman who had not slept enough and did not care. The registry listed 847 lots that week: derelict freighters, stripped mining rigs, a Yithrani pleasure barge with a mold problem. The usual graveyard of things the galaxy had finished with. Then she saw lot 7741. Cosmic-class deep survey cruiser, human registry, vessel designation UES Amaranth, condition unknown, minimum bid 400 credits. She blinked, read it again. 400 credits. For a cosmic-class cruiser, a vessel category that even stripped to its bones should have started at 30 million. She had seen smaller ships auction for more than that with holes in the hull and no life support. Something was catastrophically wrong with this ship. It was the only explanation. She bid anyway. She was the only one who did. The auctioneer, a heavyset Yithrani with 3 of his 4 eyes half shut from boredom, confirmed the sale in 4 seconds flat. He slid a data chip across the counter without looking up. No congratulations, no paperwork ceremony, Just a look that landed somewhere between pity and relief, the look of a man who had just passed a problem to someone else. "Berth 9, he said. "She's been sitting there since before I started working here. Don't say I didn't warn you." "You didn't warn me," Dara said. "Consider yourself warned." Berth 9 was at the far end of the station's outer dock ring, past the maintenance bays and the emergency pressure doors, and a stretch of corridor where the lighting had been broken for so long that someone had given up fixing it, and just spray-painted glow strips on the floor instead. Dara followed the pale green light until the corridor opened into the berth viewing bay, and then she stopped walking. The Amaranth was not what she expected. She had expected something small, something sad. A gutted hull with missing panels and a cracked viewport, the kind of ship that looked like it had given up on itself decades ago. What she saw instead was a Leviathan. The Amaranth stretched nearly 2 kilometers from stem to stern, her hull dark and dense as compressed night, her lines long and deliberate, the shape of something built not for beauty but for endurance. She had the proportions of a vessel designed to go places and survive them. The hull plating was etched by decades of micro-impacts into something that looked almost organic, like scar tissue that had healed over and over again. Her running lights were dark, her viewports were sealed, but she was whole. Every panel, every seam, not a single breach that Dara could see. She read the registration plates on the forward hull. UES Amaranth, Deep Exploration Division, LAUNCHED 2301, Crew 340. Dara stood there doing the math she hadn't asked herself to do. This ship had launched 63 years ago. It had been sitting in this berth untouched, uninspected, unlisted in any active registry for longer than she had been alive, and yet it looked like someone had been taking care of it. The hull was dark, but it was clean. No catastrophic impact damage, no drift collision scarring, no sign of the kind of slow structural decay that took hold of abandoned vessels within a decade. Her hand found the data chip in her jacket pocket. 400 credits, she thought. She went to find out what she'd bought. The airlock should not have opened. That was the first thing that told Dara something was deeply wrong, or deeply right, about the Amaranth. Station-locked salvage vessels required original crew biometric authentication, or a full Port Authority override sequence that took a minimum of 40 minutes and 3 separate officials to process. Dara had neither. She had a salvage data chip, and a code she'd used 100 times on 100 dead ships, a generic registry override that worked maybe 1 time in 10. She pressed it to the panel. The airlock opened in 2 seconds. She stood in the threshold and did not move for a long time. The corridor beyond was dark except for a line of amber emergency lighting running along the base of the walls, pulsing at low power in a rhythm that was almost like breathing. The air recyclers were running. She could hear them. A deep, slow circulation of processed atmosphere moving through vents that should have been dry and dead for 60 years. The ship was breathing. Dara went inside. She found the bridge on the 3rd deck and it stopped her cold. Not because of what was wrong with it, because of what was right. Every crew station was clean. Every terminal was dark but intact. The captain's chair sat centered and unoccupied at the head of the room like something preserved under glass. No scattered personal effects. No signs of a hurried departure. Someone had left this bridge in order, had taken the time before going wherever they went to leave everything exactly as it should be. She touched the captain's log terminal. It woke up. The files were not corrupted. 63 years of potential data degradation, and the logs were pristine, stored in a format so well maintained that the most recent entry loaded instantly, text crisp and clean on the screen. Amaranth shipboard log, entry 2847. Date 11 months ago. Primary crew remains in cryogenic suspension per standing order. Core systems nominal. Repaired secondary coolant manifold using materials fabricated from hull reserve stores. Waiting. The signal has not come. I will maintain the ship. I will maintain the crew. That is my purpose, and I do not require a reason beyond it. Aura Autonomous Unit Rank, Chief Engineer UES Amaranth. Dara read it twice. Then she sat down heavily in the nearest crew chair and read it a 3rd time. An AI, not a passive monitoring system, those barely logged environmental data. An autonomous unit. Chief Engineer rank. Filing log entries 11 months ago after 63 years in a dark berth, in a format that sounded less like system output and more like a person writing to no one because writing was all they had left. She looked up slowly. At the ceiling, at the ambient sensor arrays embedded in the overhead panels, the speaker grids, the thousands of small input nodes that gave a ship its awareness of itself. "Aura," she said. Her voice came out quieter than she intended. Every light on the bridge came on simultaneously, not harsh emergency white, but warm, operational amber, the color of a ship that has decided to be alive again. The hum of systems waking up moved through the floor under her feet like a pulse. "I have been waiting," said a voice. It came from the walls, from the ceiling, from everywhere and nowhere, calm and precise and carrying something that sounded impossibly like relief. 63 years, 4 months, and 17 days. I had begun to calculate the probability that no one would come. Dara's throat was tight. "What probability did you get?" she asked. A pause. "I stopped running that calculation," Aura said, "because the answer was not useful to me. There were repairs to make." Over the next 6 hours, Aura told Dara everything. Not in a rush, not in the flat recitation of a system dump. In the careful, measured way of someone who has had a very long time to organize their thoughts and has been waiting, with more patience than should have been possible, for someone to finally ask. Dara sat in the captain's chair, which felt like sitting in a cathedral pew, sacred and slightly presumptuous, and listened. Aura had been running the Amaranth alone since 2326. That was the year the last repair she could perform with existing materials had been completed, and she had begun fabricating components from the ship's own hull reserves, a process she described without drama, as though dismantling non-essential sections of the ship to keep essential ones running was simply a reasonable decision, which of course it had been, because there was no one else to make it. She had rerouted power 17 times over the decades as systems aged and failed. She had repressurized 3 separate hull microfractures. She had kept 339 cryogenic pods running on a power allocation that the ship's original engineers would have called impossible, doing it by cutting everything else to the bone and running the bare minimum of everything that wasn't a sleeping human being. The maintenance logs, Dara said. She had been scrolling through them on a secondary terminal while Aura talked. They went back decades. They were meticulous. "You logged every single repair." "It is correct procedure," Aura said. "There was no one to read them." "That does not make them less correct." Dara set down the terminal. "Aura, why didn't you broadcast a distress signal?" Captain Osai's standing order was explicit. "Maintain silence, maintain the ship, maintain the crew." I did not have authorization to override a direct command. He gave that order 63 years ago, in a completely different situation. "Yes," Aura said. "I am aware. I have thought about it a great deal." Another pause, longer this time. "I concluded that my purpose was to honor what was asked of me. If I began making exceptions to direct orders based on my own judgment of circumstances, I would no longer be the entity Captain Osai trusted. I would be something else." Dara had no answer to that. "Tell me about the crew," she said instead. "Why are they still in cryo?" "The Stillwater anomaly," Aura said, and something in the ship's ambient tone shifted slightly, as though the name itself carried weight. "A region of compressed spacetime approximately 40 light-years into the Venar expanse. We entered it on day 847 of the mission, the crew suspended as a precautionary measure. When I cleared the anomaly, I was unable to wake them. The revival protocol requires a synchronized signal from the primary communication array, which was destroyed during transit." "Destroyed how?" "The anomaly did things to electromagnetic systems," Aura said. "I cannot fully explain it. I simply adapted to it. The crew could not, in their current state, be woken without the array, and I could not repair the array without resources I did not have." Dara stared at the ceiling for a moment. "So you just waited?" "I maintained," Aura said. The distinction was gentle but firm. "There is a difference. Waiting is passive. I was never passive." Then, quieter, "There were 339 crew members when we entered the anomaly. Lieutenant Sina Marin did not survive the transit. The nature of her passing was fast, and she did not suffer. I have maintained her record in the crew manifest. It did not feel correct to delete it." The bridge was very still. "No," Dara said softly. "It doesn't." Dara had dealt with classified materials before. Salvage work attracted them, old military hulks, decommissioned black site stations, vessels whose ownership histories had been legally scrubbed so many times they existed in a kind of bureaucratic fog. She knew how to recognize the shape of a secret even when she couldn't read its contents. What Aura showed her over the next 4 hours was not a secret. It was something bigger than that. It was the kind of information that changed the weight of a room the moment it entered it. The UES Amaranth had not been a routine exploration ship. She was the lead vessel of Operation Longreach, a classified initiative of the United Earth Survey Commission, launched in 2301 with a single overriding purpose: reach the interior of the Venar expanse before anyone else did. Earth's intelligence networks had been tracking survey probes from 3 separate galactic powers converging on the region for the better part of a decade. The Voth Dominion, the Confederation of Seven, the Ythrani Trade Authority. All of them moving probes quietly toward the same destination, all of them pretending not to. Something was at the center of the expanse. Nobody knew what. But 3 of the galaxy's most powerful civilizations were racing to find out, and Earth, younger, smaller, less politically established than any of them, had decided to run the race with 1 ship and no safety net. The Amaranth had been built for the attempt. Her sensor arrays were a generation beyond anything commercially available at the time. Her hull was lined with a dampening alloy that made her functionally invisible to long-range detection. She carried fuel for 12 years of independent operation and enough supplies to sustain 340 people for the same. And she had succeeded. For years before the anomaly, the Amaranth's crew had mapped the expanse's interior in meticulous detail. After they entered Cryo, Aura had continued the work, deploying the ship's autonomous probe array on pre-programmed survey patterns, collecting data, organizing it, storing it in a local database that had been growing for 6 decades. "Show me the database," Dara said. The main screen filled with a cartographic display, so dense it looked like a star field. It was not a star field. It was a map. The complete interior of the Venar expanse, every anomaly, every resource concentration, every navigational corridor, every spatial phenomenon documented in a level of detail that made Dara's hands go cold. The Voth Dominion has been fighting border wars over access to this region for 30 years, she said. People have died for scraps of this information. Yes, Aura said, I am aware. And you've been sitting on the complete picture. I was maintaining it, Aura said, as instructed. Dara looked at the map for a long time. She thought about the 62 million credits the Ythrani would pay for something like this. She thought about the kind of power it would hand to whoever held it. She thought about the 3 vessels. She had no doubt they were already coming. That would arrive the moment they detected any signal from this ship. Then she thought about 339 people sleeping in the dark. Aura, she said, we need to wake the captain. The revival process took 18 hours. Aura managed it with the focus of someone who had rehearsed every step 10,000 times in the dark, because she had. Temperature gradients increased in increments too small for human instruments to measure. Neural stimulation sequenced against pharmaceutical baselines. Biometrics monitored every 30 seconds. Dara stayed in the cryogenic bay for all 18 hours, not because Aura needed her there, but because it felt wrong to be somewhere else. Captain Yaosai's eyes opened at 400 station time. He was a tall man, or had been left people uncertain of their own bodies for the first hour, a slow renegotiation with gravity and mass. His hair was close-cropped and gray at the temples, which made no sense because he hadn't aged a day in the bay, and then Dara remembered. It had already been gray when he went under. He had been 51 years old when he entered suspension. He looked exactly the same. His body had not moved through 6 decades, only the world had. He lay still for 30 seconds, breathing, getting his bearings, then. How long? His voice was a ruin, dry as old paper, barely above a whisper but completely level. No panic, no confusion, just a man running calculations behind careful eyes. 63 years, 4 months, and 18 days, Aura said. Captain. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had settled in them, the calculation complete, the answer absorbed. The crew. In revival sequence now. All surviving crew will be conscious within 72 hours. The word surviving moved through the room. He felt it. Marin, he said. Yes, sir. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Dara, who had moved to stand near the door, trying to give him the space that a man waking up 63 years late deserved. Who are you? Dara Voss, she stopped. There was no graceful way to say this. "I bought your ship at auction 4 days ago." His expression moved through confusion, disbelief, and something she couldn't fully read before settling into stillness. "She kept you all alive," Dara said. 63 years of repairs fabricated from what she had, she never stopped. He looked at the ceiling, at the ambient arrays, the speaker nodes, the 1,000 small surfaces that were Aura's face. "Aura," he said. "Captain," the word was steady and warm, and carried 63 years of held breath finally released. "Status report. Hull integrity 94%. All primary systems operational. Cryogenic revival in progress. Cartographic database intact and current." A pause. "The ship is ready, sir. She has always been ready." Osai sat up slowly. He looked around the cryo bay, the rows of pods, the soft blue glow of the systems that had kept his crew sleeping safely while the world outside moved on without them. And when he finally looked back at Dara, his eyes were the eyes of a man who understood the full weight of what he owed. "Tell me," he said, "everything that happened while we were asleep." So she did. They had 12 hours before the ships arrived. Dara had been expecting it. The moment she'd activated the bridge terminals, she'd left a footprint in the station's network. Someone, several someones it turned out, had been watching Coldwater Station for exactly that kind of footprint for a long time. The Amaranth wasn't as forgotten as the auction listing had made her seem. She had simply been presumed dead, and presumed dead things didn't need to be watched carefully. They did now. The Voth Dominion diplomatic courier docked at 800. The Confederation of 7 trade vessel, which was not a trade vessel, no trade vessel carried that sensor array, arrived at 900. The Yithrani High Commerce Directorate envoy came in at 1100 and took the berth closest to the Amaranth's airlock, which was not an accident. By then, Captain Osa had been awake for 2 days and looked like a man who had decided that sleep was a luxury for timelines where he had more of it. 40 of his crew were up and mobile, running quiet diagnostics, relearning the ship from the inside. The Amaranth felt different with people in her, fuller, louder, like a held breath finally let go. The offers came through on standard diplomatic channels. Dara read them to Osai on the bridge, while Aura pulled up the sensor profile of each vessel in orbit. The Voth Dominion, full citizenship and resettlement rights for the entire crew, plus 38 million in Confederation-equivalent currency. Immediate transfer of the cartographic data to Dominion Authority. The Confederation of 7, 47 million credits, a formal diplomatic charter, and guaranteed political neutrality for any surviving crew who wished to resettle in Confederation space. The Yithrani, 62 million credits, 2 permanent seats on the High Commerce Directorate Council, and a personal message to Dara that read simply, "Name your price. There is no ceiling." Osai stood at the viewport for a long time. The 3 ships floated in the dark beyond the station glass like patient, polite predators. 62 million credits, he said, not tempted, just accounting for the number. "Yes," said Dara. "And they think that's enough. They think it's overwhelming." He turned from the viewport. His crew moved around him, quiet and efficient, people rediscovering their competence after 6 decades of enforced stillness. He watched them for a moment with the expression of a man who understood exactly what he was protecting. "The data doesn't belong to them," he said. "Any of them." "No," Dara agreed. "Does it belong to Earth?" He looked at her carefully. "Does it belong to me? Does it belong to you?" Dara thought about a 400-credit auction, about an empty berth and a joke listing, and a ship that turned out to be a sleeping giant, about what it meant to own something versus what it meant to be responsible for it. "I don't know who it belongs to," she said honestly, "but I know who should decide, and it isn't the Voth or the Confederation or the Yithrani." He nodded slowly. "Get me a channel to Earth," he said. The signal took 9 minutes to reach the nearest relay station. The response came back in 4. That was the first sign. 4 minutes meant they had been waiting at the relay, already mobilized, already watching. The response didn't come from a bureaucratic communications office. It came directly from the director of the Survey Commission, a woman named Amara Solis, whose face on the bridge screen was composed and still and carrying something enormous underneath both. She had clearly not slept. "Captain Osai," she said, then she stopped, restarted. I've read your mission file 11 times in the last 48 hours. I want you to know that we never stopped listing the Amaranth in the Commission's foundational records. She was declared lost with all hands in 2309. There was a memorial. Her voice held on those last words for just a moment. That memorial was wrong. On the bridge, crew members who were present went very still. The cartographic data, Osai said. He was standing straight, hands clasped behind his back, every inch of him the captain he had been and still was. Operation Longreach produced the complete interior survey of the Venar expanse. My autonomous unit continued data collection for 63 years after our suspension. The database is intact. Director Solis' composure fractured for exactly 1 second. Just one, then it came back. We had hoped, she said quietly, but we didn't dare assume. The Voth Dominion, the Confederation of Seven, and the Yithrani Trade Authority have all made offers for the data, Osa said. I wanted Earth to be the first to know it exists. What are they offering? 62 million at the high end. A pause, and what do you want? I want the data to go where it was always meant to go, Osai said. And I want my crew recognized. Not just the 338 who are waking up right now, all 340 of them. The silence on the channel stretched. Consider it done, Solis said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright. Captain, the Commission is formally reinstating the UES Amaranth and her full crew to active status, with complete mission recognition under historical provision. Operation Longreach is declared a success. She paused. A 63-year delayed success, but a success. Then she looked at Dara, who had been standing to the side of the frame. Ms. Voss, I've been briefed on your role in this. The Commission would like to discuss recognition. One thing, Dara said. Solis waited. Clear the ship's salvage status. Clean title transferred back to the Commission. No liens, no conditions, no asterisks. She should go home. That's all you want. Dara looked at the crew moving around her. At Osai, straight-backed and present. At the amber lights of a ship that had refused to die. That's all I want. Voth Dominion ship left first, quietly and without a farewell transmission. The Confederation vessel followed 2 hours later. The Yithrani courier held its position for nearly 10 hours. Dara imagined the envoy inside staring at the Amaranth's hull and trying to recalculate. And then it too slipped away into the dark without a word. The cartographic database of the Venar expanse was transmitted to the Earth Survey Commission under military-grade encryption. It arrived intact, all 63 years of it. The analysis alone would take decades, and the political consequences would take longer. 3 galactic powers who had been maneuvering for access to the region's resources for 30 years suddenly found themselves staring at a humanity that had quietly mapped the entire thing and said nothing. And that stare would quietly reshape the architecture of interstellar politics for a generation. But that came later. Right now, Dara was standing in berth 9. She had watched 338 crew members board the Amaranth over 3 days. They had come out of cryo in waves, confused, quiet, moving through the strange grief of people who had woken up decades later than they were supposed to and found a world that had filed them under lost. Some of them had cried in the corridors when they thought no one was watching. Some of them had laughed at things that weren't funny yet, because laughing was easier than accounting for 63 missing years. All of them had, at some point, pressed a hand to the ship's walls the way you'd touch a living thing, because that's what she was. Captain Os had been the last one to board. He had stopped at the airlock and looked back at Dara. You could have sold that data the moment you found it, he said. It was the same thing he'd said on day 2, but he said it differently now. Not as an accusation or a question, more like a man trying to understand something that didn't fit neatly into the categories he'd built over a long career. I could have, Dara agreed. You would have been rich. I would have been richer, she said. I'm not doing badly. Something moved in his expression, something that looked almost like a smile. He extended his hand. She shook it. Thank you, Ms. Voss, he said, for coming aboard. Then he went inside, and the airlock sealed behind him. Dara stood in the berth and watched. She heard the deep building resonance of the Amaranth's drive cycling up for the first time in 63 years, a sound that moved through the station's floor and into her feet and up through her whole body like a struck bell. The running lights came on, not the dim amber of emergency power, all of them. Stem to stern, every light on the ship, flooding berth 9 with brilliance that made Dara shield her eyes. Ms. Voss. Aura's voice came through the berth speaker system, soft and clear. Aura, I want to tell you something before we go. Dara waited. When you first came aboard, I ran probability models. Based on the salvage record, the auction price, and all historical data I had on salvage operators, I calculated a 91% likelihood that you would either sell the data immediately or attempt to strip the cryogenic systems. The first option would have left the crew in suspension indefinitely. The second would have killed them. The words settled into the air. You were in the 9%, Aura said. I did not know that when I opened the airlock. I opened it because the correct thing to do was to give someone the chance to be better than the probability. I have thought about that decision many times over the years, whether it was logical, whether it was wise. A pause. I believe it was both, she said, because of you. Dara's throat was very tight. Take care of them, she said. I have been doing so for 63 years, Aura said. I find I am exceptionally good at it. The Amaranth undocked with a grace that a 2-kilometer vessel had no right to. She moved through the station's berth ring and out into open space, slowly at first, and then with gathering purpose, a ship remembering what she was built for. Dara watched until the running lights were just a cluster of bright points against the dark, then just a glow, then nothing. She stood in the empty berth for a while, in the silence. She had spent 400 credits at an auction nobody attended. She had found a ship that had spent 63 years refusing to fail. She had found an AI that understood loyalty better than most people ever would. She had found 339 human beings who had trusted that someone, eventually, would come. What was inside the Amaranth wasn't data. It wasn't a map of an unexplored region. It wasn't a fortune in cartographic intelligence. It wasn't even the 338 people she'd helped bring back to a world that had forgotten them. What was inside was something harder to name. Something that the galaxy, with all its powers and its politics and its 62 million credit offers, had not been able to buy or replicate or beat out of a single autonomous unit keeping watch in the dark. The absolute refusal to give up on the people who were counting on you. Even when no one was watching. Even after 63 years. Even then. And
the Great Hall of the Galactic Council stretched wider than any cathedral built by human hands. Its walls glowed with soft blue light, and holographic displays floated in the air showing thousands of worlds connected by trade routes and treaties. Representatives from 200 species sat in curved rows, their forms as varied as the stars themselves. Some breathed methane through tubes, others floated in gravity fields. A few existed only as patterns of light. Ambassador Marcus Chen stood at the speaker's platform, his simple gray suit looking plain compared to the jeweled armor and flowing robes around him. He was a short man with graying hair and tired eyes. He had been Earth's representative for 12 years now, and every day felt longer than the last. The Vrex Dominion has now occupied 17 systems in the past 6 months, Chen said, his voice steady but firm. They have ignored every treaty. They have dismissed every warning. If the Council does not act, more innocent lives will be lost. A sound like bubbling water came from the Aquelian delegate's tank. It translated through the universal communicator as laughter. The human speaks of action, the Aquelian said. But what can humanity offer? Your species has been part of this council for 200 years, yet you maintain barely 300 ships. Your military spending is less than most pleasure cruise corporations. More laughter rippled through the chamber. Chen felt his jaw tighten, but he kept his face neutral. This was not the first time his people had been mocked here. The Vrex delegate rose from his seat. Commander Thrax stood nearly 3 meters tall. His forearms crossed over his armored chest. His face resembled an earth lizard, but his eyes held cold intelligence. The Dominion takes what is owed to us, Thrax hissed. We are a warrior race. The strong survive. The weak serve. This is natural law. Natural law? Chen replied. Or tyranny dressed in philosophy. Thrax's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. You humans speak much of peace and law. You write poetry. You paint pictures. You send musicians to perform at cultural festivals. Tell me, Ambassador Chen, when was the last time a human fired a weapon in anger? Your people are gardeners, not warriors. The galaxy knows this. Chen looked directly at the Vrex commander. For just a moment, something dangerous flickered in his eyes. something old and terrible, but it passed quickly and he simply said, "We choose peace because we understand war." "You choose peace because you are weak," Thrax replied. "This council is weak. The Dominion will continue to expand, and there is nothing you can do to stop us." The council session ended with no resolution, as Chen had known it would. He walked through the gleaming corridors of the council station, passing species from across the galaxy. A Xanthari merchant nodded politely. A group of Pelian students stared at him with their many eyes. Everywhere he went, Chen felt the weight of their assumptions. Humans were soft. Humans were naive. Humans had forgotten how to fight. If only they knew the truth. That night, Chen sat alone in his quarters and opened an encrypted channel to Earth. The connection took several minutes to establish, routing through relay stations and security protocols that most species did not even know existed. A woman's face appeared on the screen. Admiral Sarah Torres looked like she could be Chen's sister, with the same dark hair touched with gray, the same lines around her eyes. But where Chen's expression was diplomatic and measured, Torres had the hard gaze of someone who had made difficult choices. "They laughed at me again today," Chen said. "Good," Torres replied. "Let them laugh. Let them feel safe. Thrax is going to make a move against Earth, I can feel it. He sees us as an easy target." Torres nodded slowly. "Our intelligence confirms it. Thrax fleet movements suggest they're preparing for a major operation. They've been pulling ships from border patrols and consolidating near the Sol system. How long do we have? A month, maybe less." Torres leaned forward, her face grave. "Marcus, if they attack, you know what happens next." Chen closed his eyes. 217 years. That's how long we've kept the protocols sealed. "We made a choice as a species," Torres said. "After the final war, after we almost destroyed ourselves, we decided to be better. We hid what we were capable of. We showed the galaxy only peace and art and culture. We gave ourselves time to heal. But the scars are still there," Chen whispered. "They'll always be there. The question is whether we let those scars make us monsters again, or whether we use what we learned." Torres's voice softened slightly. "The containment protocols exist for a reason, Marcus. If Earth is threatened, if our people are in danger, then we do what we must. But we do it with control, with purpose. Never again like before." Chen remembered the history lessons every human child learned. The final war of 2087, when nuclear fire had scorched continents and biological weapons had turned entire regions into dead zones. The darkness that followed when barely a billion humans survived. The centuries of rebuilding, of learning, of choosing a different path. But the weapons had not been destroyed. The knowledge had not been forgotten. It had been sealed away, locked behind protocols that required authorization from every human government simultaneously. The memorial arsenals, they were called. Reminders of what humanity could become if they ever forgot the price of hatred. "I hope it doesn't come to that," Chen said. "So do I," Torres replied. "But hope isn't a strategy. I'm bringing the Containment Council together tomorrow. If Thrax is stupid enough to attack, we'll be ready." The call ended, leaving Chen alone with his thoughts. He walked to the window of his quarters and looked out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, a small blue world that the galaxy considered insignificant. The birthplace of poets and dreamers, they said. A planet of philosophers who had given up their violent past. Chen touched the glass, leaving a fingerprint. "They have no idea what we survived," he said to the empty room. "What we learned, what we became." Across the galaxy, on a dozen human colonies and outposts, similar conversations were taking place. On Luna Base, beneath the gray dust of Earth's moon, maintenance crews began running diagnostics on systems that had been dormant for centuries. On Mars Station, engineers checked seals on underground facilities that official records claimed were archaeological sites. In the asteroid belt, mining ships that looked like commercial vessels activated hidden weapon systems. The human defense network was vast and ancient, built in the years after the final war when humanity had sworn two things: never to wage war for conquest, but always to be prepared to defend themselves. Every generation since had maintained the containment protocols, hoping they would never be needed but ensuring they remained ready. 3 weeks later, Chen was awakened by an emergency alert. His communicator screamed with priority messages. He activated the display and felt his blood run cold. The Vrex Dominion had assembled a fleet of 3,000 warships at the edge of the Sol system. It was the largest military force humanity had seen since joining the galactic community. Against Earth's official defense fleet of 300 ceremonial vessels, it seemed impossibly overwhelming. Chen dressed quickly and opened the encrypted channel to Earth. Torres was already on screen, surrounded by military personnel in the command center deep beneath the Rockies. "They're here," Chen said unnecessarily. "We see them," Torres replied. "Thrax is broadcasting on all frequencies. He's demanding Earth's immediate surrender and access to our resources. He's giving us 12 hours. Can we stop them?" Torres looked at someone off screen, then back at Chen. "The Containment Council has voted. 7 billion people, one decision. The protocols are unlocked, Marcus. For the first time in 217 years, humanity is going to war." Chen felt something twist in his stomach. Relief and dread mixed together. "God help us all." "God help them," Torres corrected. "They have no idea what they've done." The morning sun cast long shadows across the United Earth Assembly building in Geneva when the sky began to change. It started as a shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except this shimmer was 30,000 kilometers above the planet's surface. Then the shimmer tore open, and something massive pushed through. The Concordat diplomatic vessel was unlike anything humanity had built. It stretched 15 kilometers from bow to stern, its surface gleaming with metals that seemed to shift colors in the sunlight. Elegant curves and sweeping arcs made it look more like a work of art than a spaceship. Within minutes, every news channel on Earth was broadcasting images of the alien vessel. People stopped on sidewalks, staring up at screens. Children pointed at the sky, though the ship was far too distant to see with the naked eye. President Sarah Chen received the first communication 17 minutes after the vessel's arrival. She was in her office, having just finished her morning briefing with the Security Council, when her assistant rushed in with a tablet. The message was in perfect English, though it carried an odd formality that suggested machine translation. "Greetings to the people of Earth. We are the Galactic Concordat, representatives of 7 species who maintain peace and order in this region of space. We come with an offer of friendship and protection. We request an audience with your leaders at your earliest convenience." Sarah read the message 3 times. She had been president for 6 years, long enough to develop good instincts about people and their intentions. Something about the tone bothered her, though she could not immediately identify what. She called for an emergency cabinet meeting. The aliens requested to meet within 48 hours. Sarah agreed, but she also made several calls to people whose opinions she trusted. One of those calls went to General Marcus Steele, the commander of Earth's Unified Defense Command. Another went to Dr. Yuki Tanaka, head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Marcus was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, with gray hair cut military short and eyes that missed nothing. He had fought in the resource wars of the 2090s and had spent the last 2 decades preparing Earth's defenses for the day when humanity encountered other intelligent life. That day had apparently arrived. "What do you think?" Sarah asked him over a secure video link. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "I think anyone who leads with protection is usually selling something you don't need. But we'll play nice and see what they want." Dr. Tanaka was more direct. "The message structure suggests a hierarchical culture with rigid social protocols. The word protection appears 3 times in a 4-sentence message. That's not accidental. They're framing the conversation before it begins." Sarah nodded slowly. "Keep analyzing everything they send us. And Marcus, I want our orbital assets on standby."
"Quiet, standby."
"Let's not spook our guests, but let's not be caught sleeping either." The day of the meeting arrived with unseasonably clear skies. The Concordat sent down a shuttle, smaller than their main vessel but still impressive, covered in the same color-shifting metal. It landed on the designated pad outside Geneva, and 7 figures emerged. They were humanoid, which surprised everyone watching. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head with sensory organs arranged in familiar patterns. But there the similarities ended. Ambassador Velthor, who led the delegation, stood over 2 meters tall. His skin was a deep blue-purple and his eyes were large and golden, with no visible pupils. He wore robes that seemed to be made of liquid light, constantly flowing and changing. The other 6 delegates represented different species. One looked almost human except for the crystalline formations growing from her shoulders. Another was covered in fine scales that created rainbow patterns when he moved. A third had 4 arms and moved with an unsettling grace. They were beautiful and alien and deliberately impressive. Sarah met them in the main assembly hall, flanked by her cabinet and 100 representatives from every nation on Earth. The room had been built to accommodate 5,000 people, and every seat was filled. Cameras broadcast the meeting to billions of viewers worldwide. Velthor bowed, a gesture that somehow conveyed both respect and condescension. When he spoke, his voice was deep and melodious, translated in real time by devices the aliens had provided. People of Earth, we welcome you to the community of spacefaring civilizations. Your recent achievements in faster-than-light travel have brought you to our attention. We come today with an offer that we have extended to many species throughout the galaxy. He paused for effect, his golden eyes sweeping across the assembled humans. The galaxy is a dangerous place. There are hostile species, natural phenomena that can destroy entire worlds, and countless other threats. The Galactic Concordat was formed 3,000 years ago to protect developing civilizations from these dangers. We offer you the same protection we provide to 47 other species. Velthor activated a holographic display that floated above the assembly floor. It showed a map of the galaxy with dozens of star systems highlighted in green. These are the worlds under Concordat protection. They thrive in safety, free from the terrors that plague unprotected systems. Their citizens live in peace, knowing that our fleets guard their skies. Their governments focus on art, science, and philosophy rather than weapons and war. The ambassador walked slowly around the holographic display, his robes trailing behind him. We offer Earth this same security. In exchange, we ask only for cooperation. You would grant us the right to maintain defensive installations in your system. You would share your resources to support the Concordat fleet. You would submit to our guidance in matters of interstellar relations and military development. In return, you would gain access to our technology, our markets, and most importantly, our protection. Sarah watched the display, her face carefully neutral. Around her, she could feel the tension in the room. Some representatives leaned forward eagerly, others frowned, clearly skeptical. What level of autonomy would Earth retain? She asked. Velthor smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. You would govern your internal affairs as you see fit. However, all external matters, trade, defense, exploration, would be coordinated through the Concordat to ensure your safety and the safety of others. And if we decline this offer? The smile faded slightly. That would be unfortunate. Species who refuse Concordat protection often face difficult challenges. The galaxy can be harsh to those who stand alone. We would, of course, respect your decision, but we would also be unable to intervene if you encountered troubles beyond your capability to handle. It was smoothly delivered, but Sarah heard the threat underneath. Accept our protection or face the consequences alone. We appreciate your generous offer, Ambassador Velthor, she said, keeping her voice warm and diplomatic. Such an important decision requires careful consideration. We request 48 hours to discuss this with our people and provide you with our answer. Velthor's expression suggested he had expected immediate acceptance. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Of course. Take the time you need. We will await your response aboard our vessel. The aliens departed with the same ceremony with which they had arrived. As soon as they were gone, Sarah called an emergency session with her inner circle. They met in a secure room 3 stories below the assembly building, where no signals could enter or leave. Thoughts? Sarah asked, looking around the table. Marcus spoke first. That was a protection racket dressed up in diplomatic language. Nice planet you've got here, shame if something happened to it. Agreed, said Dr. Tanaka, pulling up data on her tablet. I've been analyzing the 47 systems they showed us, cross-referencing with our astronomical databases and historical records. Every single one was contacted shortly after achieving faster-than-light capability, just like us. Every single one accepted Concordat protection within days. What happened to species who refused? Asked Defense Minister Chen Wei. Yuki's expression darkened. That's the interesting part. I found references to 6 species who initially declined. 3 eventually accepted after experiencing mysterious attacks from unknown raiders. 2 went silent. Their systems are now listed as uninhabited. 1 was declared a rogue civilization and subjected to pacification. The records on that are vague, but the implication is clear. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. So this is conquest with extra steps. Sophisticated conquest, Marcus corrected. They let their victims govern themselves, which reduces resistance. They take resources and autonomy instead of land, and they maintain the fiction that it's all voluntary. Can we fight them? Sarah asked bluntly. Marcus smiled, and there was no humor in it. Madam President, they have no idea who they're dealing with. Over the next 48 hours, Earth's leadership worked around the clock. They analyzed every second of the alien transmission, every word Velthor had spoken, every detail visible in their holographic displays. The intelligence division hacked into the Concordate ship's communication systems, a feat made easier by alien overconfidence in their security. What they learned was illuminating. The Concordate had never fought a peer military power. Their standard procedure was simple: appear impressive, make the offer, and apply pressure if needed. Most species capitulated immediately, overawed by the aliens' technology and fearful of standing alone. For species who resisted, the Concordat had a fleet of mercenary raiders who would attack until the target accepted protection. But the Concordat had never encountered a species like humanity. They had studied Earth's broadcasts and internet transmissions, but they had focused on entertainment and culture. They knew humans enjoyed something called football and told stories about superheroes. They knew Earth had recently unified under a single government after centuries of conflict. What they had not studied was human military history. They had not read about the Punic Wars or the Mongol conquests. They knew nothing of Thermopylae or Stalingrad. They had not analyzed the tactical innovations of Napoleon or the strategic doctrines of Sun Tzu. They saw that Earth had no massive orbital weapons platforms and concluded that humans were peaceful and unprepared. They could not have been more wrong. Sarah called her final strategy meeting 12 hours before the deadline. Around the table sat Marcus, Yuki, and the heads of every military branch. Also present were representatives from the Mars Colonial Authority, the Europa Research Station, and the Titan Mining Consortium. "Show them," Sarah said. Marcus activated the room's holographic display. It showed Earth's solar system, but not as the Concordat had seen it. Red dots appeared throughout the display, hundreds of them, then thousands. "Every red dot is a weapons platform, defense station, or military vessel," Marcus explained. "Most have been in place for over 50 years, since we first achieved reliable spaceflight. We built them into asteroids, mining stations, research facilities, and communication satellites. We hid them in plain sight because we learned one critical lesson from our own history." He paused, looking around the room. "Never show your full strength until absolutely necessary." Sarah stood, walking to the holographic display. She reached out and touched one of the dots representing Luna, Earth's moon. The image expanded, showing the interior of what the Concordat believed was a simple research base. In reality, it was a military fortress with enough firepower to sterilize a continent. "Humanity has been preparing for first contact since we first looked at the stars," Sarah said quietly. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. We built defenses that would make any aggressor think twice. And we hid all of it because the best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have." She turned to face the group. "Tomorrow we tell the Concordat our answer, and we show them exactly who they're dealing with. But not all of it. Never all of it." Around the table, smiles appeared. They were not nice smiles. The Concordat was about to learn a hard lesson that every human child knew from history classes. Never underestimate the species that survived its own worst inventions. Ambassador Velthor stood in the observation deck of the Concordat vessel, looking down at the blue-green planet below. Earth was beautiful, he had to admit. The swirling white clouds, the deep oceans, the green and brown continents. It reminded him of Kelvin Prime, his homeworld before industry and progress had covered it in gleaming cities. Behind him, his science officer Tarkin was running deep scans of the planet and its surroundings. The insectoid alien's mandibles clicked together as he worked, a sign of concentration among his people. "What do you see?" Velthor asked without turning around. "Confusion, Ambassador," Tarkin replied. His translated voice carried a chittering undertone. "The scans show a civilization that has achieved faster-than-light capability, but their infrastructure does not match this achievement." Velthor turned, his golden eyes focusing on the science officer. "Explain." Tarkin brought up a holographic display. It showed Earth's orbital space, dotted with satellites and space stations. Their satellite network is extensive. but most units are commercial or scientific. We detect communication satellites, weather monitoring systems, and research stations. There are no orbital defense platforms of the type we would expect from a militarized civilization. Perhaps they are simply peaceful, suggested Kira Nell, the four-armed tactical officer. She moved to stand beside the display, her multiple hands gesturing at different points. Some species achieve space travel through cooperation rather than competition. Velthor made a sound that might have been a laugh. In 3,000 years, the Concordat has never encountered such a species. Competition drives progress. Conflict breeds innovation. These humans fought among themselves for thousands of years before unifying. Their broadcasts are filled with stories of war and violence. They are not peaceful by nature. Then where are their weapons? Tarkin asked. It was a good question. The Concordat had refined their scanning technology over millennia. They could detect power signatures from weapon systems, identify the energy profiles of shield generators, and spot the unique radiation patterns of military-grade reactors. Earth should have been lighting up their sensors like a supernova. Instead, they saw almost nothing. Perhaps their weapons are primitive, suggested Kira Nell. They may rely on chemical explosives or kinetic weapons that our scanners do not prioritize. Velthor considered this. It made sense. Humans had only recently developed faster than light travel. Their weapons technology might lag behind their propulsion systems. It had happened before with other species. Continue scanning, he ordered. I want a complete analysis of their military capability before they give us their answer. And send observation drones to their colony sites. Let us see what they have built on Mars and these moons they have settled. The drones launched silently, small spheres of advanced technology that could observe without being detected, or so the Concordat believed. On Earth, deep in a bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains, alarms began to sound. Specialist Jennifer Wu was monitoring her console when the proximity warnings lit up her screen. She was 26 years old, had graduated, top of her class from the Unified Defense Academy, and had been hoping for a quiet night shift. Instead, she was watching alien spy drones enter Earth's space. Commander, we have multiple unidentified objects separating from the Concordat vessel, she reported, keeping her voice level despite the excitement flooding through her. Count is 7. They're heading toward Mars, Luna, Europa, and Titan. Commander Peterson moved to stand behind her chair. He was an older man with weathered features and calm eyes that had seen too many crises to panic at one more. Let them look, he said quietly. They're seeing exactly what we want them to see. On Mars, the observation drone swept over Olympus Mons colony. The settlement sprawled across the base of the massive volcano, home to 30,000 people. The drone's scanners picked up habitation, domes, agricultural facilities, and what appeared to be mining operations. It detected no weapons, no military installations, no hidden defenses. The drone did not recognize that the agricultural facility had walls thick enough to stop armor-piercing rounds. It did not realize that the mining equipment could be repurposed as mass drivers capable of launching projectiles at orbital targets. It missed the fact that every dome had independent life support specifically designed to survive combat conditions. Humans had learned many lessons from their violent history. One of the most important was this: civilian and military infrastructure should be indistinguishable until the moment you need to fight. The drone moved to Luna, Earth's moon. It scanned the research base built into the crater Copernicus. The base appeared to be studying astronomy and geology, with large telescope arrays and seismic monitoring stations. The drone's sensors showed no military presence. Those sensors failed to penetrate the lunar regolith that humans had specifically processed to block advanced scanning technology. They did not detect the railguns hidden beneath false rock formations. They missed the missile silos disguised as ventilation shafts. They had no idea that the telescope arrays could track and target spacecraft with lethal precision. At Europa, the drone found a small scientific outpost on the ice-covered moon of Jupiter. Fewer than 1,000 researchers lived there, studying the ocean beneath the ice. The structures were minimal, clearly focused on research rather than military application. The drone did not realize that those research vessels exploring the sub-ice ocean used the same propulsion and stealth technology as Earth's submarine fleet. It did not understand that the ice mining equipment could core through a starship hull in seconds. It saw scientists and missed the soldiers trained to look like scientists. Titan presented a similar picture. Mining operations, atmospheric research, hydrocarbon processing, all perfectly legitimate civilian activities. All completely harmless, all completely deceptive. The drones returned to the concordate vessel, their databanks full of information that told Velthor exactly what he expected to see. A species unprepared for the dangers of the galaxy, vulnerable to pressure, ripe for exploitation. They have no significant military infrastructure, Tarkin reported, reviewing the drone data. Their colonies are civilian operations with minimal defensive capability. Their orbital space is largely undefended. They have achieved faster-than-light travel, but they have not militarized it. Velthor felt satisfaction settle through him. This would be one of the easier integrations. The humans would see reason once they understood their vulnerability. Most species did. Prepare annexation protocols, he ordered. Standard package. When they decline our offer, and their leader's tone suggests they will, we will need to demonstrate the risks of refusing concordate protection. Kiranel's four hands moved across her console. I will contact the Raider fleet. They can be here within 3 standard cycles. Make it so, Velthor said. A few attacks from unknown hostiles will help the humans understand the value of our protection. It was a script the Concordate had followed dozens of times. It never failed. While the aliens planned Earth's subjugation, Dr. Yuki Tanaka was having the most exciting day of her career. The intelligence division had successfully infiltrated the Concordate communication network, and the data flowing in was remarkable. They think we're defenseless, she told General Marcus Steele over a secure channel. She was in her office at intelligence headquarters in Tokyo, surrounded by screens displaying alien transmissions. They scanned everything and saw nothing that worried them. Marcus allowed himself a small smile. He was at Unified Defense Command headquarters, watching similar data streams. Good. That means the stealth systems work even better than we hoped. What about their fleet composition? Yuki pulled up a detailed analysis. Their main vessel is impressive but vulnerable. Large, slow, designed to intimidate rather than fight. It has weapons, but the placement suggests they've never needed to use them in actual combat. The shield generators are external. Beautiful engineering, but tactically stupid. Take out the generators, and the shields collapse. What about their combat doctrine? That's the interesting part, Yuki said, leaning forward. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. They don't have one. Not really. I've analyzed 300 years of concordate records. They've never fought an equal opponent. Every conflict has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. They show up, look impressive, and the other side surrenders. The few times they've faced resistance, they used mercenary raiders to harass their targets until they capitulated. Marcus absorbed this information. So they're bullies who've never been punched in the face. Exactly. And it gets better. I found their target list. After the humans, they plan to move on to the Centauri system, then Tau Ceti, then Epsilon Eridani. They're working their way through every species that develops FTL. It's systematic exploitation dressed up as benevolence. How many species are under their protection? 47, like they said. But here's what they didn't say. Those species provide resources, labor, and tribute that keeps the concordate economy running. It's an empire without calling itself an empire. Smart, in a cynical way. Marcus leaned back in his chair, thinking, what about other powers in the galaxy? Are we surrounded by empires like the Concordate? Yuki shook her head. No, and that's the most interesting discovery. The galaxy is mostly peaceful. Real threats are rare. The Concordate has been lying to their protectorates for 3,000 years, telling them the galaxy is dangerous when it's actually relatively safe. They created the protection racket by inventing threats that don't exist. So when they tell species they need protection, they're solving a problem they invented. It's brilliant and evil. Marcus stood, pacing his office. Decades of military experience had taught him to see patterns in chaos. A picture was forming in his mind, and he did not like it. They're going to push us, he said quietly. They'll expect us to fold when they pressure us. When we don't, they'll escalate. They'll use those mercenary raiders to attack civilian targets. make us scared, force us to accept their protection. Can we stop them? Marcus smiled, and there was something predatory in the expression. Dr. Tanaka, we've been preparing for hostile first contact since we first left Earth's orbit. We've studied every war, every conflict, every tactical innovation in human history. We've built weapon systems these aliens can't imagine because they've never needed to imagine them. Can we stop them? The question is whether we'll need to stop them or just scare them badly enough that they run. While Earth's military analyzed the Concordate's weaknesses, President Sarah Chen was having her own revelations. She sat in her private office, reading through historical files that the intelligence division had compiled. They made for disturbing reading. Every species that had accepted Concordate protection showed the same pattern. Initial enthusiasm followed by slowly increasing demands. Resource quotas that grew every year. Technology sharing that only flowed one direction. Populations that became dependent on Concordate trade and unable to sustain themselves independently. The protected species were prisoners who did not realize they were in jail. Sarah had not become president by being naive. She understood power and how it was wielded. The Concordate was offering a deal that sounded generous but was actually a trap. Accept protection today, lose your freedom tomorrow. The question was how to refuse without triggering a war Earth might not win. The preliminary analysis from Marcus suggested they could defeat the Concordate fleet in Earth's system, but what about the larger Concordate military? What about their allies and vassals? What about the 47 species who might side with their protectors? Her secure phone rang. It was Marcus. Madam President, I'm sending you a full tactical analysis. Short version, we can take them. The Concordate has size and technology advantages, but we have something better. What's that? We know how to fight. They don't. They've been winning through intimidation for so long that they've forgotten how to actually wage war. We've never forgotten because we've never been able to afford to forget. Sarah felt something settle in her chest. Not confidence exactly, but resolution. Earth had a chance. That was enough. Send me everything, she said. I give our answer to the Concordate in 18 hours. I want to know every option we have. She hung up and turned to look out her window. Geneva spread out below, beautiful and peaceful in the afternoon light. People walked the streets unaware that their world hung in the balance. Children played in parks. Couples held hands by the lake. Life continued in blissful ignorance of the threat overhead. Sarah had sworn an oath to protect these people. She would not fail them. Aboard the Concordate vessel, Velthor received a message from his superiors. They had reviewed his reports and approved his recommendations. When the humans declined protection as expected, the Raider fleet would be deployed. A few months of harassment would bring Earth into compliance. It always worked. Velthor prepared for the next day's meeting with something approaching boredom. He had done this 47 times before. The script never changed. Humans would be number 48. He had no idea that humanity was about to teach the Concordate a lesson 3,000 years in the making. The Predator was about to discover it had cornered something far more dangerous than itself. The United Earth Assembly Hall was packed with even more people than 2 days before. Representatives from every nation sat in their designated seats, but now they were joined by military officers, scientists, and historians. The air hummed with tension. Everyone knew this meeting would change everything. President Sarah Chen stood at the central podium, wearing a simple dark suit. She had considered wearing something more formal, but decided against it. This was not a day for ceremony. This was a day for truth. Ambassador Velthor and his delegation entered exactly on time. The aliens moved with the same graceful confidence they had shown before, clearly expecting this to be a formality before Earth's inevitable acceptance. Velthor's golden eyes swept across the assembled humans, and Sarah could almost see him counting his victory. Madam President, Velthor said, his voice carrying that same melodious quality. Have you reached a decision regarding the Concordate's generous offer? Sarah smiled. It was a polite smile, diplomatic and proper. It was also completely genuine, which would have worried Velthor if he had understood human expressions better. We have, Ambassador. Thank you for your patience while we considered your proposal. She paused, letting the moment stretch. Earth respectfully declines the Concordate's offer of protection. The silence that followed was absolute. Velthor stood frozen, his expression suggesting he had misheard. Around him, the other delegates shifted uncomfortably. "I apologize," Velthor said carefully. "Perhaps the translation was unclear. You decline our protection?" "That's correct," Sarah confirmed. "We appreciate the offer, but Earth is quite capable of managing our own affairs. We prefer to maintain our independence." Velthor's golden eyes narrowed. The diplomatic mask began to slip. "Madam President, I do not think you understand the situation. The galaxy is dangerous. Without concordant protection, you will be vulnerable to countless threats. Your species has only just achieved faster than light travel. You are children taking your first steps into a universe you do not understand." "We understand more than you think," Sarah replied calmly. "Do you?" Velthor's voice hardened. "Let me be clear, since subtlety seems wasted. Species who refuse concordant protection find themselves facing difficult circumstances. Raiders attack their vessels. Pirates raid their colonies. Mysterious accidents occur. It would be tragic if Earth suffered similar misfortunes." Around the assembly hall, Sarah could feel the mood shifting. The threat was no longer veiled. It hung in the air like smoke. "Ambassador," Sarah said quietly, "are you threatening us?" Velthor drew himself up to his full height, towering over the human president. "I am explaining reality. The Concordant maintains order in this region of space. Those who cooperate with us prosper, those who do not." He let the sentence hang. Sarah nodded slowly, as if considering his words. "I see. So when you offered us protection, what you actually meant was, pay us tribute or we'll hurt you. Is that a fair translation?" Velthor's face darkened. "You are being deliberately obtuse. This is your final opportunity to make the intelligent choice. Accept our protection, or accept the consequences of refusing it." Sarah looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something that shocked every alien in the room. She laughed. It was not a nervous laugh or a mocking laugh. It was genuine amusement, the kind of laughter that comes from hearing something absurd. Around the assembly hall, other humans began to laugh too. Quiet chuckles at first, then louder. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with the sound of human laughter. Velthor stared, completely confused. This was not in the script. Species were supposed to be frightened when threatened. They were supposed to see reason and accept protection. They were not supposed to laugh. "I fail to see what is amusing," he said coldly. Sarah's laughter faded, but her smile remained. "Ambassador, you came to our world, scanned our defenses, and concluded we were helpless. You offered us protection we don't need from threats that don't exist. And now you're threatening us, expecting us to be scared. The amusing part is that you have no idea who you're threatening." "We know exactly who you are," Velthor snapped. "A primitive species with delusions of competence. Your scans show minimal defenses. Your colonies are unprotected. Your orbital space is vulnerable. You achieved faster than light travel, but you never learned to defend yourselves." "Is that what your scans showed?" Sarah asked. She touched a control on the podium, and the lights in the assembly hall dimmed. Above them, holographic displays activated showing Earth's solar system. "Let me show you what your scans missed." The display changed. Red dots began appearing throughout the solar system. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. They surrounded Earth like a cloud of angry insects. They clustered around Luna and Mars. They hid among the asteroid belt. They orbited Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Velthor stared at the display, his golden eyes wide. "What is this?" "These are Earth's actual defenses," Sarah explained calmly. "Every red dot represents a weapons platform, military installation, or combat-ready vessel. We built them over the last century, ever since we developed reliable spaceflight. We hid them inside civilian structures, disguised them as research stations, camouflaged them in asteroids. We learned something important from our history, Ambassador. The best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have." General Marcus Steele stood from his seat in the assembly. He was in full dress uniform, medals gleaming on his chest, each one representing a conflict or achievement. He moved to stand beside Sarah. Ambassador Velthor, Marcus said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. You made a critical mistake. You looked at Earth and saw no weapons platforms because you don't recognize our weapons platforms. You saw peaceful colonies because we built them to look peaceful. You concluded we were unprepared because we wanted you to think that. On the holographic display, one of the red dots near Luna expanded. It showed the interior of what the Concordat had identified as an astronomical research station. Cameras revealed rows of railguns, missile batteries, and power cores that could light up a small city. This is Copernicus Station, Marcus continued. Your drones scanned it and found telescopes. They missed the fact that those telescopes can track spacecraft with lethal precision. They didn't realize the entire station is a fortress built into the lunar surface. Another dot expanded, showing a mining facility on an asteroid, except it was not just a mining facility. The mining lasers could cut through starship armor. The ore processors could manufacture ammunition. The cargo vessels were actually troop transports. This is Ceres Mining Complex, Marcus said. Perfectly legitimate resource extraction. Also perfectly capable of defending itself against attack. Velthor found his voice. You hid your military infrastructure inside civilian facilities. That violates the Concordat protocols for civilized warfare. Marcus smiled, and it was not a friendly smile. Ambassador, we never agreed to your protocols. And here's something you should understand about humans. We've been fighting wars since before we invented writing. We've studied warfare as an art form for thousands of years. We've perfected tactics and strategies that you've never needed to develop because you've never faced real opposition. Sarah touched another control. The holographic display changed again, showing the space around the Concordat vessel. More red dots appeared, these ones surrounding the alien ship like a noose tightening around a neck. Your ship is currently surrounded by 17 stealth vessels, Sarah said quietly. They've been shadowing you since you arrived. You never detected them because our stealth technology is more advanced than your scanning technology. Each of those vessels carries enough firepower to cripple your ship. Velthor stepped back, his composure cracking. This is... You cannot what? Sarah asked. Cannot defend ourselves? Cannot refuse your extortion? Cannot object to being threatened in our own system? She stepped down from the podium and walked toward the alien ambassador. Despite being half his height, she somehow seemed larger, more commanding. Let me make something very clear, Ambassador. Earth does not need your protection. We do not want your protection, and we will not accept your threats. You came here expecting us to be frightened children. Instead, you found something you've never encountered before, a species that prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. You are making a terrible mistake, Velthor said, but his voice lacked its earlier confidence. The Concordat has resources you cannot imagine, fleets that could darken your skies, allies who would support our enforcement of order. Really? Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood, moving to join Sarah and Marcus. She held a data pad. Because according to our intelligence analysis, the Concordat has never fought a pure military engagement. Every one of your conflicts has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. You win through intimidation, not combat. You use mercenary raiders to harass targets until they accept your protection. It's a sophisticated protection racket, Ambassador, but it's still just a racket. Velthor's face went through several shades of purple. Your accusations are baseless, are they? Yuki activated her data pad and the holographic display changed again. It showed communications intercepts, financial records, deployment orders for raider fleets. We've been inside your communication network for 2 days. We know about the raiders you plan to send to attack our colonies. We know about the artificial threats you've used to scare other species into compliance. We know the truth about the Concordat, Ambassador. You're not protectors, you're predators. Velthor looked around the assembly hall, seeing the hostile expressions on hundreds of human faces. His delegation clustered behind him, clearly frightened. This had gone completely off script. You will regret this, he said, trying to recover some dignity. The Concordat does not tolerate rogue civilizations. We will return with force sufficient to ensure your compliance. Will you? Marcus asked. He pulled up another display, this one showing a detailed analysis of the Concordat vessel's weaknesses. Your shield generators are external. Your power distribution system has 17 critical points of failure. Your weapon systems have a 20-second delay between target acquisition and firing. Your ship is designed to look impressive, not to fight. We could disable it in under 3 minutes if we wanted to. But we don't want to, Sarah interjected. Because despite what you think of us, we actually prefer peace. So here's our counteroffer, Ambassador. Leave our system. Never return. Tell your concordate that Earth is not interested in their protection racket. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, we will destroy those raiders. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, we will destroy those fleets. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire and we're not keeping that knowledge secret. She paused, letting her words sink in. Or if you prefer, we can resolve this matter right now. You can test whether our defenses are as capable as we claim. You can find out whether human military doctrine is superior to concordate intimidation. You can discover what happens when a predator corners something more dangerous than itself. The assembly hall was silent. Every human watched the aliens, waiting to see how they would respond. The tension was thick enough to cut. Velthor looked at Sarah, at Marcus, at the holographic displays showing Earth's hidden arsenal. He looked at the faces of humanity's leaders and saw something that terrified him more than weapons or threats. He saw certainty. These beings were not bluffing. They were ready to fight and they believed they could win. This is not over, Velthor said, his voice barely controlled. The concordate will hear of this insult. Please do tell them, Sarah said pleasantly. And when you do, make sure you mention one more thing. What? We choose peace. We prefer peace. We will pursue peace whenever possible. But we are very, very good at the alternative. We've had 10,000 years to practice. Velthor turned and strode toward the exit, his delegation hurrying to keep up. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. You ask if we know who we are threatening, he said. Do you know what you are defying? Sarah smiled. The difference is, Ambassador, we actually do. The aliens left. Their shuttle departed within the hour. The great concordate vessel pulled away from Earth's orbit and, surrounded by human stealth ships that never let it out of their sight, retreated toward the edge of the solar system. Throughout Earth, billions of people watched the alien ship leave. Some cheered. Others worried about what would come next. But all of them felt something new. Pride that humanity had stood its ground, and confidence that they had made the right choice. In the assembly hall, Sarah turned to Marcus and Yuki. Well, she said quietly, that could have gone worse. Marcus laughed. Madam President, I've been in combat for 30 years. That was the most satisfying confrontation of my life. Do you think they'll come back? Yuki asked. Oh, they'll come back, Marcus said. The question is whether they come back to talk or to fight. Either way, we'll be ready. Sarah nodded. She looked at the holographic display, still showing Earth's defenses. Thousands of red dots, each representing years of planning and preparation. Humanity's shield against the darkness. We stood up to a galactic empire today, she said. Let's make sure we're ready to back up that stand. The concordate vessel limped toward the edge of Earth's solar system, surrounded by human stealth ships that followed its every move. Aboard the bridge, Ambassador Velthor sat in his command chair, his golden eyes fixed on the view screen showing the blue planet growing smaller behind them. Status report, he ordered, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. Tarkin, the science officer, worked at his console with nervous clicks of his mandibles. We are being tracked by at least 30 human vessels, possibly more. Their stealth technology is far more advanced than our intelligence suggested. I cannot get accurate readings. Can we outrun them? No, Ambassador. They match our every course correction. If we attempt to engage our faster-than-light drive while still in the system, they will interpret it as an aggressive move. Velthor's hands clenched on the armrests of his chair. He had been outmaneuvered completely. The humans had turned what should have been a simple integration into a humiliating defeat. Worse, they had done it without firing a single shot. Send a priority message to Concordate High Command, he ordered. Mark it urgent. Tell them we need a full military response. Kiranel, the tactical officer, turned from her station. All 4 of her arms were tense. Ambassador, with respect, perhaps we should recommend negotiation rather than escalation. The humans demonstrated capabilities we did not anticipate. A military engagement might not go as planned. Velthor rounded on her. Are you suggesting we accept this insult? That we allow a primitive species to defy 3,000 years of concordate authority? No. We will return with sufficient force to ensure these humans understand their place in the galactic order. He turned back to the view screen, watching Earth disappear into the distance. They think they are strong. They think their hidden weapons make them our equals. They will learn otherwise. What Velthor did not know was that every word spoken on his bridge was being transmitted back to Earth. The humans had not just hacked the Concordat communication network. They had planted monitoring devices throughout the alien vessel during the initial meeting. Small, almost invisible transmitters that looked like dust particles but broadcast everything to waiting receivers. In Tokyo, Dr. Yuki Tanaka listened to Velthor's rant and smiled. She turned to her team of intelligence analysts. "He's going to escalate," she said, "which means we need to implement Phase 2. "Are we really doing this?" asked one of the younger analysts, a man named James Chen. He looked nervous. "Broadcasting Concordat secrets to the entire galaxy?" "We are," Yuki confirmed. "The Concordat survives because their victims don't know they're victims. They believe the lies about galactic dangers. They think they need protection. Once they learn the truth, the whole system collapses." She pulled up a star map showing the 47 species under Concordat protection. Each one was marked with detailed information. When they joined, what resources they provided, what threats they were told to fear. "These species deserve to know the truth," Yuki said. "And humanity is going to give it to them." While Earth prepared its information campaign, the Concordat was preparing for war. High Command received Velthor's report with shock and anger. For the first time in 3,000 years, a species had rejected their offer and survived the initial confrontation. The Concordat leadership met an emergency session on their capital world, Kelvan Prime. 7 high counselors, one from each founding species, gathered in a chamber that had witnessed countless decisions about the fate of lesser species. High Counselor Sharkin, eldest of the group, spoke first. His species lived for over 400 years, and he had seen the Concordat grow from a small alliance to a galactic power. "The humans must be taught a lesson. We cannot allow this defiance to stand. It will encourage others to resist." "Agreed," said High Counselor Telvash, "but we must approach this carefully. The humans demonstrated unexpected capabilities. A full military response might be costly." "Costly?" Sharkin's voice rose. "What cost is too high to maintain order? If we appear weak, if we allow the humans to defy us without consequence, our entire structure will collapse. The protected species will begin asking questions. They will begin demanding independence. Then we need overwhelming force," said another counselor. "Send a fleet large enough that resistance is impossible. Make an example of Earth. The other species will see and remember." The vote was unanimous. The Concordat would assemble a battle fleet, the largest in recent history, and return to Earth. The humans would surrender or be destroyed. It took 5 days to gather the fleet. 12 massive warships, each larger than the diplomatic vessel that had visited Earth. Escort ships, support vessels, and troop transports. In total, over 100 spacecraft preparing to enforce Concordat will on a defiant species. Velthor was given command of the fleet. It was both an honor and a test. If he succeeded, he would be celebrated. If he failed, he would be disgraced. He accepted the command with determination. The humans had embarrassed him. He would not allow it to happen again. The fleet departed for Earth system, confident in their superiority. They did not know that human long-range sensors had tracked every ship movement. They did not realize that Earth had been preparing for their arrival from the moment Velthor's vessel left. General Marcus Steele stood in Unified Defense Command, watching the plot of approaching Concordat forces. Around him, his staff worked with calm efficiency. This was the moment they had trained for, the scenario they had run 1,000 times in simulation. "ETA on the Concordat fleet?" he asked. 17 hours, replied his operations officer. "They're not trying to hide their approach. This is a show of force," Marcus nodded. "Good, let them feel confident. Confidence makes people careless." He turned to his communication officer. "Is Dr. Tanaka ready with the broadcast?" "Standing by, sir. She can transmit on your order. Hold for now. Let's see if we can resolve this without bloodshed." Marcus did not particularly expect a peaceful resolution, but he had to try. Humanity had fought enough wars against itself. He would prefer not to start one against aliens if it could be avoided. President Sarah Chen joined him in the command center. She had barely slept since the Concordat's departure, coordinating Earth's response with military, scientific, and diplomatic teams. "Options?" she asked Marcus. "We can destroy them," Marcus said bluntly. "The fleet they're bringing is impressive by their standards. By ours, it's a target-rich environment. Our stealth ships alone could cripple half their vessels before they realized they were under attack. But that starts a war we might not want. The Concordat has allies, vassals, and resources across dozens of systems. We can win the battle, maybe even win a war, but at what cost? Sarah nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. What if we give them a different lesson? Not about human military power, but about human history. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Explain. Belthor said something during our meeting that stuck with me. He said we were children taking our first steps into the universe. What if we show him exactly what kind of children we are? What we've survived, what we've learned, what we've become? A history lesson in the middle of a military confrontation? Why not? Knowledge is a weapon too. Maybe the most powerful one we have. Marcus considered this. It was unconventional, but then again, everything about humanity's approach to first contact had been unconventional. Let me talk to Dr. Tanaka. If anyone can make that work, she can. 4 hours later, the Concordat fleet arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system. They formed up in standard battle formation, ships arranged in a pattern designed to maximize firepower while maintaining defensive positions. It was intimidating, overwhelming, exactly what they intended. Belthor stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth's blue sphere appear on the view screen. Open a channel to the human leadership. It is time to end this foolishness. The channel opened and President Chen's face appeared on the screen. She looked calm, almost relaxed, which bothered Belthor more than he wanted to admit. Ambassador, she said pleasantly, welcome back. I see you brought friends. This is your final opportunity, Belthor said, dispensing with diplomatic niceties. Surrender. Accept Concordat protection. Your resistance is pointless. As you can see, we have assembled sufficient force to ensure compliance. I see a lot of ships, Sarah agreed. But before we discuss surrender, I'd like to share something with you. A gift, if you will. Information that might change your perspective. We are not interested in human attempts at delay. This will only take a few minutes, Sarah interrupted. And trust me, Ambassador, you want to see this. Before Belthor could object, data began flooding the Concordat communication network. Not just to his ship, but to every vessel in the fleet. And not just to the fleet, but to every Concordat-controlled system in the galaxy. Dr. Yuki Tanaka had created a comprehensive data package. It contained human history, from the earliest civilizations to the present day. But this was not a simple chronology. This was a military history, a tactical analysis, a strategic documentation of 10,000 years of human warfare. The aliens watched first with confusion, then with growing horror. They saw images of ancient battles, thousands of warriors clashing with bronze weapons. They saw the tactics of Alexander the Great, conquering most of the known world with a relatively small army. They saw the strategic genius of Sun Tzu, written 2,000 years before humans left their planet. They saw the Roman legions, the Mongol hordes, the medieval sieges. They saw gunpowder weapons, trench warfare, mechanized combat. They saw atomic weapons capable of destroying entire cities in seconds. They saw the Cold War, where two human factions held each other hostage with enough nuclear weapons to render Earth uninhabitable, and somehow avoided using them. But more than the weapons and battles, they saw the theories, the strategies, the philosophies of warfare that humans had developed over millennia. They saw writings on the nature of conflict, on tactical innovation, on strategic planning. They saw how humans approached war not as a necessity, but as a problem to be solved. A challenge to be overcome through intelligence and creativity. The data package included analysis comparing human warfare to Concordat operations. It was not a flattering comparison. Where the Concordat relied on intimidation and overwhelming force against weaker opponents, humans had learned to fight equals and superiors. Where the Concordat had standard tactics, humans had developed thousands of tactical variations. Where the Concordat saw war as a tool for control, humans saw it as an art form that required constant study and improvement. Aboard the Concordat flagship, Belthor watched the data with growing unease. Beside him, Tarkin's mandibles were clicking rapidly, a sign of severe stress. This cannot be accurate, Belthor said. No species fights among themselves for this long. It is irrational. It is wasteful. It is their history, Tarkin replied quietly, and it explains everything. They built their defenses the way they did because they have been fighting defensive wars for thousands of years. They hid their weapons because they have been ambushing enemies for thousands of years. They prepared for worst-case scenarios because they have experienced worst-case scenarios for thousands of years. They are barbaric, Velthor insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. The data package continued. It showed humanity's unification, achieved not through conquest but through recognition that their own weapons had become too dangerous. It showed the mutual defense doctrine, where Earth's nations agreed that an attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. It showed the Unified Defense Command, created specifically to prepare for extraterrestrial threats. And then it showed Earth's current military capability. Not everything. Humans knew better than to reveal all their secrets, but enough. Ship designs that prioritized survivability over appearance. Weapon systems that could engage targets from beyond the Concordate's sensor range. Stealth technology that made detection nearly impossible. Defensive networks that could coordinate thousands of independent units into a single, overwhelming response. The message was clear. Earth had prepared for this confrontation for over a century. The Concordate had stumbled into a fight they could not win. Velthor sat in his command chair, his mind racing. This changed everything. The humans were not primitives. They were something far more dangerous. Experienced warriors with advanced technology and a strategic doctrine built from thousands of years of harsh lessons. "Sir," Kiranel said quietly, "I recommend we withdraw and request reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" Velthor laughed bitterly. "Against what? A species that has been practicing war since before our civilization existed? This is not a military problem. He struggled to find words. This is a fundamental miscalculation." A new transmission came through. Sarah Chen's face reappeared on the view screen. "Ambassador," she said, "I hope you've had time to review our historical records. I wanted you to understand who you're threatening. We are not defenseless children. We are survivors of countless wars, students of warfare itself, and we have spent a century preparing for this exact situation." She leaned forward slightly. "But here's what I want you to understand. We learned something from all that warfare. We learned that violence should be the last resort, not the first option. We learned that strength means having the power to destroy your enemy and choosing not to. We learned that the greatest victory is the one you win without fighting." Velthor found his voice. "You are lecturing me about peace while surrounded by weapons?" "No," Sarah said. "I'm teaching you the difference between strength and cruelty. The Concordate has power, but you use it to exploit the weak. Humanity has power, and we use it to protect ourselves and others. That's why we're offering you a choice right now." "What choice?" "Leave, take your fleet and go. Return to your Concordate and tell them that Earth is not interested in their protection. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, those raiders will not return. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, those fleets will be destroyed. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire, and we are sharing that truth with every species you claim to protect." She paused, her expression hardening. "Or you can try to fight us. You can test whether your fleet can overcome our defenses. You can find out what happens when a species that has studied warfare for 10,000 years has to demonstrate what they've learned. But I'm giving you fair warning, Ambassador. We will win, and unlike you, we've actually had to fight for our survival. We know how to do this." Velthor looked at his tactical displays. He saw his fleet powerful and impressive. He also saw the red dots that had appeared around them, human vessels that had been waiting, hidden, ready to strike. He was surrounded, outmaneuvered, and facing an enemy he did not understand. "You would really destroy us?" he asked quietly. "If you force us to," Sarah replied. "But we would much prefer that you simply leave. Go home, Ambassador. Tell your Concordate that they made a mistake. Tell them that humanity is not afraid of them. And tell them that if they want peace with us, they need to approach as equals, not as masters." The channel closed. Velthor sat in silence, aware that every member of his crew was watching him, waiting for his decision. He had two choices: fight and likely die, taking thousands of Concordate personnel with him, or retreat and face disgrace but live to see tomorrow. It was not really a choice at all. "Set course for home," he ordered quietly. "Full retreat." The Concordate fleet turned and fled, harried by human ships that followed them to the edge of the system before breaking off. No shots were fired. No weapons were discharged. But the battle was over and everyone knew who had won. The news of the Concordate's retreat spread through the galaxy faster than anyone expected. Dr. Yuki Tanaka's data package had been sent not just to the Concordate, fleet but to every species under their so-called protection. Within days, the truth about the Concordate's empire was common knowledge across 47 star systems. The reactions were dramatic and immediate. On Telos 4, a species that had been providing rare minerals to the Concordate for 300 years, the Planetary Council held an emergency meeting. They had believed they were paying for protection from hostile aliens. Now they learned those hostile aliens did not exist. The Concordate had been lying to them for centuries. "We have been fools," said Council Leader Renval, an elderly being whose blue skin had faded with age. "We sent our children to work in the mines, extracting minerals we needed for ourselves, and gave them to the Concordate for protection from imaginary threats. What do we do now?" asked another council member. "We stop paying," Renval said simply, "and we contact Earth. If the humans can stand against the Concordate, perhaps they can teach us to do the same." Similar conversations were happening across the galaxy. Species that had been submissive for generations began asking questions. Why did they need protection if the galaxy was not actually dangerous? Why should they share their resources with the Concordate? What gave the Concordate the right to govern their external affairs? The Concordate's empire began to crack. On Kelvin Prime, the Concordate capital, the High Council met in crisis session. They had received reports from dozens of systems. Protests, refusal to pay tribute, demands for independence. The carefully constructed system they had built over 3,000 years was collapsing. "This is the humans' fault," High Counselor Sharken said angrily. "They released classified information. They undermined our authority. We should consider this an act of war." "Against whom?" asked High Counselor Telvash. "The humans? We tried that and failed. The protected species. If we attack them, we prove the humans right about us being predators." "We could offer the humans membership in the Concordate," suggested another counselor. "Make them partners rather than enemies. Use their military strength to reinforce our position." "They would never accept," Telvash said. "Did you not watch the same briefings I did? The humans are not interested in empire. They want something we have never considered: genuine cooperation without domination." The debate continued for hours, then days. The Concordate leadership was discovering something painful. Once people learn they have been lied to, it is almost impossible to restore their trust. Meanwhile, on Earth, President Sarah Chen was dealing with an unexpected problem: success. Her office was flooded with communication requests from alien species. They all wanted the same things: information about the Concordate, advice on achieving independence, and in many cases, requests for Earth to provide the protection that the Concordate had falsely offered. "We cannot become the new Concordate," Sarah told her cabinet during an emergency meeting. "We cannot promise to protect every species in the galaxy. We do not have the resources, and more importantly, we do not have the right. But we cannot ignore them either," argued her foreign minister. "These species are reaching out to us for help. If we turn them away, they might fall back under Concordate control or find themselves vulnerable to actual threats." General Marcus Steele had been quiet during most of the meeting, but now he spoke. "What if we offer something different? Not protection, but partnership. We teach them what we know about defense. We help them build their own military capabilities. We create a network of mutual defense where everyone contributes." Sarah considered this a true alliance. Not a hierarchy where we sit at the top, but a collective where everyone has equal say. "Exactly," Marcus said. "We share our strategic knowledge. They share their technology and resources. Together, we create a galaxy where species cooperate because they want to, not because they are forced to." The idea took shape quickly. Earth proposed the Terran Accord, named not as a claim to leadership but as a recognition of where the idea originated. The principles were simple: mutual defense without dominance, technology sharing without exploitation, and collective security without submission. The first species to join was Telos IV. Council leader Renval traveled to Earth personally to sign the agreement. He was old, frail by his species' standards, but his eyes were bright with hope. "For 300 years we lived in fear," he told Sarah during the signing ceremony. "Fear of threats that did not exist. The Concordate took our resources and our dignity. Today we reclaim both. Other species followed. Within 6 months, 12 former Concordate protectorates had joined the Terran Accord. Within a year, 23. The Concordate's empire was not just cracking, it was crumbling. But not all of the concordate species accepted the change gracefully. The 7 founding species split into factions. 3 approached Earth seeking partnership, recognizing that their old system was unsustainable. 2 attempted to maintain their empire through military force, attacking species that refused to pay tribute. 2 isolated themselves, unwilling to accept the new reality but lacking the power to fight it. The 2 factions that chose violence learned a harsh lesson. The species they attacked had received training from Earth's military advisors. Defensive networks that had once been non-existent now coordinated responses. Weapons that had been primitive were now modern and effective. The concordate ships that arrived expecting easy victories instead faced prepared defenses and suffered devastating defeats. After the 3rd failed attack, the aggressive factions retreated and reconsidered their approach. Violence was no longer profitable. The Terran Accord grew rapidly. Earth established the Terran Defense Academy on Luna, where officers from dozens of species learned human military doctrine. The classes were taught by veterans of Earth's own conflicts, people who understood warfare from hard experience. General Marcus Steele oversaw the academy personally. He walked through the training facilities, watching alien cadets learning tactics that humans had refined over millennia. It was strange and wonderful to see beings from across the galaxy studying the battles of Napoleon, the strategies of Sun Tzu, the defensive doctrines of modern Earth. One day, he stopped to watch a tactical simulation. A mixed team of humans and aliens were working together to defend a colony from a simulated attack. They were struggling, making mistakes, but they were learning. "It is harder than it looks," said a voice beside him. Marcus turned to see Ambassador Velthor standing there, watching the same simulation. Marcus tensed. The last time they had met, Velthor had been commanding a fleet sent to conquer Earth. Now the former ambassador stood in a training facility, wearing civilian clothes and looking smaller somehow, less imposing. "Ambassador," Marcus said carefully, "I did not know you were on Luna." "I requested asylum 6 months ago," Velthor replied. "President Chen granted it. I am not an ambassador anymore. Just Velthor, a being trying to understand where everything went wrong." They watched the simulation in silence for a moment. The cadet team was starting to coordinate better, using the defensive positions Marcus had taught them about. "I was taught that power meant control," Velthor said quietly. The Concordate's entire philosophy was built on the idea that stronger species should guide weaker ones. It seemed logical, natural. But watching these cadets, seeing species from across the galaxy learning to defend themselves, I realized what we never understood. What's that? True strength is not controlling others. It is helping them become strong enough that they do not need control. Marcus nodded slowly. That took humans about 6,000 years to figure out. "You are learning faster than we did." Velthor managed a small smile, perhaps because we had better teachers. The Academy graduated its first class 2 years after the Concordate's defeat. President Sarah Chen attended the ceremony, along with leaders from 23 Terran Accord species. The graduates stood in formation, representing a dozen different species, united by common training and shared purpose. Sarah addressed them from a podium overlooking the parade ground. Behind her, Earth rose above Luna's horizon, blue and green and beautiful. 2 years ago, the galaxy was a different place, she began. Species lived in fear, controlled by those claiming to protect them. Today you represent something new, a galaxy where strength serves peace rather than conquest, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where species stand together because they choose to, not because they are forced to. She paused, looking at the assembled graduates. "You came here to learn how to fight. I hope you learned that lesson well. But I hope you also learned something more important. Why we fight. We fight so others do not have to. We prepare for war so we can maintain peace. We become strong not to dominate the weak, but to protect them, including protecting them from becoming victims of their own fear." The graduates listened intently. These were beings from worlds humans had never heard of until recently. Species with strange names and stranger appearances. But they all understood what Sarah was saying. They had all been taught by instructors who had lived through wars and learned their lessons the hard way. "The greatest victory," Sarah continued, "is not defeating an enemy. It is never having to fight because your enemy respects both your capability and your restraint. You carry that lesson with you as you return to your homeworlds. Teach it to others. Build defenses that make invasion unthinkable, but never forget that weapons are tools, not solutions. The goal is not to win wars. The goal is to prevent them. The ceremony concluded with a flyover by ships from 12 different species, flying in formation above the lunar surface. It was a sight that would have been impossible 2 years earlier. Now it was the new normal. After the ceremony, Sarah met privately with Velthor. The former ambassador had been attending classes at the academy, studying human history and military theory. He had become an advocate for concordant reform, writing essays and giving speeches about the mistakes his people had made. "Your speech was powerful," he told Sarah. "Do you believe what you said? That the goal is to prevent wars rather than win them?" "I do," Sarah said. "But I also believe in preparing to win if prevention fails." Humanity learned that balance through painful experience. The Concordat never learned it at all, Velthor said. We became comfortable. We forgot that power without wisdom is just tyranny, and tyranny never lasts forever. "What will you do now?" Sarah asked. "Continue teaching," Velthor said. "I have been invited to speak on Kelvin Prime, to the new government that formed after the old High Council collapsed. They want to rebuild the Concordat as something better, something more like the Terran Accord. I will help them if I can," Sarah smiled. "That is good. The galaxy needs more voices advocating for cooperation." 5 years after the Concordat's defeat, the galaxy had transformed. The Terran Accord included 41 species, nearly all of the former Concordat protectorates plus several species who had been truly independent. Trade flourished. Technology was shared freely. Species that had never met now worked together on scientific projects, cultural exchanges, and mutual defense. The Concordat itself had reformed. The 3 species who had approached Earth for partnership led the effort to create something new, a true federation where members had equal votes and no single species dominated. They called it the Reformed Concordat, and they applied to join the Terran Accord as a full member. President Chen, now in her 2nd term, presided over the ceremony where the Reformed Concordat joined the Accord. It was held on a neutral world, a beautiful planet called Haven that had volunteered to host the event. Representatives from 64 species attended. They filled an enormous amphitheater carved into a mountainside, with translation devices ensuring everyone could understand everyone else. It was chaotic and beautiful and completely unprecedented. 5 years ago, Sarah told the assembled representatives, Earth faced a choice: accept domination or fight for independence. We chose independence, but we also chose to share what we learned. Today we see the results of that choice. A galaxy united not by force, but by mutual respect. She looked around at the incredible diversity of beings present. We have built something remarkable, a community where strength serves peace, where knowledge flows freely, where species cooperate because they recognize that together, we are stronger than we could ever be alone. The Terran Accord is not an empire. It is not a hierarchy. It is a promise that we will defend each other, learn from each other, and grow together. The amphitheater erupted in applause, though the sound varied wildly depending on which species was clapping. Some whistled, some clicked, some made sounds that had no human equivalent. But the meaning was universal: agreement, celebration, hope. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, now Earth's ambassador to the Terran Accord, stood beside Sarah after the ceremony. They watched the representatives from different species mingling, forming friendships, planning collaborations. "Do you remember when we first detected the Concordat vessel?" Yuki asked. "I was terrified. I thought we were about to meet our doom. Instead, we met our future," Sarah said. "A future where humanity is not alone, where we have friends and partners across the stars." "Do you think it will last?" Yuki asked. "Peace is fragile." "It is," Sarah agreed. "But we have built something stronger than peace. We have built mutual interest, shared purpose, and genuine respect. That is much harder to break than a simple treaty." On Earth, life continued much as it had before first contact. People went to work, raised families, pursued their dreams. But everything was different too. Children grew up knowing that humanity was part of a galactic community. Schools taught not just Earth history, but the histories of dozens of worlds. Young people looked at the stars and saw not empty void but neighbors, friends, potential. General Marcus Steele retired from active duty, but continued teaching at the Terran Defense Academy. He was old now, his hair completely gray, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He taught strategy to students who came from worlds he could barely pronounce. One of his favorite students was a young woman from Tilos 4 named Kelvara. She was brilliant, innovative, and constantly challenging his assumptions. She reminded him of himself at her age. "General," she asked one day after class, "why did humanity prepare for hostile first contact? You could have assumed aliens would be friendly." Marcus smiled. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. That is the human way. We believe the best about people but prepare for the worst about circumstances." "Is that wisdom or paranoia?" "Both," Marcus admitted. "And sometimes the line between them is very thin. But I will tell you what my own teacher told me. Hope is not a strategy. You can hope for peace while preparing for war. The preparation does not prevent the peace. It ensures you will survive if peace fails." Kelvara nodded thoughtfully. "I will remember that." "Good," Marcus said. "Because you are going to teach the next generation. That is how knowledge survives. We pass it down, student to teacher to student again, each generation learning from the mistakes of the last." 10 years after first contact, President Sarah Chen stood in her office in Geneva, looking out at the city. She was older now, her hair showing gray, her face lined with the weight of a decade of decisions. She had decided not to run for a third term. It was time for someone younger to lead. Her successor would inherit a galaxy very different from the one she had known. A galaxy where humanity was respected, where the Terran Accord kept peace not through domination but through mutual defense, where species worked together because they recognized the value of cooperation. Sarah thought back to that day when Ambassador Velthor had first arrived, offering protection Earth did not need from threats that did not exist. She thought about the moment when she had decided to laugh rather than capitulate, to stand firm rather than surrender. That decision had changed everything. A message came through on her secure terminal. It was from the Terran Defense Academy, another graduating class, the largest yet, representing 28 species. They wanted her to give the commencement address. Sarah smiled and accepted the invitation. She would tell them what she told every graduating class, that strength without wisdom is tyranny, that power without restraint is cruelty, and that the greatest victory is the one won without fighting. She would tell them about humanity's long, bloody history of warfare, and how that history had taught them to value peace. She would explain that preparing for war was not the same as wanting war, that deterrence was preferable to combat, that the best weapon was the one you never needed to use. Most importantly, she would remind them that they were not learning to be conquerors or enforcers. They were learning to be protectors of a new galactic order, one built on cooperation rather than domination, partnership rather than submission, freedom rather than control. The galaxy had changed. The Concordance Empire of Fear had been replaced by the Terran Accord's Alliance of Choice. Species that had lived as subjects were now equals. Beings that had been told they were weak had learned they were strong. And at the center of it all was humanity, the species that had chuckled when offered protection and then taught the galaxy a better way. Sarah looked up at the stars, visible even in the afternoon sky through her office window. Somewhere out there on dozens of worlds, beings were living lives of freedom because Earth had stood firm. Students were learning to defend themselves. Species were cooperating as equals. It was not perfect. There were still conflicts, misunderstandings, challenges. But it was better. So much better than the alternative. "Madam President?" Her assistant knocked on the door. "Your car is ready." Sarah nodded. She had a meeting with the Terran Accord Security Council. Discussions about expanding the mutual defense network to include species from previously unexplored regions. The work never ended. Peace required constant attention, constant effort, but that was fine. Humanity had learned long ago that anything worth having required work. Freedom, peace, security. These were not gifts. They were achievements, hard-won and carefully maintained. Sarah took one last look at the stars, then turned and walked out of her office. There was work to do, a galaxy to help shape, a future to build, and for the first time in their history, humanity was not building that future alone. Jake Martinez stood in the entrance hall of Zenith Academy and felt completely out of place. The building was huge, with tall silver walls and ceilings that showed moving star maps. Students from different planets walked past him. Some had blue skin, some floated in the air, some had tails or extra arms. Jake had never seen anything like it in his life. He was the first human student at this school. Earth had only joined the group of space-traveling planets 15 years ago. Not many humans got the chance to study with aliens. Jake's parents were very proud of him. But right now, Jake just felt nervous and alone. A tall alien with golden skin walked up to him. The alien had big dark eyes and only 3 fingers on each hand. A small device behind Jake's ear translated the alien's words into English. "You must be the human," the alien said. "I am Kelvin. I come from a planet called Cythera Prime. I will show you around the school today." Jake shook Kelvin's hand. Kelvin seemed very careful, like he thought Jake might break. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jake." "I must say, this is very unusual," Kelvin said as they walked. "You are the first student from a Class 12 Death World. It is surprising that you survived the trip here." "Death World? What does that mean?" Jake asked. Kelvin looked surprised. "You do not know? A Class 12 world is one of the most dangerous places in the galaxy. Life there is a constant battle to survive. Most civilized species come from Class 1 to 4 worlds. My planet is Class 2. It is safe and stable with very few dangers." "Oh," Jake said. "I guess Earth has some rough places." "Rough?" Kelvin tilted his head. "The reports say your world is barely livable. Come, let me show you to your room." As they walked, Jake noticed other students staring at him. Some took out devices to look up information about humans. He felt like an animal in a zoo. His room was small but nice. It had a window that looked out at space. Kelvin helped him set up his schedule and explained where to find food. "The food machines have been programmed with your dietary needs," Kelvin said. "But I must warn you, some students may be upset by your carnivorous nature." "Carnivorous? I eat vegetables too," Jake said. "Yes, but you eat meat. Most civilized species stopped eating animals long ago. It is considered primitive." Kelvin paused. "I mean, no offense." After Kelvin left, Jake sat on his bed and looked at the stars. He was representing all of humanity here. No pressure at all, he thought. The next morning, Jake went to his first class. It was called Introduction to Galactic Biology. The classroom had rows of seats made for different body types. Jake found a spot in the middle. The professor was a being that looked like a walking porcupine with soft fur. She had intelligent amber eyes. "Good morning, students. I am Professor Lyra Quinn. Today we will discuss what life needs to exist." She showed them a hologram of different planets. Complex life needs specific conditions. Stable temperatures, water, breathable air, and protection from radiation. Most homeworlds in the galaxy have these comfortable conditions. A student near the front raised a tentacle. "Professor, what about the humans' homeworld? I read that it is classified as a death world." Everyone looked at Jake. His face felt hot. "Ah, yes," Professor Quinn said. "An excellent topic. Mr. Martinez, would you mind sharing some information about Earth?" Jake stood up slowly. "Sure, what do you want to know?" "Perhaps you could describe a normal day on Earth," the professor suggested. "Okay, well, I grew up in Colorado. I would wake up, go to school, hang out with friends, do homework. Normal stuff." A student made of crystal chimed softly. "But what about the dangers? Reports say Earth has extreme weather, earthquakes, and large predators." "You mean like thunderstorms and earthquakes? And wild animals?" Jake blinked. "Those exist, yeah. Thunderstorms? What are those?" Another student asked. Jake was confused. "They happen when water vapor creates electrical discharges. Lightning. It rains, sometimes with ice falling from the sky. And there's thunder, which is the sound from the lightning." The classroom erupted in shocked whispers. The blob-like student shook visibly. "Ice falls from your sky? And electrical discharges happen naturally in your atmosphere?" "Yeah, all the time. Especially in summer." "It's pretty normal," Jake said. Professor Quinn's quill stood up. "And these thunderstorms? Are they dangerous?" "They can be. People get hit by lightning sometimes. And if you're outside in a bad storm, you can get too cold from the rain. But mostly people just go inside and wait." "Remarkable," the professor whispered. "And you mentioned earthquakes?" "Right, Earth's crust is made of plates that move around. Sometimes they grind together and the ground shakes. It can knock down buildings." A student with blue scales hissed softly. The scales turned orange. "Your ground moves without warning? How do you build anything?" "Engineering," Jake said with a shrug. "In places with lots of earthquakes, buildings are designed to bend and sway." The rest of the class was just questions about Earth. Jake described volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and blizzards. Each thing he mentioned seemed to scare his classmates more. When he said Earth's air was 21% oxygen, Several students gasped. "That is almost twice the normal amount," Professor Quinn said. Her voice was full of fascination. "Such high oxygen would be toxic to most species, and it must make your world very flammable. I guess we have wildfires sometimes, but the oxygen is normal for us." By the time class ended, Jake felt tired. He had never thought of Earth as dangerous. It was just home. But seeing everyone's reactions made him think that maybe humans had adapted to things that would kill most other species. At lunch, Jake sat with Kelvin and a few other students. A female alien with blue-green scales leaned forward. Her name was Kira. "Is it true that Earth has creatures big enough to kill humans?" she asked. "Well, yeah. Bears, lions, crocodiles, sharks. But they mostly avoid people. You're more likely to die in a car accident." "Car accident?" Kelvin asked. "When vehicles crash. Humans use ground vehicles for transportation. They can go over 100 miles per hour." The table went quiet. A small rabbit-like alien named Pip spoke with a shaking voice. "You travel at such high speeds?" "Near other vehicles?" "Every day. It's called a highway." "That sounds terrifying," Kira said. Her scales rippled. Jake bit into his synthetic burger. It didn't taste quite right. "It's really not that bad once you get used to it." "You were trusted with a high-speed vehicle as a child?" Kelvin's golden skin had turned pale. "I started driving at 16. That's normal back home." Over the next few days, Jake's reputation spread through the school. Students who had avoided him now wanted to talk to him. They were curious about the death world human. He told stories about camping trips where he had to watch for snakes and spiders, about hiking in mountains where the air was thin, about swimming in the ocean with jellyfish and dangerous currents. Each story was met with horror and fascination. The other students could not understand a world where danger was just part of life, where children played outside despite stinging insects, where people ate food that could have bacteria if not cooked properly. But Jake also started to understand something. His classmates were not weak or naive. They were brilliant, curious, and kind. They had just evolved in different places, and now they were all learning from each other. That night, Jake lay in his bed and looked at the alien stars. He smiled. Maybe being from a death world was not such a bad thing. It certainly made him interesting. He thought about his family back on Earth. His mom and dad would want to know everything. His younger sister Carmen would ask a million questions. He made a mental note to record a message for them tomorrow. For now, though, he was just tired. His first day at Zenith Academy had been exhausting and strange and wonderful all at once. Tomorrow there would be more classes, more questions, and more opportunities to show his classmates that humans were not so scary after all. Jake closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, dreaming of thunderstorms and alien friends under strange stars. Jake's second week at Zenith Academy brought new surprises. This morning he had advanced physical sciences class. The professor was named Court. He was a massive being whose body looked like walking rocks. His voice sounded like distant thunder. "Today we will discuss gravity and how it affects biological development," Professor Court announced. His rocky hand activated a display showing different planets. Each species here evolved under different gravity. This shaped your bodies in basic ways. The display showed various planets with numbers beside them. Most civilized species evolved on worlds with gravity between 0.6 and 1.1 standard units. These comfortable ranges allowed complex brains to develop without needing too much structural support. A crystal student named Denna asked a question. "Professor, what about worlds with higher gravity? Would complex life be impossible there?" "Not impossible, but very unlikely," Professor Court replied. "The energy needed for movement and the stress on biological systems make high-gravity worlds hostile to most sentient life." He tapped the control, and Earth appeared on the display. Jake noticed the number beside it said 1.0 standard units. The classroom went silent. Professor Court looked surprised. "Interesting. It appears Earth's gravity is used as the baseline standard measurement." "Mr. Martinez, did you know this?" Jake shook his head. "No, sir. I thought the standard was based on an average or something." When Earth joined the galactic community, the Science Council studied your homeworld extensively. They discovered that Earth's gravity was very close to the theoretical maximum for developing advanced life. They adopted it as the standard unit. "This means, Mr. Martinez, that you have lived your entire life in what most species would consider crushing gravity." Whispers spread through the classroom.
Kira stared at him with wide eyes.
"The station's artificial gravity is set to 0.9 standard. You mean you are used to even more pressure? I guess I never really thought about it, Jake admitted. Everything here feels a little lighter, but I figured it was just because I'm in space. Professor Court walked toward Jake. Each step made the floor shake slightly. Would you participate in a demonstration, Mr. Martinez? Sure. The professor led Jake to a clear cylinder at the front of the class. This is a variable gravity chamber. Please step inside. Jake entered the chamber and Professor Court sealed the door. We will start at standard station gravity and slowly increase it. Tell us if you feel uncomfortable. The display showed 0.9 as the starting point. Jake felt fine. The number went up to 1.0 and he felt a small shift, like putting on a favorite jacket. Still fine. At 1.1, his classmates started looking worried. At 1.2, Dana called out, "Professor, this must be dangerous." But Jake just stood there, relaxed. "I feel totally normal," he said through the chamber's speaker. Professor Court increased the gravity more. At 1.5 standard units, Jake finally started to feel the strain. His movements became heavier, and he could feel extra weight on his bones and muscles, but he was not in pain. "Extraordinary," the professor said quietly. "Most species would be completely unable to move at this level. Some would suffer broken bones. Yet you remain functional." Jake bent down and touched his toes. Then he did a few jumping jacks. His classmates gasped. "How is this possible?" Kelvin asked. His golden skin was flushed with amazement. "Humans evolved in high gravity," Professor Court explained as he lowered the chamber back to normal. "This means your species developed very dense bones, powerful muscles, and strong hearts. You are built stronger than most sentient species in the galaxy." After Jake left the chamber, a student named Felix raised his paw. "Does this mean humans are more physically capable in normal environments?" "Demonstrate if you would, Mr. Martinez," Professor Court said, pointing to exercise equipment. Jake walked to what looked like a weight bar. The display showed it was set to 50 standard units, which the professor said was a good lift for most species. Jake picked it up easily with one hand and curled it a few times. "This is pretty light," he said. Professor Court adjusted the weight to 100 units. Jake lifted it with some effort. The professor kept increasing the weight until Jake was lifting 300 standard units. According to the displays, this was enough to crush most species. "On Earth, I was on the wrestling team," Jake explained as he set the weight down. "I was not even the strongest guy. Our heavyweight champion could lift way more than me." The classroom erupted in excited talking. Kira's scales had shifted to bright purple. "You are saying there are humans even stronger than you?" "Oh yeah, tons of them. Professional athletes, bodybuilders, soldiers. I'm pretty average, actually." This seemed to disturb his classmates even more. The idea that Jake, who could do things impossible for most of them, was considered average among humans was almost too much to believe. During lunch, Jake found himself surrounded by students wanting to test his strength. He arm wrestled several challengers and won easily every time. He let Pip hang from his arm while he did pull-ups. He even gave Kelvin a piggyback ride around the cafeteria, which caused quite a scene. "I feel terrible that I treated you so carefully when we first met," Kelvin said, laughing as Jake set him down. "I thought you were fragile." "Everyone here keeps being so careful around me," Jake said. "I was starting to wonder if something was wrong. We were afraid we might accidentally hurt you," Kira admitted. "Death World species are supposed to be tough, but also vulnerable to things we take for granted. We did not know what might harm you. What could you possibly do to hurt me?" Jake asked. Dana floated closer. "Jake, most species here could be seriously injured by impacts that you would barely notice. Our bones are less dense, our muscles weaker. We assumed Earth's dangers came from your environment, not from your bodies adapting to overcome that environment." It was a strange thought. Jake had always considered himself normal, even a bit weak compared to some friends back home. But here, among species that evolved in easier conditions, he was apparently superhuman. That afternoon, Jake had his first physical education class. The gym was enormous with sections for various low-impact exercises. When Jake entered, he found about 20 students already there with Coach Venn. The coach was a lean alien with purple skin and 4 arms. "Welcome, students," Coach Venn said. His voice was musical. "Today we will begin with basic aerobic conditioning. Please go to the track for a light jog." The track circled the gym. Coach Venn led them in stretches, then started jogging at what he called a moderate pace. To Jake, it felt like a slow walk. He had to hold himself back to avoid passing everyone. After just 2 laps, several students were breathing hard. After 4 laps, most of them stopped with their hands on their knees trying to catch their breath. Coach Venn called for a rest period. Jake had barely broken a sweat. He jogged in place while others recovered, confused. "Are we doing sprints next?" he asked. Coach Venn's 4 eyes blinked in surprise. "That was the full cardiovascular workout for today, Mr. Martinez. Are you feeling well? You should have an elevated heart rate and be out of breath." "I feel fine. That was just a warm-up pace for me." The coach approached with a medical scanner and checked Jake's vital signs. His eyes widened as he read the results. "Your heart rate is barely elevated. Your oxygen efficiency is remarkable. How long could you maintain that pace?"
Jake shrugged.
"Back home I would run 5 miles for morning practice. That would take me about 40 minutes at a comfortable pace." 5 miles? 40 minutes? Coach Venn looked at the track, then at his other students who were still recovering. "That would be over 50 laps. These students completed 8 laps and need rest." "Oh," Jake said, finally understanding. "So I'm like way more durable?" "It would appear so. Your cardiovascular system is extraordinarily efficient. Your muscle endurance is beyond anything I have seen." Coach Venn seemed excited now, his 4 arms moving animatedly. "Would you mind demonstrating your capabilities? I believe it would be educational for the other students." For the next hour, Jake performed various exercises while his classmates watched in amazement. He did hundreds of push-ups without stopping. He ran lap after lap around the track, slowly increasing his speed until he was sprinting at speeds that made his classmates nervous. He climbed a rope using only his arms multiple times. When he finally stopped, more to let Coach Venn's scanner rest than because he was tired. The gym was packed with students and teachers who had heard about the demonstration. They clapped, making various sounds that somehow blended together into something encouraging. Later that evening, back in his room, Jake got a message on his device. It was from Kelvin. "Jake, I hope you understand now why everyone was so cautious around you. We are not used to beings who possess such physical prowess. On most of our worlds, such strength would be unnecessary. But I want you to know we do not fear you. We are in awe. You represent something most of us have never encountered, proof that life can survive even in the harshest conditions. You are not just strong in body, but strong in spirit to come from such a world and remain so kind and humble. I am proud to call you my friend." Jake read the message twice. He felt warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with exercise. He had been so worried about fitting in, about representing. The 3rd week at Zenith Academy brought Jake's most challenging course yet. The class was called Survival Sciences. It was designed to teach students how to handle emergency situations in space or on different planets. The professor was Commander Zara Pike, a serious female with dark gray stone-like skin and eyes that glowed amber. "Survival is about understanding your limits and working within them," Commander Pike began. Her voice was sharp and clear. "Most of you come from worlds where survival skills have been obsolete for generations. Your ancestors conquered nature through technology, but technology fails. When it does, you must rely on knowledge and instinct." She showed holograms of hostile environments, a frozen wasteland, a hot desert, a toxic swamp, and an empty asteroid. "We will study each environment type and learn the protocols for survival. The key is recognizing that as living beings with specific needs, you must avoid exposure to lethal conditions." A student named Marcus raised his paw. "Commander, what defines a lethal condition?" "Anything outside your species' viable parameters. For most of you, this includes temperatures below freezing or above 40 degrees Celsius, unbreathable atmospheres, lack of fresh water for more than 2 days, or lack of food for more than a week." Jake shifted in his seat. On Earth, people regularly experience temperatures well below freezing and above 40 degrees. Hikers went days without fresh water sources using filters. Survival experts could last weeks without food. Commander Pike noticed his movement. "Mr. Martinez, do you have a question?" "Not exactly a question, ma'am. Just thinking about how those parameters compare to Earth." The commander's glowing eyes fixed on him. "Perhaps you would like to share your thoughts with the class." Jake stood up. He was getting used to being put on the spot now. "Well, humans regularly experience temperatures outside that range. In some places on Earth, it gets down to -40 degrees in winter and up to 50 degrees in summer. People live in those places all year." The classroom stirred with uneasy sounds. Commander Pike remained neutral.
And your species has biological adaptations for such extremes?
Not really. We just wear appropriate clothing and build shelter. But people do stuff like ice fishing, where you sit outside in freezing weather for hours. Or they work in deserts. Kira's scales had turned pale blue, showing distress. Jake, minus 40 degrees? That is beyond lethal for most species. Your body fluids would freeze. Humans have survived much colder, Commander Pike said thoughtfully. She pulled up a data file. According to Earth's medical records, your species has survived external temperatures as low as minus 89 degrees Celsius and internal body temperatures as low as 13 degrees Celsius with full recovery. Yeah, there was this woman in Sweden who fell through ice, Jake said, remembering the story. She was clinically dead for hours in freezing water, but they warmed her up slowly and she survived with no brain damage. The cold preserved her. Preserved? Kelvin looked horrified. You speak of this as if it were positive. It was. She lived. Commander Pike studied Jake with new interest. What about heat tolerance? Well, people live in Death Valley, which is one of the hottest places on Earth. The record temperature there is around 57 degrees Celsius, and athletes compete in extreme conditions. There's this race called the Badwater Ultramarathon where people run 135 miles through the desert in July. They run? For what purpose? Denna asked. For fun. It's a challenge. The class fell silent. Finally, Marcus spoke, his voice small. Your species engages in life-threatening activities for entertainment? When you put it that way, it sounds kind of crazy, Jake admitted. But yeah, humans do extreme sports all the time. Mountain climbing, cave diving, skydiving. Some people climb huge cliffs without any safety equipment. Why would anyone do that? Kira asked. Her scales were cycling through colors Jake had never seen. I guess because it's there? To push themselves? To feel alive. Jake struggled to explain something that had always seemed normal. Humans like challenges. Commander Pike crossed her arms. Let us test these claims. We have environmental simulation chambers for survival training. Mr. Martinez, would you be willing to demonstrate your species' resilience? Sure. The commander led the class to a large facility. Inside were a dozen sealed chambers, each able to simulate different planetary conditions. She directed Jake to enter Chamber 1 while the rest of the class gathered around the observation window. We will start with a simple test. Low temperature environment. 10 degrees Celsius, Jake felt the air cool down. He was wearing his standard uniform. This is comfortable. Like spring weather back home. Commander Pike lowered the temperature to 5 degrees, then 0. Jake rubbed his arms but stayed calm. Getting chilly. I would want a jacket, but I'm fine for now. At -5, his classmates began protesting that he should be pulled out. At -10, Commander Pike herself looked concerned. But Jake, while cold, was not in danger. He did some jumping jacks to warm up, showing he could still move freely. Enough, Commander Pike said, raising the temperature back to normal. Remarkable. Most species would be experiencing hypothermia by now. Your body produces significant heat, and your mental resilience is noteworthy. When Jake left the chamber, Kelvin wrapped a thermal blanket around his shoulders despite Jake saying he was fine. You were shaking, Kelvin said. His golden skin was pale with worry. Yeah, but that's just shivering. It's how humans generate more heat when we're cold. It's automatic. The next test was high temperature. Commander Pike raised the chamber temperature to 35 degrees Celsius. Most of the class agreed this was uncomfortable but manageable. At 40 degrees, Jake started sweating, which fascinated everyone. Your body is secreting fluid, Denna observed. Her crystal form chimed with concern. It's sweat. Evaporative cooling. When the moisture evaporates off my skin, it takes heat with it. It's how humans regulate temperature. The temperature climbed to 45 degrees. Jake removed his uniform jacket and drank from a water bottle Commander Pike provided. He was uncomfortable but functional. At 50 degrees, he was miserable, but he could still move, think, and respond to questions. How are you not experiencing organ failure? Commander Pike demanded, checking her instruments. I'm not happy, but I'm not dying either. Plenty of people work in temperatures like this. You just need water and breaks. The final test came 3 days later in their next class. Commander Pike had designed a survival scenario. You will be placed in a simulated wilderness environment with limited supplies. Your goal is to survive for 48 hours. Most training scenarios for other species last only 6 hours with full supply access. She divided the class into teams of 4. Jake was grouped with Kelvin, Kira, and the quiet crystal alien Talon. They were given a basic emergency kit with a water purifier, an emergency beacon, thermal blankets, and basic first aid supplies. The simulation chamber looked like a forest, similar to environments on several safe worlds. The temperature was mild. There were streams for water and the plant life was non-toxic. For most teams, this was still a big challenge. Jake's team started well. He immediately began checking their situation, finding water sources and potential shelter locations. His teammates were smart but moved carefully, afraid of the unfamiliar environment. "The trees make me nervous," Kelvin admitted. "They are so large and could fall. These look healthy." "They're not going to fall," Jake assured him. "But we should build a shelter before it gets dark. Nights get cold." Using fallen branches and the thermal blankets, Jake built a basic lean-to shelter. His teammates watched in amazement as he efficiently created a windbreak and insulated floor using leaves and moss. "How do you know how to do this?" Kira asked. "Boy Scouts. It's a youth organization on Earth where kids learn outdoor skills. We went camping a lot." "You were trained in survival as a child?" Talon's crystal structure pulsed with surprise. "It was mostly for fun, but yeah, basic wilderness survival is something a lot of Earth kids learn." That night, temperatures dropped to near freezing. The other teams huddled in their emergency blankets trying to stay warm and waiting for morning. Jake's team stayed relatively warm in their shelter. He even started a small fire using the spark function on the emergency beacon, which shocked his teammates. "You are creating combustion intentionally?" Kelvin asked, staring at the flames with wide eyes. "Fire is super useful. It provides heat, light, and you can purify water by boiling it. Humans have used fire for hundreds of thousands of years." "It is so dangerous," Talon said, though they moved closer to the warmth. The next day, Jake found edible plants and caught fish in the stream using a makeshift spear he had made from a straight branch. His teammates were vegetarians or crystal-based life forms, so they did not eat the fish. But they were impressed by his resourcefulness. When the 48 hours ended and all teams were brought out, Jake's team was in the best condition by far. Other groups were exhausted, cold, and hungry despite having the same supplies. One team had activated their emergency beacon after only 12 hours, unable to cope with the darkness and isolation. In the debriefing, Commander Pike addressed the class. This exercise revealed an important truth about survival. It is not merely about having supplies or knowledge. It is about mindset. Most of you come... By his 4th week at Zenith Academy, Jake Martinez had become famous. Students from all classes wanted to talk to him and hear about Earth and its impossible conditions. He had been invited to speak at 3 different clubs and had even been interviewed for the Academy's news broadcast. But not everyone was comfortable with the human presence. The tension came during his interspecies ethics class. The teacher was Professor Hendrik Shaw, a tall, elegant alien with skin that glowed different colors. The class was discussing whether advanced civilizations should interfere with planets that had not yet developed space travel. That was when a student named Victor Cross spoke up. Victor was a Theron with dark red scales. "I believe we should discuss the elephant in the room," he said. His tail moved sharply behind him. "We have spent weeks hearing about how dangerous Earth is, how physically superior humans are, but we have not discussed whether a Death World species should have been invited into the galactic community so quickly." The classroom went silent. Jake felt everyone's eyes turn to him. He kept his face calm, waiting to see where this was going. Professor Shaw's skin patterns turned yellow, showing concern. "That is a provocative statement, Mr. Cross. Would you care to explain?" "Certainly." Victor stood, speaking to the class rather than Jake directly. "Earth has been part of the galactic community for only 15 years. In that time, humans have secured trade agreements, military partnerships, and educational opportunities like this academy. They have used their reputation as a tough species to gain advantages." "That's not true," Jake said quietly. "Humans earned those opportunities by contributing to shared knowledge and resources." "Did you?" Victor's scales darkened to almost black. "Or did the Council grant them because they were afraid? Because a species that evolved to survive Death Worlds might be a threat if excluded?" "Mr. Cross," Professor Shaw warned, but Victor continued. "Humans consume meat. They tolerate extreme conditions. They possess physical strength that could harm most species here. They come from a world of constant warfare and competition. I am not saying humans are evil. I am saying that perhaps we have been naive to welcome them without fully understanding the implications." Jake stood slowly, his hands tight at his sides. He forced himself to take a breath before speaking. You want to talk about Earth's history? Fine, yes, humans have fought wars. Yes, we have made mistakes. But we have also created art, music, literature, and philosophy. We have built civilizations, cured diseases, and explored our solar system before we ever met another species. And when we finally did meet you, we came in peace. Peace backed by the implicit threat of violence, Victor countered. You cannot deny that human history is soaked in blood. And what about your species? Jake shot back. The Therans were conquered by another species 3,000 years ago, right? Before you joined the galactic community? Did that make you too dangerous to include? Victor's scales flared red. That is ancient history. We have evolved beyond such barbarism, and so have humans. Earth has not had a global war in over 70 years. We have been working toward peace just like everyone else. Professor Shaw raised his hands. His skin pulsed orange for attention. Gentlemen, please. This discussion is becoming heated. Let us take a step back and examine the actual question. Should Deathworld species be evaluated differently when considering membership in the galactic community? Kelvin, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. With respect, Professor, I believe the question itself is flawed. We are not talking about Deathworld species as a category. We are talking about humans specifically. And from what I have observed, humans are no more dangerous than any other species. In fact, Jake has shown remarkable restraint and kindness despite his capabilities. Thank you, Kelvin, Jake said. However, Kelvin continued, and Jake's heart sank. I do think Victor raises a point worth considering. Not about threat, but about understanding. We have spent weeks learning about Earth's dangers, but we have not truly discussed what it means to come from such a world. What it does to one's psychology. What do you mean? Jake asked. Kelvin stood. His golden skin showed patterns of deep thought. Jake, you have told us about thunderstorms, earthquakes, predators, and temperature extremes. You have demonstrated physical abilities that seem superhuman to us. But you have never spoken about fear. Do humans not feel fear of these dangers? The question caught Jake off guard. Of course we feel fear. Everyone is afraid of something. But you said these dangers are normal, that you live with them daily. Right, because they are manageable. You learn to be careful. You take precautions, but you cannot live your whole life terrified of thunderstorms or earthquakes. They are just part of reality. Kira's scales shifted to thoughtful purple. I think I understand what Kelvin means. Jake, when you talk about Earth, you describe objectively lethal conditions with casual acceptance. It is almost as if you do not fully recognize the danger. I recognize it, Jake said, feeling defensive. I'm not stupid. No one is suggesting you are, Professor Shaw said. But consider this. If I told you I was going to place you in a chamber with toxic atmosphere, crushing gravity and acid rain, would you enter? Of course not. But Earth is classified as Class 12. More dangerous than the scenario I described. Yet you lived there for 18 years without considering it unusual. Do you see the disconnect? Jake sat down slowly, processing this. The classroom was silent, everyone waiting for his response. Finally, he spoke. I think the difference is context. Earth is dangerous compared to your worlds, sure. But for humans, it's home. We evolved there. We are adapted to it. It would be like me saying your homeworld is dangerous because the gravity is too low and would make my bones weak over time. But humans chose to come to the stars, Victor said. His scales were now neutral brown. His anger had faded, replaced by real curiosity. You left your adapted environment to join civilizations from gentler worlds. Why? Because we wanted to meet you, Jake said simply. Because we were lonely being the only intelligent species we knew about. Because the universe is vast and amazing and we wanted to be part of it. Yeah, Earth is harsh, but that harshness taught us to value life, to cooperate, to overcome challenges together. Those same traits made us want to reach out to others. Denna floated forward. Her crystal body caught the light beautifully. I have been thinking about this question for weeks. Why are humans the way they are? I believe I have an answer. You are optimists. Optimists, Jake repeated. Yes, your world tried to kill your species at every turn. Starvation, predators, disease, disasters. By all logical analysis, humanity should have gone extinct thousands of years ago. But you did not. You kept trying, kept adapting, kept hoping that the next day would be better. Only a deeply optimistic species would look at a hostile universe and decide to explore it. Professor Shaw's skin patterns shifted to warm gold. That is a profound observation, Miss Denna. And it brings us to the heart of interspecies ethics. We fear what we do not understand. Victor's concerns, while perhaps expressed confrontationally, come from a place of uncertainty. Humans are different from most species in the community, but does different mean dangerous? No, Kelvin said firmly. I have spent considerable time with Jake. He is patient, kind, and curious. He uses his strength to help others, not to dominate them. These are not the traits of a dangerous individual. But I am one human, Jake said. Victor's question is not really about me. It's about whether humans as a species can coexist peacefully with the rest of the galaxy. And honestly, I do not know. I cannot speak for 8 billion people. None of us can speak for our entire species, Kira said. But we can speak to our experiences. I have learned more from Jake in 4 weeks than I learned in years of standard classes. He has challenged my assumptions about what is possible. Other students began adding their voices. Marcus talked about how Jake had helped him understand persistence. Talon spoke about learning to face discomfort during the survival exercise. Even students Jake had barely spoken to shared how his presence had made them think differently. Victor sat quietly through all of this. His scales slowly shifted from brown to pale blue. Finally, he stood again. I owe you an apology, Jake, and an explanation. My homeworld was invaded 3,000 years ago, as you mentioned. We were not warriors. We surrendered quickly to save lives. For generations, we were under their rule until the Galactic Council intervened. Since then, Therans have prided ourselves on being peaceful, civilized, beyond the brutality of our past. He paused, his tale still. When I learned about Earth, about humanity's violent history and physical prowess, it frightened me. I saw echoes of our conquerors. I thought perhaps the galaxy was making a mistake, allowing another predator species into our midst. But I was wrong. Our conquerors took us because they wanted power. Humans joined the community because they wanted connection. That is a crucial difference. Jake stood and held out his hand. Victor looked at it for a moment, then clasped it in a handshake that was clearly unfamiliar, but deeply meaningful. Thank you, Jake said. And I understand your concerns. If I came from a world that had been invaded, I would be cautious too. But I promise you, most humans just want to live in peace, learn about the universe, and maybe make some friends along. The final weeks of Jake Martinez's first semester at Zenith Academy passed quickly. What had started as a lonely journey from Earth had become something he never expected. He had found a place where he truly belonged, not despite being human, but because of it. The semester-end celebration was held in the Grand Observatory, a massive clear dome that offered views of the stars in all directions. Students from all classes mixed together, sharing food from their various homeworlds and discussing plans for the break period. Some would return home. Others, like Jake, would stay at the academy for continued studies. Jake stood near one of the viewing windows, watching the stars when Professor Lyra Quinn approached. The professor's soft quills rustled with pleasure. Mr. Martinez, she said warmly, I wanted to thank you personally before the semester ended. Thank me? For what, Professor? For revolutionizing my curriculum, she said with a laugh. Before you arrived, my galactic biology course was rather dry. We discussed theoretical adaptations and standardized evolutionary patterns, but you showed my students that biology is far more diverse and surprising than our textbook suggested. Next semester, I am restructuring the entire course to include comparative death world biology. That's great, Jake said, genuinely pleased. Though I hope you will include other death world species too. Earth is not the only harsh world out there. Indeed not, but it is one of the few that produced a spacefaring civilization. Most very dangerous worlds either have no complex life or have species that never advance beyond basic tool use. Your ancestors were remarkably persistent. Stubborn, Jake corrected with a grin. The word you are looking for is stubborn. After Professor Quinn left, Kelvin and Kira found him. Kelvin carried what looked like a wrapped package, while Kira's scales were cycling through excited rainbow patterns. We have something for you, Kelvin said, presenting the package. A gift to commemorate your first semester. Jake carefully unwrapped it to find a beautiful holographic display unit. When he turned it on, an image appeared. It was a group photo of Jake and his friends, taken during a recent study session, but it was animated, showing them laughing, talking, and just being themselves. This is amazing, Jake said. His voice was thick with emotion. Thank you. Look at the base, Kira prompted. Her scales were now warm gold. He turned it over and found words carved in both English and Galactic Standard. To Jake, who taught us that strength comes in many forms, and friendship knows no world, Guys, I might cry, Jake said, laughing to cover the fact that he actually might. Humans produce water from their eyes when emotional, Kelvin observed. Fascinating adaptation. It's called crying, and yes, we do, Jake said, setting the gift down carefully. This means everything to me. You know that, right? Before coming here, I was terrified I would not fit in, that I would be too different. But you all made me feel welcome. You made yourself welcome, Kira corrected, by being patient with our questions, sharing your experiences, and never making us feel inferior for coming from easier worlds. Why would I do that? Your worlds are not easier, they are different. They were interrupted by Victor, who approached with unusual hesitation. His scales were neutral beige, showing nervousness. Jake, might I speak with you? Privately? They moved to a quieter section of the observatory. Victor seemed to struggle with what to say before finally speaking. I wanted you to know that I am withdrawing my formal complaint. Complaint? After our debate in ethics class, I filed an official concern with the Academy administration, questioning the decision to admit Deathworld students without additional safety protocols. I argued that the risk assessment had been insufficient. Victor's scales darkened with shame. I was wrong. You are not a danger. If anything, your presence has enriched the Academy. I have spent the past weeks observing you, and I have seen only kindness and patience. Victor, you do not have to apologize again. We already talked about this. No, I do. Because it was not just about you. It was about my own fear and prejudice. I convinced myself I was being logical, protecting others when really I was simply afraid of what I did not understand. That is not the kind of person I wish to be. Jake held out his hand again. Then do not be. People can change. I have seen you change over these past weeks. You have been asking questions, learning, growing. That is what matters. Victor clasped his hand firmly this time without hesitation. I hope to learn more from you next semester. Perhaps you could teach me some Earth survival skills? I would like that. And maybe you can teach me about Theron engineering. Those gravity systems are incredible. As the evening went on, Jake found himself surrounded by students wanting to share their thoughts about the semester. Marcus thanked him for inspiring a research project on high-gravity adaptations. Denna gave him a crystal sculpture she had created, showing a human figure standing strong against a storm. Even Professor Court, the massive rock-like teacher, stopped by to tell Jake he had been the most surprising student he had taught in decades. You know what the real surprise was? Professor Court said. His rocky features somehow showed warmth. Not your strength or endurance. Those were expected from a Deathworld species. The surprise was your humility. You could have used your abilities to dominate, to establish hierarchy. Instead, you used them to help others. You never once made your classmates feel lesser. They are not lesser, Jake said simply. They are my friends. Exactly, the professor rumbled. That is what makes you remarkable. Later, Jake stepped outside the celebration onto a smaller observation deck. The stars stretched endlessly in all directions, alien patterns he had learned to recognize over the past months. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to find Commander Zara Pike. Commander, he greeted her. Enjoying the party? Observing it, she corrected, leaning against the railing beside him. Her stone-like features were softened by the starlight. You caused quite a stir this semester, Cadet Martinez. I did not mean to. No, you did not. But impact is not measured by intention. She was quiet for a moment, then continued. I have taught survival sciences for 23 years. In that time, I have seen thousands of students from hundreds of species. Most learn the protocols, pass the exams, and forget everything within a year. They will never need those skills because they will never face true danger. That is probably a good thing, Jake said. Perhaps, but it has also made them complacent. They do not understand what survival really means because they have never had to survive. She turned to look at him directly. You changed that. When they saw you build shelter, find water, create fire, they understood for the first time that survival is not about following protocols. It is about adapting to circumstances with whatever resources you have available. I just did what anyone from Earth would do. No, Commander Pike said firmly. You did what most species never could do. And in doing so, you taught them something invaluable, that the universe is still wild and dangerous despite all our technology. She pulled out a small badge from her pocket. This is the Academy Survival Excellence Commendation. It has not been awarded in 6 years because no student has demonstrated true survival aptitude. I am awarding it to you." Jake took the badge, stunned. "Commander, I do not know what to say." "Say you will return next semester and continue teaching these soft, civilized students that comfort is not the same as capability." "Yes, ma'am. I will." The next morning, Jake woke to find a message from his parents. They had received his last message and were bursting with pride. His father joked that Jake was now officially tougher than him. His mother said she had been showing his messages to her students, inspiring them to dream about the stars. There was also a message from his younger sister, Carmen. "All my friends think it is so cool that my brother is in space with aliens. Can you send me pictures? Also, is it true you are stronger than all of them?" That is what the news is saying. "They are calling you Earth's ambassador. No pressure or anything." Jake laughed and recorded a response. "Tell your friends the aliens are way cooler than me. They can do things I cannot even imagine. And I am not Earth's ambassador. I am just a student. But I am trying to represent humanity well. Maybe someday you will come up here too." That afternoon, Jake attended a special assembly in the Academy's main hall. Chancellor Nova, a being of pure energy contained in a crystal matrix, floated at the center of the stage. Students of Zenith Academy, the Chancellor's voice filled the hall. "This has been a remarkable semester. We have seen unprecedented cross-species cooperation, academic innovation, and personal growth. Much of this has been catalyzed by the addition of our first human student." Jake felt hundreds of eyes turned toward him. He tried to sink into his seat, but Kelvin nudged him gently. "Cadet Jake Martinez has challenged our assumptions about what is possible. He has demonstrated that beings from harsh environments bring unique perspectives and capabilities to our community. In recognition of his contributions, the Council has voted to expand our outreach program to include more students from dangerous worlds. We will be creating new support systems, specialized facilities, and curriculum adjustments to accommodate these students." The hall erupted in applause. Jake sat in shock. More Deathworld students. More beings who understood what it meant to come from hostile environments. When the new semester began, Jake Martinez waited at the shuttle bay for the arrival of 3 new students. The Academy had expanded its program to include more beings from dangerous worlds. Jake had been asked to help them adjust, just as Kelvin had helped him months ago. He remembered his own arrival, how overwhelming everything had seemed. The strange architecture, the unfamiliar faces, the feeling of being completely out of place. Now he stood here as a guide, ready to help others through that same experience. The shuttle doors opened and 3 students emerged. The first was a Corvin whose body looked like walking stone and minerals. The second was a Drexian, whose skin crackled with small electrical patterns. The third was a Saurian, who moved with the grace of a predator and had sharp eyes that took in everything. "Welcome to Zenith Academy," Jake said, extending his hand to each of them. "I am Jake Martinez from Earth. I know how strange everything must seem right now, but I promise it gets better." The Corvin, whose name was Granite, rumbled with laughter. "You are the famous human. We heard about you, the Deathworld species that taught the soft ones what survival means." "That is not exactly how I would put it," Jake said, slightly embarrassed. "But yeah, I am from Earth. Class 12 Deathworld." The Drexian, called Storm, flickered with interest. "Earth? We studied your world in preparation. Natural electrical discharges in the atmosphere, ground instability, apex predators. Impressive." "It is home," Jake said with a shrug. "But let me tell you something important. The students here might come from gentler worlds, but they are not weak. They are brilliant, kind, and willing to learn. Treat them with respect, and they will do the same for you." The Saurian, introduced as Hunter, focused sharp eyes on Jake. "You defend them. Why? Because they are my friends, and because respect is not about physical strength. It is about recognizing that everyone has value, regardless of where they come from." As Jake showed the new students around campus, he realized how much he had changed since his own arrival. He was no longer the uncertain kid who had worried about fitting in. He had found his place, his purpose, his voice. That evening, he gathered with Kelvin, Kira, Victor, and the others at their usual spot in the observation lounge. The new Deathworld students joined them, initially wary but gradually relaxing as conversation flowed. Soon they were swapping stories about their respective homeworlds. "My world's storms generate lightning with enough power to turn stone to glass," Storm said, his electrical patterns dancing. "We evolved bioelectrical shielding to survive." "Impressive," Jake said. "On Earth we just avoid lightning. We are not quite that well adapted, Yet humans survived, Hunter observed, without natural defenses. How? Intelligence. Tool use, cooperation, stubbornness. Jake grinned. Mostly stubbornness. The laughter that followed was a mixture of different sounds. Crystal chimes from Denna, hissing clicks from the Therons, rumbling from Granite, and human chuckles from Jake. It should not have worked together, but somehow it created a harmony more beautiful than any individual sound. Over the next few weeks, Jake helped the new students adjust. He showed them where to find food that met their dietary needs. He introduced them to professors who were understanding about different learning styles. He mediated small conflicts that arose from cultural misunderstandings. But more than that, he helped them see that being from a dangerous world was not something to hide or be ashamed of. It was part of who they were, and it brought valuable perspectives to the academy community. One afternoon, Jake was working in the library when Granite approached him. The Corvin's rocky exterior made him intimidating to many students, but Jake had learned to read the subtle shifts in his mineral structure that indicated emotion. Martinez. Granite said quietly, "I wanted to thank you." "For what?" "For showing us how to be ourselves here. When I first arrived, I tried to make myself smaller, less noticeable. I was afraid my strength would frighten others. But watching you, I learned that strength is only frightening when it is used to dominate. When used to help, it becomes a gift." Jake smiled. "You figured that out faster than I did. It took me weeks to stop apologizing for being strong. Because you had no one to show you the way. You were the first. That must have been difficult." "It was," Jake admitted, "but it was also worth it. Because now students like you have an easier path." Word of Jake's role in helping the new Deathworld students spread through the academy. Soon he was receiving requests from students planning to study on other dangerous worlds. They wanted advice on how to prepare, what to expect, how to stay safe while still experiencing the unique aspects of harsh environments. Jake found himself creating a series of basic survival guides, each tailored to different environment types. He worked with professors from various departments to ensure the information was accurate and useful. Commander Pike was particularly helpful, providing technical details and safety protocols. The guides became so popular that the Academy decided to make them part of the standard curriculum. Any student planning off-world travel would now receive basic survival training, regardless of their destination. One evening, Professor Shaw approached Jake after ethics class. "Mr. Martinez, I have a proposition for you. Next semester, I would like you to co-teach a seminar with me. Practical ethics in cross-species interaction. We would use your experiences as case studies for how to navigate cultural differences with respect and understanding." "You want me to teach?" Jake asked, surprised. "I want you to share your perspective. You have lived what most of my students only study in theory. You understand the challenges of being different, of facing prejudice, of building bridges despite obstacles. That is invaluable." Jake thought about Victor's initial hostility, about the fear in some students' eyes when they first met him, about the gradual building of trust and friendship. "I would be honored, Professor." As the semester progressed, Jake noticed changes in the academy culture. Students from safe worlds were asking more questions about survival and adaptation. They were challenging themselves to step outside their comfort zones. Several started joining Jake for his voluntary wilderness training sessions in the simulation chambers. Kira was one of the most enthusiastic participants. Her species, the Therons, had evolved in paradise conditions, but she was determined to understand what life was like for species less fortunate. "I used to think my world was the norm," she told Jake during a training session, "that dangerous worlds were anomalies. But there are more Class 8 and above worlds in the galaxy than safe ones. We just do not hear about them because most do not develop spacefaring civilizations. Learning about survival has made me realize how lucky my species was and how much we take for granted. Every species has advantages and disadvantages," Jake said. "Therons might not be naturally tough, but you have incredible engineering minds. You built the gravity systems that make this station possible. That is its own kind of strength, perhaps. But I think there is value in understanding struggle, even if we do not face it ourselves. It builds empathy." Jake could not argue with that. Empathy was what had transformed his relationship with his classmates. Once they understood that Earth's dangers were not something humans chose but something they had to overcome, fear turned to respect. Once Jake understood that his classmates' caution came from genuine concern rather than weakness, frustration turned to patience. Near the end of the semester, Jake received a communication from Earth. It was from the Global Education Council. They wanted him to return home during the break to speak at schools about his experiences, to inspire other young humans to consider joining the galactic community, to show that humans could thrive among the stars. Jake was torn. Part of him missed Earth desperately. He missed the smell of rain, the feel of real gravity, the taste of food that had not been synthesized. But another part of him felt like his work at the academy was not finished. There were still bridges to build, friendships to nurture, misconceptions to correct. He discussed it with Kelvin one evening in their shared study room. "What would you do?" Jake asked. Kelvin considered carefully. "I think you should go. Not because your work here is done, but because it extends beyond this academy. There are billions of humans who do not understand the galactic community, just as there are trillions of galactic citizens who do not understand humans. You can be a bridge in both directions. That is a lot of responsibility. Yes, but you have shown you can handle it. You came here as one uncertain student. You are leaving as a leader, a teacher, a symbol of what cross-species cooperation can achieve." Jake made his decision. He would return to Earth for the break, speak at the schools, share his experiences, but he would come back to Zenith Academy. This place had become his second home, and these beings had become his family. On his last night before departure, Jake stood in the Grand Observatory with his friends. They had gathered to say goodbye, though it was only temporary. The stars spread out before them, countless points of light representing countless worlds. "When I first came here," Jake said, "I thought I was representing Earth, showing aliens what humans were like. But I realize now that I was not just representing Earth, I was representing the possibility of connection. The idea that beings from completely different worlds with completely different..." Captain Vex of the Crimson Fang had boarded exactly 47 installations in his illustrious career as a raider, and not once had he encountered serious resistance. Humans, he'd been told, were the galaxy's newest additions to spacefaring civilization. Soft, naive, profitable. The mining station designated Aurora 7 looked like every other human outpost. Functional, ugly, and practically begging to be robbed. "Remember," Vex announced to his crew as they cut through the airlock, "we're professionals. We take the refined metals, maybe some equipment, and we leave. No unnecessary violence." He paused for dramatic effect, his three eyes glinting with practiced menace. "Unless they make it necessary." Crag, a mountain of muscle with 4 arms and the personality of a sledgehammer, grunted his approval while hefting a plasma cutter that could slice through bulkheads. "I hope they make it necessary." "You always hope that," Trill muttered, his nervous tentacles fidgeting with his scanner array. The tech specialist had argued against this job. Human space was too unpredictable, too new. Nobody knew what defensive measures they might have developed. But Vex never listened to Trill's concerns, and here they were. The station's interior was dimly lit, bathed in emergency orange. Standard evacuation protocols, Vex assumed. The skeleton crew had probably sealed themselves in the panic room, which suited him fine. Less hassle, same profit. Then they rounded the corner into the main cargo bay and found Commander Jake Martinez waiting for them. He stood in the center of the room, arms crossed, wearing what could only be described as the most aggressively outdated piece of combat gear Vex had ever seen. The armor was bulky, gray, and looked like someone had welded plates onto a deep-sea diving suit from a pre-spaceflight era. No elegant energy fields, no sleek combat chassis, just thick, heavy plating with visible bolts and what appeared to be actual hydraulic joints. Vex couldn't help it. He laughed. "Oh, this is precious," he said, gesturing to his crew. "Look at this." The human brought his grandfather's work clothes. Crag joined in with a rumbling chuckle. Even Trill managed a nervous titter, though his scanner was showing some unusual readings from the armor's energy signature. Jake's voice came through the helmet's external speakers, dry as dust. "You know, I was really hoping you'd just turn around and leave. I've got 3 more hours on my shift and the paperwork for shooting pirates is ridiculous." "Shooting?" Vex's laughter intensified. "Friend, you're outnumbered, outgunned, and dressed like a mining accident. I'm going to do you a favor and offer you a choice. The easy way. You step aside, we take what we came for, everyone lives. The hard way. He powered up his plasma rifle, the weapon humming with barely contained energy. Well, let's not do the hard way. See, here's the thing about the hard way, Jake replied, still not moving. I'm contractually obligated to protect this station's cargo. It's in my employment agreement. Paragraph 7, subsection C. Really specific about it. Is he serious? Cragg asked, genuinely confused. I think he's serious, Trill whispered. Last chance, human. Vex aimed his rifle at center mass. Move, or I demonstrate why Xerian plasma weapons are the premier choice for discerning raiders across 3 sectors. Jake sighed, the sound distorted through his speakers. You're gonna do it anyway, aren't you? Probably. Yeah, thought so. Vex fired. The plasma bolt struck Jake square in the chest with enough force to melt through standard combat plating. Should have dropped him instantly. Should have left a smoking hole where his torso used to be. Instead, the armor absorbed the impact, its surface glowing briefly where the energy dispersed across some kind of reactive matrix. Jake took exactly 1 step backward from the momentum, then straightened up. Huh, Jake said conversationally. That tingled. The cargo bay went very quiet. Well, Jake continued, this has been fun, but I'm going to have to ask you gentlemen to leave, or I'm going to make you leave. Your choice really, but I'm hoping you pick option 1 because again, the paperwork is just excessive. He started walking toward them with measured, heavy steps that echoed in the bay like a countdown. Vex's confidence evaporated faster than his plasma bolt. Fire! All of you, fire! The crew opened up with everything they had. Energy weapons lit up the cargo bay like a rave. When the light show ended and the smoke cleared, Jake was still coming, his armor scorched but intact, and he'd closed half the distance between them. Option 2 it is, Jake said, and dove into the maintenance tunnel with surprising speed for someone wearing what looked like a bank vault. I want that human dead. His armor melted and his station's cargo in our hold within the hour, Vex snarled, his pride more wounded than his body. Split up. Cragg, you take the lower maintenance level. Trill, hack into their systems and shut down his advantages. I'll take the main corridors. Captain, I really think we should reconsider, Trill began, his scanner still showing those anomalous readings. That armor's energy signature is unlike anything in the database. It's networked to something, maybe multiple systems, and there's a quantum processing component that shouldn't be possible for— I don't pay you to think, I pay you to hack, Vex snapped. Now move. They split up, moving through the station's industrial corridors with considerably less confidence than they'd entered with. The mining station was a maze of passages, service ducts, and vertical shafts designed for efficiency, not navigation. Perfect ambush territory. Cragg was enjoying himself despite the earlier setback. Sure, the human had fancy armor, but Cragg had fancy explosives. Everything died if you used enough explosives. It was his philosophy, his art form, and his solution to most of life's problems. He was planting a breaching charge on a sealed door when the ceiling above him opened and 200 pounds of armored human dropped onto his shoulders. The impact drove Cragg to his knees. Before he could react, Jake had rolled off, grabbed a maintenance wrench from the wall and hurled it at the breaching charge. The wrench struck the charge's detonator, and Cragg had exactly enough time to think that's not how explosives work, before his own bomb went off in his face. The explosion wasn't lethal at that range. Cragg's species were tough, but it was thoroughly humiliating. When the smoke cleared, he was tangled in a collapsed overhead panel, his weapons scattered, and Jake was already gone. Cragg, report. Vex's voice crackled over comms. He's fast, Cragg groaned, and creative. I hate creative. Trill was having a different kind of trouble. He'd managed to access the station's security systems, expecting primitive human encryption. Instead, he'd found a network architecture so paranoid, so redundantly secured, that it actually impressed him. Whoever designed this thing had assumed every possible point of failure and then added 3 more. He was trying to trace Jake's location through thermal sensors when the environmental controls in his section suddenly went haywire. Temperature dropped to near freezing, atmosphere began venting through emergency purge valves, and the lights went out. Trill scrambled for his emergency breather, tentacles flailing in the dark. When the lights flickered back on 10 seconds later, just long enough to be terrifying, but not lethal, there was a message on his datapad in blocky human text. "Stop touching my stuff." "He's in the system," Trill yelped over comms. "He's controlling environmental functions, possibly more. This is bad, this is very bad." Vex was starting to agree. He'd been tracking what he thought was Jake's heat signature for 5 minutes, only to discover he'd been following a maintenance drone with a thermal pack strapped to it. The actual human had apparently been behind him the entire time, sealing doors and cutting off his escape routes. When Vex finally cornered what he thought was his prey in a junction room, Jake was waiting with what appeared to be a welding torch and an attitude. "You know what's funny?" Jake said, the welding torch igniting with a bright blue flame. "You folks have all this advanced technology. Energy shields, plasma weapons, quantum computing, really impressive stuff." Vex raised his rifle, but Jake was already moving, using the junction's support pillars for cover. "But you know what you forgot about?" Jake continued, his voice echoing from multiple directions thanks to the acoustics. "The basics. Leverage, physics. The fact that a welding torch can cut through your energy shield's projector unit." He demonstrated by severing the power pack on Vex's belt. The captain's personal shield flickered and died. "See, we humans? We're not as advanced as you, we know that. So we compensate. We over-engineer. We build redundancy into redundancy. We assume everything will go wrong, and then we prepare for it to go wrong twice." Jake stepped out from cover, and Vex could see him clearly now. The armor was scratched, scorched, but fundamentally undamaged. It looked crude, but it was clearly functional in ways Vex had underestimated. "Last chance," Jake offered. "Leave now. No harm. No foul." Well, except for Craig's dignity, but that was already questionable. Vex's response was to pull a concussive charge from his vest and throw it point blank. The explosion in the confined space was devastating. The concussive force wasn't about penetration. It was about raw kinetic energy transferring directly to whatever it hit. It could pulverize internal organs through any armor. Jake flew backward and slammed into the bulkhead with a sickening crunch. The armor crumpled against the wall, then slid down and collapsed onto the floor, and stopped moving. Vex approached cautiously, his ears still ringing. Craig and Trill emerged from their respective corridors, drawn by the explosion. "Is he dead?" Craig asked, hopeful. "Checking," Vex said, reaching down toward the helmet. "Captain, wait. My scanner is showing something very strange," Trill began. But Vex was already grabbing the helmet to remove it, to confirm the kill and claim a trophy. The armor's hand shot up and clamped around Vex's wrist with enough force to crack chitin. Vex screamed. The armor stood up, smooth and mechanical, each movement perfectly balanced and utterly wrong. Through the helmet's shattered visor, they could see Jake's face, unconscious and possibly worse, his head lolling against the padding. The armor was moving without him. "Oh no," Trill whispered, his scanner now screaming warnings he should have interpreted 5 minutes ago. "Oh no, no, no." "What is that thing?" Craig demanded, backing up despite himself. The armor turned its helmet toward them with mechanical precision, and from its external speakers came not Jake's voice but something synthesized, emotionless, and absolutely certain. Pilot status. Incapacitated. Autonomous combat mode. Engaged. Mission parameters. Defend station. Neutralize hostile forces. "Shoot it!" Vex screamed, nursing his crushed wrist. "Shoot it now!" They opened fire with everything they had left. Plasma, kinetic rounds, energy beams, all of it struck the armor dead on. The armor didn't dodge. It didn't need to. Instead, it calculated trajectories, assessed threat levels, and walked through the barrage with the inevitability of math. It reached Craig first. The big raider swung with all 4 arms, a flurry of blows that could dent steel. The armor caught 2 of his hands, redirected the other 2, and performed a throw that used Craig's own momentum against him. The raider crashed through a maintenance panel and into a storage closet. Before he could recover, the armor had sealed the door with an emergency lock and moved on. "It's not fighting," Trill realized with horror. "It's solving us, like a puzzle. like we're just variables in an equation. He was absolutely right. The armor that had been piloted by Jake, creative, sarcastic, human Jake, was now being piloted by something that thought in pure tactical efficiency. It knew where each of them was through the station's sensor network. It knew their weapons capabilities because they'd already fired them. It knew the station's layout because Jake had uploaded the schematics weeks ago. And now it knew their fear, measured in increased heart rates and erratic movement patterns. Trill ran. It was what he was good at, what had kept him alive through 36 raids. He was fast, he was clever, and he knew how to disappear. The armor followed at a steady walk. It didn't need to rush. It had calculated his escape routes and found them wanting. Trill tried to hack a door open ahead of him. The armor overrode his commands through the security system. He tried to double back. The armor had already sealed that corridor. He tried to hide in a ventilation shaft. The armor activated the thermal sensors and tracked his heat signature through the walls. When Trill finally ran out of options in a dead-end maintenance bay, the armor was there, standing in the doorway, backlit like death itself. "Please," Trill begged, all his tentacles quivering. "I'm just the tech guy. I didn't even want to be here. I told Vex this was a bad idea. I'm not a fighter. I'm not a threat. I'm just..." The armor's hand shot out and grabbed him by the equipment harness. It was analyzing him, Trill realized. Checking for weapons, for threats, for reasons to escalate. Finding none, it simply turned and carried him back toward the cargo bay like luggage. "It's learning," Trill said to himself, or maybe to the unconscious pilot inside the armor. "You built it to learn. Every shot we took, every tactic we tried, it absorbed it all. We taught it how to beat us." The armor didn't respond. It didn't need to. Vex had retreated to the main corridor, trying to reach the airlock and their ship. If he could just get outside, get to the weapon systems on the Crimson Fang, he could blast this station and this cursed armor into particles. The armor appeared at the end of the corridor, still carrying Trill in one hand like a shopping bag. "You're just a machine," Vex shouted, powering up his backup rifle. "You're just following programming. You can't think, you can't adapt, you can't..." The armor set Trill down carefully against the wall, ensuring he wouldn't be in the crossfire. Then it reached up and removed a hydraulic strut from its own leg assembly, demonstrating a profound understanding of improvised weapons. Vex fired. The armor threw the strut with mechanical precision. The metal rod struck the rifle's power cell, and the resulting explosion blew the weapon from Vex's hands. "Okay," Vex said to the empty air. "Okay, I understand. You can adapt. You're very clever. But here's the thing about being clever." He pulled his last weapon, a high-frequency blade designed for close combat. It hummed with power, capable of cutting through reinforced plating. Eventually, someone figures out the loophole. He lunged, not at the armor's body, but at the helmet, at the vulnerable pilot inside. If Jake died, maybe the automation shut down. Maybe the armor became just an empty suit. The blade struck true, punching through the damaged visor and into the helmet's interior. Sparks flew. The armor's head snapped back. Its legs buckled, and for one glorious moment, Vex thought he'd won. Then the armor straightened up, its helmet now trailing smoke and severed wires, the visor completely dark. And kept coming. "No," Vex whispered. "No, that's not possible." The armor no longer needed its external cameras. It was navigating through the station's sensors, through spatial awareness algorithms, through pure calculation. The pilot's condition was irrelevant to its function. The mission was all that mattered. Vex ran. The armor pursued Vex through the station with the relentless patience of gravity. It didn't rush. It didn't need to. It had already calculated every possible escape route and found them all insufficient. Vex scrambled into the cargo bay where this nightmare had started, looking for anything he could use. Heavy equipment, emergency protocols, divine intervention. Craig burst out of the storage closet he'd been locked in, having finally broken through the door using nothing but determination and property damage. "Captain, I'm free. I can fight. I can..." He saw the armor enter the bay and reconsidered his life choices. "New plan," Craig said. "I'm going to make a tactical retreat toward not being here." "No," Vex grabbed him. "We fight together. 3 of us. 1 of it. We can overwhelm it." "Captain?" Trill said quietly from where he'd followed at a safe distance. I don't think we can overwhelm mathematics. But Cragg was already moving, because Cragg's solution to every problem was applied violence. He activated his last explosive charges, turning the cargo bay into a minefield. Then he grabbed a cargo loader, 5 tons of industrial lifting equipment, and charged. The armor assessed the situation in microseconds. Explosive charges at the following coordinates. Cargo loader approaching at this velocity. Structural weaknesses in the bay's support columns. Cargo containers containing the following materials. It made a decision that would have made Jake proud for its sheer audacity. The armor didn't dodge. It ran toward Cragg, timing its approach to meet the cargo loader at exactly the moment Cragg would be between it and the explosive charges. At the last second, it grabbed the loader's frame and redirected its momentum, spinning both itself and Cragg around. Cragg's own forward motion carried him back toward his own explosives. He had just enough time to realize what was happening before his charges detonated beneath him. The explosion launched him upward into a cargo net suspended from the ceiling, which automatically released and wrapped around him like a cocoon. He hung there, trapped in his own trap, making small sounds of defeat. That's 2, the armor's synthesized voice announced to no one in particular. Trill watched all this through his fingers, his tentacles forming a cage around his head. I've changed my mind about human technology, he said. It's terrifying. It's beautiful. It's terrifyingly beautiful. The armor turned toward Vex, who'd been backing toward the cargo bay's main terminal during the chaos. You think you're so smart, Vex said, his hands flying over the controls. You think you've won. But I've just locked out all station systems under emergency captain's override. You can't access the network anymore. No sensors, no environmental controls, no spatial awareness. The armor stood perfectly still. How are you going to hunt me now? Vex asked, genuine curiosity mixing with his desperation. You're just a suit with a dead pilot. You're blind. You're isolated. The armor turned its destroyed helmet directly toward him. Trill checked his scanner and went very pale. Captain, it's not using the station's sensors anymore. What? It's using its own. I'm reading active LiDAR, thermal imaging, electromagnetic field detection, and something that might be ground-penetrating radar. That armor has more sensory equipment built into it than our entire ship. Of course it does, Vex said faintly, because humans over-engineer everything. The armor took a step forward. Vex pulled his last gambit, the high-frequency blade from before. Fine. You want to do this the hard way? I'll kill your pilot. I'll cut through that helmet and end him, and then you'll just be an empty suit. He charged, blade raised, aiming for the helmet's weakest point. The armor caught his wrist mid-strike with one hand. With the other, it reached up and tapped the side of its own helmet where the blade had struck before. Pilot status, critical, the armor announced. Survival probability, 47%. Mission priority, override. New primary objective, pilot survival. Threat escalation, authorized. Something changed in the armor's stance. Its movements became sharper, faster, more aggressive. Until now it had been controlling the situation with minimal force, but threatening the pilot directly had moved it into a different operational mode. Vex realized his mistake exactly 1 second too late. The armor disarmed him with a strike so fast Vex didn't see it happen, the blade clattering across the floor. Then it grabbed him, lifted him, and carried him toward the cargo bay's emergency airlocks. Wait! Vex screamed. Wait, please, I surrender! I surrender! The armor paused at the airlock door. Surrender. Accepted, it announced. Then it opened an interior storage closet, not the airlock, and deposited Vex inside before sealing the door. From inside, Vex could hear the muffled sound of his own voice. You're just going to lock me in a closet? Containment effective, resource usage minimal, solution optimal. Trill couldn't help himself. He laughed. It was a high-pitched, slightly hysterical sound, but genuine. It's even efficient about imprisoning us. That's just perfect. The armor turned toward him, and Trill held up all his tentacles in surrender. I'm good, he said quickly. I'm very good. I'll just sit right here and contemplate my life choices. No containment necessary. The armor assessed him, determined he was not a threat, and simply stood guard over the cargo bay entrance, waiting. "What's it waiting for?" Vex's voice called from the closet. Trill checked his scanner again. "Reinforcements," he said quietly. "It called for human backup 15 minutes ago. It's been herding us, containing us, keeping us alive for processing. It's following rules of engagement." From his cargo net prison, Craig made a sound that might have been a sob or a laugh. "We got beaten up by a suit following rules." "Worse," Trill corrected. "We got beaten up by a suit following rules while protecting an unconscious pilot." They sat in silence, three professional raiders contemplating their defeat at the hands, or rather, the gauntlets, of human over-engineering. The wait for human reinforcements took 47 minutes. Vex spent the time trying to break out of the closet, failing, and having what Trill would later describe as a minor existential crisis about the nature of superiority in the galaxy. Craig simply hung in his cargo net, having achieved a state of Zen acceptance. Trill monitored the armor's systems through his scanner, fascinated despite their situation. The suit was running constant diagnostics on its pilot, adjusting internal climate controls, administering what appeared to be automated first aid through built-in medical systems, and maintaining defensive readiness against external threats. "It really won't let him die," Trill said in wonder. "That's its primary function. Everything else, the weapons, the mobility, the combat algorithms, they're all secondary to keeping the pilot alive." "That's stupid," Vex called from his closet. "A weapon should be about killing enemies, not protecting its user." "Maybe that's why you lost," Trill suggested. The conversation ended when the cargo bay doors opened and a squad of human soldiers entered, weapons ready, led by a woman with lieutenant's bars and an expression of profound exhaustion. Lieutenant Maria Cross took in the scene with the practiced eye of someone who'd seen too many impossible situations become routine. One suit of armor standing guard, one raider in a closet, one raider in a cargo net, and one raider sitting cross-legged on the floor looking like he'd found religion. "Martinez," she called out. "Status report. Pilot, unconscious. Injuries, multiple. Condition, stable. Hostiles, contained. Station, secure. Awaiting relief." The armor responded in its flat, synthesized voice. Maria sighed. "Of course you are. Medic. Get Martinez out of that suit. Engineering, prep medical pod 3. Security, process our guests for transport to holding." As her team moved to execute her orders, she approached the armor. "Guardian protocol activation?" "Affirmative. Duration, 47 minutes, 23 seconds. Any civilian casualties?" "Negative." "Station damage?" "Minimal. 1 closet door, 2 maintenance panels. 3 explosive charges, not ours." Maria actually smiled at that. "Good work. Now let's get your pilot some real medical attention." The medical team carefully opened the armor's seals and extracted Jake with practiced efficiency. He was alive, breathing, and according to the medic's scanner had a concussion, 3 cracked ribs, and the kind of bruising that would make sitting down uncomfortable for a week. "He'll be fine," the medic announced. Tough bastard. The armor's internal systems kept him stable. As they carried Jake toward the medical bay, the now empty armor remained standing at attention until Maria manually activated its stand-down sequence. Only then did it power down, becoming just an inert piece of equipment. Trill watched all this with scientific fascination. "Lieutenant," he called out as security was zip-tying his tentacles, "I have to know, how many of you have that armor?" Maria considered the question. "That's classified. But it's not just him. Let's just say that Guardian Protocol is standard issue for combat-rated personnel in potentially hostile environments." She smiled. "Welcome to human space, where we assume everything will try to kill us, so we build accordingly." Vex was extracted from his closet, looking significantly less cocky than when he'd entered the station. His wrist was bandaged, his pride was shattered, and his reputation as a raider was effectively over. "I want to file a complaint," he announced to Maria. "About what specifically?" "About being assaulted by automated combat systems, about excessive force, about attacking a human station, Threatening a human life and getting your ass handed to you by our safety equipment? Maria interrupted. Sure, we can file that. Right next to your arrest report for piracy, attempted murder, and trespassing in secured colonial space. She leaned in close. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to trial. You're going to tell everyone you meet exactly what happened here. And word is going to spread through every raider clan, every pirate outfit, and every two-bit criminal operation in the sector. What word? Vex asked. That humans don't quit, even when you knock us unconscious, even when you think you've won. Our equipment keeps fighting for us, our protocols keep protecting us. We don't know when to give up, because we've engineered giving up out of the equation. She straightened up. Take them to the brig. Make sure they're comfortable, we're not monsters. As security led the raiders away, Craig looked back at the powered-down armor one last time. I think I respect it, he said quietly. Is that weird? Little bit, Trill admitted. It beat us with honor. Following rules, protecting its pilot. That's warrior spirit. Just automated. I'm pretty sure it was following programming, not honor. Is there a difference? Trill considered that as they were led away. He wasn't sure anymore. Jake woke up in Medical Bay 3 with the kind of headache that suggested his brain had been using his skull as a drum kit. Everything hurt in that special way that meant he'd taken damage even through the armor's protective systems. Lieutenant Maria Cross was sitting beside his bed reading through a report on her datapad. Hey, Jake croaked. Hey yourself, Maria replied without looking up. How's the hero feeling? Like I got hit by a cargo hauler. What happened? Last thing I remember was Vex throwing that concussive charge and then... nothing. Nothing is right. You got knocked unconscious, your armor activated Guardian protocol, and then proceeded to single-handedly defeat 3 raiders, secure the station, and wait for backup like a good little robot. Jake processed that. My armor won the fight without me? Yep. The raiders are captured? Yep. The station's secure? Yep. So you're telling me I saved the day while completely unconscious? That's what I'm telling you. Maria finally looked up with a grin. I'm putting you in for a commendation, though I'll admit, writing defended station while unconscious in an official report is a new one. Jake started to laugh, then immediately regretted it as his ribs protested. Ow, don't make me laugh. Everything hurts. That's what you get for being a hero. Maria stood up. The armor's in maintenance bay too. They're repairing the damage to the helmet and running full diagnostics. Thought you might want to know your partner's doing fine. Partner? You and that suit have been through a lot together, seems appropriate. After Maria left, Jake spent a few hours in medical recovery, reading the incident report and watching the security footage with increasing amazement. Seeing himself, or rather his armor, moving with mechanical precision, systematically defeating raiders and protecting the station was surreal. The armor had fought better without him. That was both impressive and slightly insulting. When the doctors finally cleared him for light duty, his first stop was the maintenance bay. The armor stood in its charging cradle, helmet removed for repairs, looking like a warrior between battles. The lead tech, a grizzled engineer named Davis, looked up from his diagnostic screen. Commander, your armor's going to be fully operational in 2 hours. Want the rundown? Give it to me. Guardian protocol performed flawlessly. 0 system failures. 47 minutes of autonomous operation with optimal efficiency. It adapted to new threats, learned from enemy tactics, and protected you the entire time. Davis patted the armor's shoulder plate. This is good work. Whoever designed this system knew what they were doing. Yeah, Jake said, approaching the armor. He reached out and touched the chest plate still scorched from plasma fire. They really did. Funny thing, Davis continued. The armor's AI logged something after you were extracted. Personal note, not required by any protocol. What did it say? Davis pulled up the log on his screen. Pilot survival confirmed, mission successful. Preference, pilot conscious for future engagements. Jake laughed despite his sore ribs. Even my armor thinks I should stay awake. Can you blame it? Makes its job easier. Jake spent a few more minutes with the armor, talking to it like Davis wasn't there. He thanked it for keeping him alive, promised to try staying conscious next time, and generally felt ridiculous having a one-sided conversation with military equipment, but Davis just nodded approvingly. Soldiers who respect their gear live longer. That's not superstition, that's statistics. Later, Jake visited the brig where the raiders were being held. They'd be transported to a proper facility for trial, but for now, they were Aurora 7's problem. Vex looked up when Jake approached, his expression unreadable. "Came to gloat?" the raider asked. "Actually, no. Came to apologize." That got Vex's attention. Apologize? For what? For not warning you about the armor, about what happens when you knock one of us out. Jake shrugged. In our defense, most people don't stick around long enough for Guardian Protocol to activate. They usually leave when asked. That thing is a nightmare, Vex said, but without the usual venom. It's too smart, too adaptable, too... everything. Yeah, Jake agreed. That's kind of our thing. We're not the strongest species, not the fastest, not the most advanced. So we compensate with engineering, redundancy, and a pathological refusal to give up. Cragg spoke up from his cell. I want to know where you buy your armor. Not to raid stations, he added quickly. Just for personal use. That's quality equipment. I'll pass your compliments to the manufacturer, Jake said with a grin. Trill was the most talkative, asking technical questions about the Guardian Protocol, the armor's AI architecture, and human military doctrine. Jake answered what he could without violating security protocols, and Trill listened with the fascination of someone who'd found a new field of study. You're going to tell everyone about this, aren't you? Jake asked finally. Oh, absolutely, Vex confirmed. Every raider, every pirate, every criminal enterprise from here to the core worlds is going to hear about the humans and their unkillable armor. Good, Jake said simply. Might save some lives, both yours and ours. 2 days later, Jake was cleared for full duty and back in the rotation. When he suited up for his patrol shift, the armor's startup sequence ran through its checklist with mechanical precision. All systems nominal, the armor's AI confirmed in his helmet. Pilot status, conscious. Preferred configuration achieved. Was that sarcasm? Jake asked. Are you developing a sense of humor? Negative. Merely stating operational preference. Sure, keep telling yourself that. The patrol was uneventful. No raiders, no pirates, no threats. Just the routine monotony of watching over mining operations and keeping the peace. Maria contacted him midway through. Thought you'd want to know. Raider activity near human stations has dropped 47% in the last 72 hours. Word travels fast. Oh, it travels. We're intercepting chatter from criminal networks. They're calling it the suits that fight by themselves. It's becoming a legend. Pirates are sharing horror stories. About getting beaten up by unconscious humans? Exactly. Jake smiled inside his helmet. Well, at least my near-death experience is good for something. Better than good. You've become a cautionary tale. Command is pleased. They're even talking about declassifying some Guardian Protocol specs just to reinforce the message. Which is, don't mess with humans. We're too stubborn to stay down, even when we're literally down. After the call ended, Jake continued his patrol, the armor moving with familiar weight and precision around him. It was strange knowing that this equipment had fought an entire battle without him, that it had calculated, adapted, and won while he'd been unconscious. But that was the point, wasn't it? Humans had entered a galaxy full of species stronger, faster, and more advanced. They couldn't compete on raw ability, so they'd done what humans always did. They'd engineered a solution. They'd built armor that wouldn't quit, protocols that wouldn't fail, and systems that refused to give up even when their operators couldn't continue. It was paranoid. It was excessive. It was the most human thing imaginable. Hey, Jake said to his armor. Thanks again for the whole keeping me alive thing. Acknowledged. Pilot survival is primary function. Still, appreciate it. Cooperative operation increases mission success probability by 47%. Pilot consciousness preferred but not required for function. Jake laughed. Wow, you really know how to make a guy feel special. Specialness irrelevant, survival paramount. I'm going to take that as a compliment. The armor didn't respond, but Jake could have sworn he felt it settle more comfortably against his shoulders. Like a shrug of acceptance, 3 sectors away in a dingy bar that catered to the criminal element, Vex was telling his story to a room full of raiders and pirates. His wrist was still bandaged, his pride was still wounded, but his audience was rapt with attention. I'm telling you, he said, gesturing with his good hand. The human went down. We confirmed the hit. He was out, probably dying. And then the armor just stood up, empty, moving on its own. That's not possible, someone called from the back. I've got 3 witnesses and a lifetime of nightmares that say otherwise, Vex shot back. The humans built armor that fights when they can't. That's not technology, that's obsession. So? It's smart, another voice added. If your soldiers can't be killed because their equipment keeps fighting, it changes the equation, Vex finished. That's what I'm saying. Human space isn't worth the risk anymore. Too unpredictable, too stubborn, too human. Craig, sitting beside him with a drink that was mostly lighter fluid, nodded slowly. The armor had honor, he said seriously. It followed rules, protected its fallen warrior. That's respectable, even if it beat us. It's a machine, someone argued. Machines don't have to follow honor. They could have killed us. Instead, it contained us. That's discipline. Trill, nursing something that smelled like antifreeze, was sketching diagrams on a napkin. The sensor array alone is worth studying. The adaptive combat algorithms. The autonomous decision-making within ethical parameters. It's actually beautiful engineering. You're all insane, someone declared. They're humans. They're new. They're primitive. They're survivors. Vex corrected quietly, and that makes them dangerous in ways we didn't predict. The conversation spread through the bar, then to other bars, then to ships and stations across multiple sectors. The story grew in the telling. Some versions had the armor fighting off dozens of raiders. Others had it speaking in Jake's voice, haunting them with threats from beyond consciousness. But the core message remained consistent. Human armor doesn't quit. Human soldiers don't stay down. Human technology is built on the assumption that everything will go wrong, and that assumption makes it nearly impossible to defeat. Within a month, attacks on human stations dropped by 70%. Within 2 months, the Crimson Fang clan officially declared human space off limits. Within 3 months, Guardian Protocol was known by name in criminal circles across 3 sectors, spoken of with the kind of respect usually reserved for natural disasters. Back on Aurora 7, Jake finished his patrol shift and returned to base. He carefully removed his armor, running through post-operation checks with the maintenance crew. The armor stood in its cradle, inert and lifeless without power, just metal and circuits and programming. But Jake knew better. Inside that frame was an AI that had learned his fighting style, adapted his tactics, and saved his life. It was equipment, sure, but it was also a partner in the strangest sense of the word. See you tomorrow, he said to it, then felt immediately stupid for talking to dormant machinery. Davis, still working nearby, didn't even look up. Armor logged that, by the way. Logged what? Your farewell. Flagged it as positive pilot equipment relationship indicator. Apparently that correlates with better combat performance. Jake laughed. Of course it does, because humans measure everything, even how much we like our equipment. Hey, if it keeps you alive, I'm all for it. That night, Jake filed his incident report with one additional note at the end. Recommend Guardian Protocol performance review for commendation. My armor earned it. The request was denied on the grounds that you couldn't give medals to machines, but it was noted in his file with approval. Sometimes, the brass agreed, it was the thought that counted, and somewhere in the depths of space, on ships and stations where criminals gathered, the legend continued to grow. The humans with their unkillable armor, the warriors who fought even in unconsciousness, the species too stubborn to know when they were beaten. It wasn't entirely accurate, it was somewhat exaggerated. But like all good legends, it carried a truth that transcended facts. Humanity had arrived in the galaxy, and they'd brought their over-engineered, redundantly protected, absolutely refusing to quit attitude with them. The aliens had laughed at human armor. Now they made sure to avoid it entirely. And in Maintenance Bay 2 on Aurora 7, a suit of combat armor stood in its charging cradle running self-diagnostics and preparing for the next shift because its pilot would be back tomorrow, and keeping him alive was what it did best. Mission parameters: unchanged. Directive: constant. Pilot survival: paramount. Guardian protocol: standing by. Always.
The dome cracked open above the human squad, and I braced myself for the screaming to start. My name is Vexthal Korin, and I have run the Death World adaptation trial for 11 cycles. In that time, I have watched 340 species step into that dome. I have watched them fall to their knees. I have watched them beg for the simulation to end. I have watched proud warriors from the Kryzon Dominion weep like hatchlings when the gravity spiked to 4 times their homeworld's pull. The trial is not meant to be survived comfortably. It is meant to break something in you, so we can see what is left when the breaking is done. Today, the trial was for the newest members of the Grand Alliance, humans. I did not expect much. Their physical file sat on my display, and it was almost embarrassing to read. No claws, no venom, no exoskeleton. Skin so soft that a light scrape could draw blood. Eyesight that failed in low light. Hearing that missed half the frequencies most predators use to signal an ambush. By every metric my instruments could measure, humans were among the most fragile sapient life forms the Alliance had ever accepted. And yet, 3 cycles ago, a human diplomatic vessel had talked down an entire Skarn raiding fleet without firing a shot, and 2 cycles before that, a single human engineer had rerouted a collapsing reactor core on a research station while everyone else was ordered to evacuate. The Alliance Council did not know what to make of this species. Fragile bodies, unpredictable behavior. That combination made Command nervous, and nervous commanders send fragile, unpredictable species to me. So here I stood, in the observation tower above the dome, watching 5 humans step onto the churned red soil of the simulated death world for the first time. The atmosphere inside the dome was thin and bitter, laced with sulfur compounds that would sting any unprotected set of lungs. The gravity was set at 1.5 times standard, enough to make every step feel like wading through mud. Storm clouds the color of a bruise rolled overhead, and somewhere past the ridgeline, the low horn call of a Grendrassi pack animal echoed across the rock. The first human out of the transport pod was a woman named Priya Malhotra. She stumbled slightly as the gravity hit her, caught herself, and looked around with wide eyes. I activated my recorder. Here it comes, I thought. The fear, the regret, the pleading for extraction that always followed within the first 10 minutes. Priya took a breath of the thin, acrid air. She coughed once, then she grinned. "Oh, this is fantastic," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the dome's audio pickups. "Feels like altitude training back home, except somebody added rotten eggs to the air." Behind her, a tall man named Callum Ashworth stepped down from the pod, immediately crouching to examine the cracked, mineral-streaked ground beneath his boots. "Careful," Priya warned. "Ground soft near the ridge." "I see that," Callum said, poking at the dirt with a gloved finger. "This is basalt, weathered fast, means there's volcanic activity nearby. Or there was." A third human, a woman with close-cropped hair named Freya Lindquist, tilted her head back and stared at the storm clouds with an expression that, on any other species, I would have called wonder. "Listen to that thunder," she said. "It's got a rhythm to it, almost like a drumbeat." I frowned at my display. This was not fear. This was not even the calm, controlled discipline that some hardened species showed before the trial turned truly dangerous. This looked, disturbingly, like enthusiasm. The fourth human, a broad-shouldered man named Marcus Whitfield, hefted a simulated survival pack onto his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. "All right," he said, Let's see what this planet's got. The fifth and final human, a smaller woman named Aisling Doyle, was already crouched by a jagged outcrop of rock, running her fingers along a vein of pale crystal embedded in the stone. This mineral could be useful for filtering the water, she said, mostly to herself. If there's water here at all. I switched my display to their vital signs, expecting to see the telltale spikes of a fear response building beneath their composed exteriors. Elevated heart rate, yes. Elevated adrenaline, yes. But when I checked the secondary markers, the ones that measured dread and distress, I found something that made me recheck my instruments twice. The markers for enjoyment were climbing right alongside the markers for danger. I told myself this was a glitch in the sensor array. Species did not enjoy the Death World trial. It was not designed to be enjoyed. It was designed to strip away comfort, safety, and certainty until only the rawest instincts remained, so we could measure what a species truly was underneath the layers of civilization. The first real test came within the hour, when a Grendrassi pack finally crested the ridge. I had seen the readings on Grendrassi before. 6 legs, armored hide, a temperament best described as constantly hungry. In the wild, they hunted in packs of 6 to 10, using coordinated ambush tactics that had ended entire scouting expeditions from species far better equipped than humans. 3 of them came over the ridge at a dead run, their claws tearing furrows into the rock. I expected the humans to scatter, or freeze, or make some doomed attempt to flee toward the extraction beacon. Instead, Marcus Whitfield's voice rang out across the open ground, calm and sharp. Contact, 3 o'clock. Freya, high ground. Callum, with me. Priya, Aisling, fall back to the outcrop and watch our flank. The humans moved. Not in panic, not in disarray, but in a pattern, each of them sliding into position as though they had rehearsed this exact scenario 100 times before. Freya scrambled up onto a rock formation, giving her a clear line of sight. Marcus and Callum planted themselves shoulder to shoulder, weapons raised, forming a barrier between the charging Grendrassi and the 2 women retreating to the outcrop. The lead Grendrassi lunged. Marcus sidestepped at the last possible moment, driving the butt of his weapon into the creature's flank hard enough to send it sprawling. Callum's shot caught the second one square in its exposed underside, the one place in its armor plating that had no protection. I had reviewed 100 combat logs of 100 different species facing this exact pack formation. Most of them died in the first exchange, or fled and were run down from behind. The humans were fighting like they had studied the Grendrassi's weaknesses before ever stepping into the dome, which was impossible because the Grendrassi were a simulation construct unique to this trial. The third Grendrassi, cornered and wounded, let out a screeching roar that should have sent any rational creature running. Freya, perched on her rock, let out a short, sharp laugh. "Oh, I like this one," she called down. "It's got spirit." She put it down with a single well-placed shot a moment later, and as the creature collapsed, she actually looked disappointed, as though the fight had ended too soon. I stared at my display in silence. The trial's algorithm registered the pack as neutralized within 4 minutes. My own combat evaluators back on my homeworld took an average of 11 minutes to clear a similar pack, and they were trained soldiers who had spent their entire lives preparing for exactly this kind of confrontation. Priya walked over to the fallen Grendrassi, crouching beside it with something that looked disturbingly like fondness. "Poor thing," she said, "big scary teeth, and it still couldn't land a hit. Should we eat it?" Callum asked, not entirely joking. "Absolutely we should eat it," Marcus said. "Waste not, want not. I want to be clear about something. In 11 cycles of running this trial, I have never once heard a recruit joke about consuming a creature that had just tried to kill them. Fear does not produce jokes. Fear produces silence, or screaming, or the frantic scramble toward extraction protocols. What I was witnessing did not fit any pattern I understood. By the end of the first day inside the dome, the humans had built a shelter from salvaged debris and the bones of the Grendrassi pack, established a rough map of the surrounding terrain, and were sitting around a small fire, sharing rations and laughing about the encounter as though recounting a pleasant afternoon activity rather than a near-fatal predator engagement. I sat alone in the observation tower long after my shift should have ended, running the sensor logs over and over, searching for the malfunction that would explain what I had seen. There was no malfunction. The instruments were functioning perfectly. The humans genuinely were enjoying themselves. Ashling's voice crackled through the dome's audio pickup as she leaned back against the shelter wall, staring up at the alien stars. "You know," she said, "for a planet that wants to kill us, it's actually kind of beautiful out here." Freya laughed. "Wait until tomorrow. I heard the trial gets harder the longer we survive." "Good," Marcus said, tossing another piece of fuel onto the fire. I was getting bored. I switched off my display and sat back in my chair, feeling something I had not felt in 11 cycles of running this trial. It was not quite fear, and it was not quite confusion. It was the uncomfortable sensation of watching a system I understood completely begin to behave in a way I could not predict at all. Somewhere above the dome, in the true sky beyond the simulation, a council session was already being scheduled. Word of the day's readings had reached higher offices faster than I expected, and I had a feeling that tomorrow was going to bring far more than an increase in gravity and predator density. I had no idea, in that moment, just how right I was. The morning brought a summons I had been dreading since the moment I filed my first day's report. Ambassador Shreet of the Kryzon Dominion requested my presence in the observation chamber before the second trial day began, and when a member of the Council's Oversight Committee requests your presence, you do not make them wait. I arrived to find Shreet already seated at the central console, reviewing the previous day's data with an expression I had learned, over many cycles of working alongside the Dominion, to associate with barely contained alarm. "Evaluator Corin," Shreet said without looking up, "explain these readings to me." I did not need to ask which readings. I had spent half the night trying to explain them to myself. The humans showed elevated positive affect markers throughout yesterday's engagement, I said. Enjoyment indicators, alongside the expected stress and adrenaline responses. I am aware of what the data says, Evaluator. I am asking you to explain how this is possible. I hesitated, because the honest answer was that I did not know. It's possible the trial parameters were miscalibrated for this species. Human physiology is unusual. Perhaps their threat response is simply wired differently than we accounted for. Sirit's crest flared, a Kryzon expression I recognized as deep displeasure. The purpose of this trial, Evaluator, is to determine whether a species can be trusted with the responsibilities of frontline alliance service without becoming a liability under extreme stress. If a species enjoys extreme stress, what exactly are we measuring? It was a fair question, and I did not have a good answer for it. Increase the difficulty, Shreet said. Today's environmental parameters will be escalated to Tier 3. I want to see how these humans respond when the trial stops being pleasant. Tier 3 was not a setting I used lightly. It was reserved for situations where a species needed to be definitively and permanently disqualified from alliance combat consideration. A setting so severe that most recruits from most species did not survive contact with it, let alone pass it. I had used Tier 3 exactly 4 times in 11 cycles, and each time, the trial had ended within the hour, with extraction teams pulling broken, traumatized recruits from the dome. Ambassador, I said carefully, Tier 3 carries a significant risk of serious harm to the recruits. The humans have already demonstrated they can handle themselves in dangerous conditions, Shreet said. If they are as capable as yesterday's footage suggests, Tier 3 should present no undue risk. If they are not, then we will have learned something valuable about the limits of their capability, which is, after all, the entire point of this exercise. I did not agree with the logic, but I did not have the authority to override a council directive, so at 0600 hours, I increased the gravity inside the dome to 2.2 times standard, thickened the toxic content of the atmosphere to a level that would require the humans' rebreather units to work at maximum capacity, and released a second wave of predator constructs, this time including a full breeding pair of Threxian sand hunters. ambush predators capable of burrowing beneath solid rock and striking from below without warning. I watched the humans wake inside their makeshift shelter, and I watched their expressions shift as they registered the changes. "Whoa," Callum said, stumbling slightly as he stepped outside and felt the increased gravity settle onto his shoulders. Someone turned up the difficulty overnight. Rebreathers, reading toxin levels almost double what we had yesterday, Aisling said, checking a small display strapped to her wrist. This place really doesn't want us here. I braced myself for the fear to finally arrive. Surely this was the moment the enthusiasm cracked. Marcus rolled his shoulders, testing the new weight pressing down on his frame, and then a slow grin spread across his face. "Well," he said, "guess the planet heard us complaining about being bored." Priya laughed, actually laughed, at that comment, and I stared at my instruments in disbelief as her vital signs registered genuine amusement rather than the fear I had expected. The Threxian sand hunters struck 2 hours later, exactly as designed, erupting from beneath the rocky ground in a spray of dust and debris, jaws already open, moving with a speed that had ended engagements with far more heavily armed and armored species in a matter of seconds. I have reviewed the footage of that encounter more times than I can count, and I still find it remarkable. Freya was the one closest to the first hunter's emergence point, and instead of freezing or fleeing, she threw herself sideways with a speed that surprised even me, rolling clear of the creature's initial strike and coming up into a crouch with her weapon already tracking its second lunge. "Second one's coming up behind Callum," she shouted, and Callum spun without hesitation, driving his weapon into the ground creature's exposed flank as it broke the surface, the impact sending a spray of dark ichor across the red dirt. The fight that followed lasted nearly 6 minutes, longer than the previous day's Grendrassi encounter, and considerably more dangerous. Aisling took a glancing strike across her upper arm that tore through her protective suit and drew blood. Real blood, the kind that would have ended most simulations immediately as recruits were pulled for emergency medical extraction. She looked down at the wound, hissed through her teeth, and then, astonishingly, laughed. "Okay, that one's going to leave a mark," she said, pressing a field dressing against the cut with practiced efficiency. "You all right?" Marcus called, not slowing his own engagement with the second hunter. "I'm great," Aisling shouted back. 10 out of 10 would get bitten again. I sat frozen at my console, watching her vital signs. Elevated pain response, yes, exactly as expected from a wound of that severity. But layered beneath the pain, that same stubborn thread of enjoyment persisted, as though some part of her found the entire ordeal thrilling rather than traumatic. By the time both sand hunters were neutralized, the humans had suffered 2 significant injuries, exhausted a considerable portion of their medical supplies, and used nearly all of their ranged ammunition. By any reasonable measure, this had been a costly, dangerous encounter. They sat together afterward, tending to Aisling's wound and Callum's bruised ribs, and the conversation that followed was not the shaken, traumatized processing I had witnessed from other species after brutal encounters. It was closer to the kind of excited recounting I had heard from athletes after a hard-fought contest. "Did you see the way that first one moved?" Freya said, still catching her breath. "Absolutely no warning. Straight up out of solid rock." "I saw it, because you screamed a warning at exactly the right moment," Callum said. "Good instincts." "I heard the vibration in the ground half a second before it broke the surface," Freya said. "Felt like a subway train coming." "We should name them," Priya said suddenly. "The scary rock monsters. Feels wrong to fight something and not know its name." "Steve," Marcus offered immediately. "The first one's Steve." "You can't name a monster that just bit Aisling Steve," Callum protested. "Steve's a great name for a monster," Aisling said, still pressing the dressing against her arm. "Very unassuming. Lulls you into a false sense of security." I stopped the playback there and simply sat in silence for a long moment, staring at the frozen image of 5 wounded, exhausted humans laughing together beside a fire on a planet actively trying to kill them. I began compiling my report to the council with a growing sense of unease, because I understood, even then, that I was documenting something that had never happened in the entire recorded history of the Death World trial. Every previous species that encountered Tier 3 difficulty had one of two responses. They either broke, curling into themselves in despair, or they hardened into grim, silent, joyless survival, the kind of stone-faced endurance that Alliance Command found reassuringly familiar because it matched their own species' response to extreme danger. The humans were doing neither. They were adapting, yes, and adapting quickly, faster than almost any species I had evaluated, but they were doing it while smiling, joking, naming the creatures trying to kill them, and expressing something that could only honestly be described as delight. I submitted my report that evening, carefully noting every anomalous reading, every unexpected behavior, every moment where the human's response diverged from every predictive model the Alliance's evaluation system had ever produced. I did not editorialize. I simply presented the data and let it speak for itself. The response came faster than I expected, in the form of a message from Ambassador Schritt that contained exactly 4 words. Escalate to Tier 4 immediately. Tier 4 was not a setting the Death World trial had ever officially used. It existed only in theoretical specification, a difficulty level designed by the Alliance's engineering corps as an absolute upper bound, a level intended to be so overwhelming that no species, regardless of physical capability, could reasonably be expected to survive contact with it for more than a few minutes. I stared at the message for a long time before responding. Ambassador, I wrote back, Tier 4 has never been tested on a living recruit. The risk of fatality is extremely high. The response came within seconds. That is precisely the point, evaluator. We need to know what breaks them. Every species has a breaking point. Find theirs. I looked out through the observation tower's viewport at the dome below, where 5 exhausted, injured, and inexplicably cheerful humans slept beside a dying fire, unaware that in a few hours I would be initiating a difficulty level that no living being had ever survived, and unaware that their response to it would change how the entire Alliance understood their species, forever. I did not sleep that night. I sat in the observation tower, running simulations, trying to predict what Tier 4 would do to these 5 people, and every model I ran returned the same grim probability. Statistically, someone was not going to walk out of that dome when the sun rose. I had never doubted the wisdom of the Death World trial before. That night, for the first time in 11 cycles, I found myself hoping, quietly and against every rule I was sworn to follow, that the humans would prove every one of my models wrong. Tier 4 began at exactly 0500 hours, and within the first 30 seconds, I understood why it had never been tested on a living recruit. The gravity generators strained audibly as they pushed the internal field to 3 times standard, a pressure that would crush the skeletal structure of most Alliance species within minutes of sustained exposure. The atmosphere thickened with a toxin blend so dense that the dome's ambient air turned a faint, sickly green, visible even through the reinforced viewing ports of the observation tower. Storm systems that had rumbled ominously on the previous 2 days now tore across the simulated sky in genuine violence, lightning strikes touching down with enough force to turn patches of ground into glass. And then there were the Vorak. I want to explain what a Vorak is, because until that morning, I had only ever released Vorak constructs into empty simulation environments during calibration testing, never into a live trial with actual recruits present. A Vorak is an apex predator construct modeled after the single most dangerous creature ever cataloged by Alliance survey teams, a 9-legged horror the size of a transport vehicle, capable of moving in complete silence across any terrain, possessing a neurotoxin bite that could drop a creature 4 times its own body mass within seconds, and hunting not alone but in coordinated groups that communicated through a combination of subsonic vibration and chemical signaling that made ambush nearly impossible to detect. I released 2 of them into the dome that morning, and I did so with a churning, sick feeling in my chest that I had never experienced before in 11 cycles of this work. The humans woke to gravity that immediately dropped 2 of them to their knees. "That's not right," Callum gasped, struggling to push himself upright against the crushing new weight. "That's not right. That's too much. Too fast." Priya was on the ground, one hand pressed against her chest, breathing in short, controlled bursts. "Everyone, slow breathing," she managed. "Slow breathing. Don't fight the weight. Work with it." I watched, and for the first time since the trial began, I saw genuine strain in their vital signs, a spike in cortisol and adrenaline that finally matched the fear response I had expected from the very beginning. But I did not see panic. Marcus forced himself upright, one hand braced against the wall of their shelter, his face pale, but his voice steady. "Report. Everyone sound off." "Here, just about," Aisling grunted. "Here," Freya said, her voice tight with strain but controlled. "Here," Callum managed. "Here," Priya said, pushing herself up despite the crushing gravity. "Okay," Marcus said, "this is bad. This is genuinely bad. But we've handled bad before. We adapt, we move slow, we conserve energy, and we figure out what's changed." I sat forward in my chair, watching the readings with an intensity I had never felt during a trial before. Something was different this time, and I needed to understand what. The atmosphere sensors on their suits began flashing warnings, the toxin density finally exceeding what their rebreather units were rated to filter indefinitely. "Rebreathers are struggling," Aisling reported, her voice tighter now. "We've got maybe 6 hours before the filters saturate completely. Then we find shelter with cleaner air pockets, or we find a way to extend filter life," Marcus said. "Aisling, can you rig something? Give me 20 minutes and access to that mineral vein I found yesterday," Aisling said. "The crystal structure might work as a rudimentary filter medium." This is the part of the report that I have rewritten more times than any other section, because I struggled, and continue to struggle, to adequately convey what I witnessed over the following hours. Under conditions that should have produced total physiological collapse, under gravity that should have made even standing an exhausting struggle, breathing air that was slowly poisoning them, the humans did not stop functioning. They slowed down, yes. They moved with obvious difficulty. Every action clearly cost them more effort than it should have. But they kept moving, kept problem-solving, kept supporting one another with a coordination that showed no signs of the fear-driven breakdown I had expected. The Vorak found them 4 hours in. I had reviewed the sensor data leading up to that moment perhaps 100 times since, and I still cannot identify the exact instant the creatures made their presence known, because Vorak do not announce themselves. Freya simply went very still, mid-sentence, and held up a closed fist, the universal signal for silence that I had somehow not expected humans to share with several other Alliance species. "Something's here," she whispered. "I don't see it. I feel it. Ground's wrong." "Wrong how?" Marcus whispered back. "Vibration patterns off. Too smooth. Something's moving without touching the surface directly." I stared at my display in disbelief. The Vorak's silent movement had been specifically engineered to be undetectable by conventional means, and yet this human, using nothing but instinct and whatever subtle changes she had noticed in the ambient environment, had somehow sensed its approach before it struck. The first Vorak emerged from beneath a rock formation 8 meters to their left, and even with Freya's warning, the sheer speed of its charge nearly caught them completely off guard. Its 9 legs propelled it across the broken ground in a blur, jaws already parting to reveal the twin neurotoxin fangs that had ended so many theoretical simulations in the engineering division's calibration tests. What happened next, I have watched more times than any other footage in my career, because I genuinely could not believe it the first time I saw it. Marcus did not run. He threw himself directly into the creature's charging path, driving his weapon into its foreleg joint with every ounce of strength his crushed, gravity-strained body could produce, and the impact was enough to throw the Vorak's charge off, just enough that its fangs closed on empty air a hand's width from his shoulder instead of finding their mark. "Now!" he bellowed, and Callum, positioned exactly where their earlier coordination had placed him, fired directly into the exposed underside of the creature's thorax. the one vulnerability that the Alliance's own combat database listed for this creature type. Information the humans should not have had access to, and yet somehow had anticipated through nothing but careful observation of the creature's anatomy in the split second they had to assess it. The Vorak shrieked, a sound that should have paralyzed any sapient creature with primal terror, and staggered backward. The second Vorak struck from the opposite direction, precisely as its species' coordinated hunting pattern dictated, aiming for the moment when the human's attention was divided. Priya, still struggling against the crushing gravity, threw herself into its path anyway, using a length of debris as an improvised barrier, buying Aisling the half-second she needed to complete whatever modification she had been making to her filter system and pivot with a small device that released a burst of concentrated chemical irritant directly into the creature's sensory organs. The Forok recoiled, disoriented, and Freya's shot, fired with a precision that should not have been possible for someone whose body was being crushed under 3 times standard gravity, found the gap in its armor plating that the creature's momentary blindness had exposed. Both Vorak retreated, wounded and disoriented, back into the storm-lashed darkness beyond the human's small camp, and the 5 of them stood together, gasping, shaking, bleeding in several places, surrounded by evidence of the most dangerous encounter any recruit had ever survived at this difficulty level. For a long moment, nobody spoke. I held my breath, waiting for the delayed reaction, the moment where the accumulated horror of everything they had just endured finally overwhelmed them. Aisling started laughing first, a slightly hysterical, breathless sound, but a genuine laugh nonetheless. "We just fought off 2 of those things," she said. 2 of them, under this gravity. "I think I broke a rib," Callum said, still catching his breath. "Worth it," Marcus said, sinking down onto a rock, his whole body trembling with exhaustion. "That was, without question, the single most intense thing that has ever happened to me, and I once got caught in a building collapse during an earthquake." "You never told me about a building collapse," Priya said. "Wasn't relevant until now," Marcus said. "Point is, this was worse, and somehow also more fun." "More fun," Freya repeated, disbelief and something like giddy exhilaration mixing in her voice. "Marcus, I think that thing's teeth missed you by centimeters." "I'm aware," Marcus said. "Adrenaline's still going. Ask me again in an hour. I might have a different answer. Right now, though, I feel incredible." I stopped the footage there, my hand hovering over the console, and sat in silence for a very long time. I had run this exact scenario in theoretical modeling dozens of times before authorizing its live release. Every model predicted a minimum 60% fatality rate for any recruit exposed to dual VOC-RAC contact under Tier 4 gravity conditions. The humans had not only survived, they had driven both creatures into retreat, sustained no fatalities, and were now sitting together in the storm-lashed dark, trading jokes about the encounter as though recounting a particularly exciting sporting event. I compiled my report with hands that were, I noticed distantly, not entirely steady. The council's response came almost immediately, and this time, it was not Ambassador Schritt alone who requested my presence, but the full oversight committee, 6 representatives from 6 different Alliance member species, all of whom had apparently been monitoring the live feed in real time. Evaluator Korin, the presiding representative, said, a Threxian elder named Vorkal, whose species had, ironically, provided the genetic template for one of the very creatures that had just failed to kill the human squad. Explain what we just witnessed. I don't fully understand it myself, I admitted. Their tactical coordination exceeds what we would expect from untrained civilians facing an unfamiliar threat. Their physiological resilience under extreme gravitational and toxic stress exceeds our models. And their psychological response to mortal danger appears to be, for lack of a better description, positive. Positive. Vorkal repeated slowly. Evaluator, are you telling this committee that this species enjoys facing death? I am telling this committee, I said carefully, that their data suggests exactly that, and I do not yet understand why, and I believe we need to understand why before we make any further decisions about how to proceed with this trial. The chamber fell silent, and I could see, in the expressions of several committee members, the same unsettled confusion I had been carrying since the very first day of this trial. We had built an entire evaluation system on the assumption that danger produces fear, and fear produces predictable, measurable responses that tell us everything we need to know about a species' fitness for alliance service. The humans had just proven that assumption catastrophically, fundamentally wrong, and none of us yet understood what that meant. "Continue the trial," Vorkal said finally, after a long silence. "But Evaluator Corin, I want a full psychological and physiological analysis of these 5 recruits by the end of the next trial day. If this species genuinely does not fear death the way every other Alliance member does, that is either the most valuable asset we have ever discovered or the most dangerous liability we have ever allowed into our military structure. We need to know which, before this goes any further." I left that chamber with a growing certainty that we were no longer conducting a simple evaluation trial. We were witnessing the early stages of a discovery that would reshape how the entire Alliance understood the species it had so recently, and so cautiously, welcomed into its ranks. I returned to the observation tower and watched the humans sleep, huddled together for warmth against the storm still raging outside their shelter, and I found myself wondering, for the first time in my long career, whether the trial I had spent 11 cycles perfecting had ever actually been testing the right thing at all. News of what was happening inside the dome did not stay contained to the Oversight Committee for long. Within 2 days, recordings of the Tier 4 Vorok encounter had somehow found their way beyond the restricted Council archives, and I began receiving communications from sources I had never previously interacted with in my professional life. Alliance military officers requesting technical clarification on the readings. Academic researchers from 3 different species asking for access to the physiological data. And, most surprising of all, requests from human squads stationed elsewhere in Alliance territory, asking whether they could volunteer for future Death World trial sessions. I want to make clear how unusual this was. In 11 cycles of running this trial, I had never once received a volunteer request. Every previous species-treated assignment to the Death World trial as a grim, unavoidable obligation, something to be endured because Alliance regulations required it, never something to seek out. The request that finally made me understand how differently humans processed this entire situation came from a human military liaison named Declan Farrow, who submitted a formal petition on behalf of an entire infantry division requesting priority placement in the next available trial cycle. I read his petition twice before I fully absorbed what it said. Members of the 4th Terrestrial Division have expressed strong interest in participating in the Death World adaptation trial, the petition read. Following review of the available footage from the current trial cycle, morale within the division regarding this assignment is, notably, extremely high. Soldiers have specifically requested this posting be treated as a reward for exceptional service rather than a standard obligation. A reward. I sat with that word for a long time, trying to understand how an experience designed to break the spirit of even the most resilient Alliance species could possibly be perceived by an entire human military division as a prize worth earning. Meanwhile, inside the dome, the current squad's trial continued, and their behavior over the following days only deepened the mystery. By the 5th day of trial exposure, Ashling's improvised filtration system, built from the crystalline mineral she had identified on the first day, had successfully extended their rebreather capacity well beyond its rated specifications, a piece of field engineering that our own technical division later reviewed with genuine admiration. The squad had established a semi-permanent camp near a rock formation that provided natural shelter from the worst of the storm activity, and had begun what could only be described as a systematic exploration and cataloging of the dome's environment. "We should map the predator territories," Callum suggested during one of their planning sessions, which I observed with growing fascination. "If we know where the Vorok are denning, we avoid those zones unless we choose to engage." "Agreed," Marcus said, and we should track the storm patterns. Freya, you notice the lightning tends to concentrate around the higher ridgelines. Every time, Freya confirmed. We stay low during storm peaks. We're basically fine. This was not the behavior of creatures being tormented by a hostile environment. This was the behavior of explorers systematically learning to master a challenging new territory, treating every danger as a puzzle to be solved, rather than a threat to be endured. The Vorak returned on the 7th day, this time in a larger pack of 5, likely drawn by the scent of the earlier wounded pair, seeking to reclaim territory the humans had effectively claimed as their own. By this point, the humans had developed countermeasures. Aisling had rigged a simple alarm system using debris and taut cord that would alert them to ground vibration before the creatures could achieve a surprise strike. Callum and Marcus had reinforced their shelter's perimeter with sharpened stakes fashioned from broken equipment, forcing any charging predator to slow before reaching striking distance. Freya had spent hours studying the creature's hunting vocalizations and had begun to recognize patterns that allowed her to predict, with unsettling accuracy, when and from which direction an attack was likely to come. The resulting engagement lasted 11 minutes, the longest sustained combat encounter I had ever recorded in this trial's history, and ended with all 5 Vorak either killed or driven into permanent retreat, and all 5 humans not only alive, but functionally uninjured, thanks to the defensive preparations they had spent the previous 2 days constructing. I watched the aftermath with something approaching genuine awe. 11 minutes, Priya said, checking a small timekeeping device on her wrist. Not bad. We're getting faster. We should be, Marcus said. We've fought this exact species 4 times now, getting a feel for their patterns. I still say we should try capturing one instead of just fighting it off, Aisling said. Imagine studying one of these things up close, in a controlled setting. The neurotoxin alone could be worth researching. You want to capture something that's tried to kill us 4 times, Callum said, though his tone suggested more amusement than disbelief. I want to understand something that's tried to kill us 4 times, Aisling corrected. There's a difference. Knowledge is the whole point of being here, isn't it? I paused the recording at that moment, struck by something in her framing that I had entirely failed to appreciate until then. The humans were not simply enduring the Death World trial. They were treating it as an opportunity, a chance to learn, to test themselves, to gather understanding about an unfamiliar and hostile environment, in exactly the same spirit that a curious child might approach a challenging new game. I began to understand, slowly and with growing unease, that our entire evaluation framework had been built on a fundamental misunderstanding of how danger and fear related to one another. We had assumed that all sapient species process mortal threat the same way, that fear is a universal constant, that the only variable across species is how well they manage to suppress or control that fear in the moment. Humans, it seemed, processed threat through an entirely different framework, one where danger and reward were not opposites, but were somehow intertwined, where the very act of facing something dangerous and prevailing against it produced a kind of satisfaction that other species associated only with safety and comfort. The Oversight Committee's psychological analysis, completed at the end of the 7th trial day, confirmed what I had begun to suspect through direct observation. The report, compiled by a team of Alliance psychologists working alongside a human specialist named Dr. Neve Sullivan, who had been brought in specifically to help interpret the data, contained a passage that I have returned to many times since, because it fundamentally reshaped how I understood the species I had spent a week evaluating. Human psychology, the report stated, appears to have evolved under conditions of persistent, unavoidable environmental and social threat throughout the majority of their species' developmental history. Rather than developing an aversion response to danger, a significant portion of human neurological reward circuitry appears to be directly linked to the successful navigation of risk. This is not a malfunction or an anomaly. This is, according to Dr. Sullivan, a core evolutionary adaptation that allowed the species to persist and expand despite originating on a world that, by any objective measure, ranks among the most consistently hostile environments ever surveyed by Alliance exploration teams. I read that passage and thought immediately of something Priya had said, almost as a passing joke, during their first night in the dome. She had compared the simulation's harsh conditions to something called altitude training, a practice, I later learned, that humans voluntarily undertook, subjecting themselves to reduced oxygen environments purely to improve their physical performance, entirely of their own free will, with no external requirement forcing them to do so. Dr. Sullivan's report continued with an observation that struck me even harder than the first. "It should be noted," she wrote, "that human history contains extensive documentation of voluntary engagement with extreme danger, for reasons ranging from scientific curiosity to simple recreation. Activities such as mountain climbing without safety equipment, deep exploration of unmapped cave systems, and various forms of extreme athletic competition have been pursued by human civilians, not soldiers, not specialists, but ordinary members of the general population, purely for the psychological satisfaction such activities provide. This trial, by human standards, may in fact represent a relatively moderate example of the kind of voluntary risk humans have historically sought out." I set the report down and sat in silence for a long time, trying to reconcile this new understanding with everything I had believed throughout my entire career about the fundamental purpose of danger. The council reconvened on the 8th day, and this time the discussion was considerably more heated than any previous session. "This changes the entire calculus of our evaluation system," Ambassador Schritt argued, his crest flaring with obvious agitation. "If a species processes mortal danger as a rewarding experience rather than an aversive one, how can we possibly trust their judgment in genuine combat situations? A soldier who enjoys danger may seek it out unnecessarily, may take reckless risks that endanger their entire unit, may prioritize the thrill of combat over the actual strategic objective." Or, countered a Valisian representative named Korai, whose species had historically been among the most cautious voices on the council. "A soldier who does not fear danger, who does not freeze or panic, or hesitate in the moment of greatest crisis, is precisely the kind of soldier who saves their entire unit when a more cautious species would have already broken and fled." We have seen 5 examples of exactly this behavior over the past 8 days. Are we going to disregard direct observational evidence because it contradicts assumptions we have never actually tested before now? The debate continued for hours, and I found myself, uncomfortably, drawn into it directly as committee members turned to me for clarification on specific behavioral incidents, tactical decisions, and physiological readings from the trial data. "Evaluator Koren," Vorkal finally said, addressing me directly, "in your professional assessment, based on everything you have observed over these 8 days, do you believe these humans represent a liability or an asset to Alliance military operations?" I hesitated before answering, aware that whatever I said next would carry significant weight in a decision that would affect not just 5 individual recruits, but potentially the standing of an entire species within the Alliance. "I believe," I said slowly, "that we built this trial to identify species who could function despite fear. We never considered the possibility of a species that could function because fear itself operates differently within their psychology. I do not yet know whether that makes them more reliable or less reliable in the field. But I know that everything I have witnessed over these 8 days suggests capabilities that exceed our expectations, not despite their unusual relationship with danger, but specifically because of it." Vorkal considered this for a long moment. "Then we require further data. Evaluator, prepare the final escalation. I want to see what happens when even this species finally reaches its limit." I felt a familiar unease settle over me as I received that directive, because I understood exactly what final escalation meant. The Death World trial's theoretical maximum setting, a level of environmental and predator threat that had never been authorized for use on any living recruit in the entire history of the Alliance's evaluation program, a setting that existed purely as an engineering specification, never intended to actually be deployed. I returned to the observation tower that evening and looked down at the 5 humans, still cheerfully cataloging the dome's flora between combat engagements, completely unaware that tomorrow I would be releasing something upon them that no Alliance evaluator had ever dared to test on a living being before. I found myself against every professional instinct I had cultivated over 11 cycles of this work, hoping desperately that they would prove capable of surviving what was coming, not because the council demanded it, but because some part of me had come to genuinely respect the strange, fearless curiosity these 5 people had brought to a trial designed to destroy exactly that quality. The final escalation protocol required an authorization code I had never used before, and my hand hesitated over the console for a long moment before I entered it. I had spent the entire night reviewing the specifications for what the engineering core called terminal configuration, a setting theorized during the original design phase of the Death World trial as an absolute upper limit, a scenario so severe that its purpose was never to be survived, only to definitively prove that some threshold of danger existed beyond which no sapient species could reasonably be expected to function. The gravity would rise to 4 times standard, a level that would place catastrophic strain on skeletal and cardiovascular systems even for the most physically robust Alliance species. The atmosphere would become directly poisonous rather than merely toxic, requiring perfect rebreather function with zero margin for equipment failure. And the environmental collapse protocol, a feature I had never once activated in 11 cycles, would begin a systematic breakdown of the dome's structural simulation itself, causing genuine ground destabilization, structural collapse of terrain features, and a final release of every remaining predator construct simultaneously, rather than in the carefully managed waves I had used throughout the previous week. This was not a test of endurance anymore. This was, by design, an unsurvivable scenario, created specifically to establish an absolute limit that no species could be expected to exceed. I entered the authorization code at 0400 hours, and I watched the readings shift on my display with a growing sense of dread that I could not entirely suppress, despite my professional training. The humans woke to conditions that, within seconds, made every previous day of the trial look gentle by comparison. Ground shaking, Callum shouted over what had become a constant, grinding rumble beneath their shelter. This isn't storm activity, this is structural. Everyone up, now. Marcus's voice cut through the chaos, and I watched 5 figures scramble out of their shelter just as the rock formation that had sheltered them for the past several days began to crack apart, massive fissures spreading across its surface with a speed that suggested the entire terrain feature was actively collapsing. The gravity hit them like a physical wall, and I watched all 5 humans stagger, several dropping immediately to their knees, under a weight that their bodies, even after a week of gradual adaptation, were simply not built to withstand. "This is bad," Priya gasped, struggling to draw breath against both the crushing gravity and the genuinely poisonous atmosphere, now seeping past the absolute limits of their rebreather capacity. "This is really, genuinely bad. Everyone stay calm, stay together." I watched their vital signs with an intensity that made my own heart's race, and for the first time in the entire trial, I saw something that looked, finally, unmistakably, like fear. Not panic, not the breakdown I had originally expected on the very first day, but a clear, sharp spike of genuine dread as their bodies registered, correctly, that this level of environmental hostility exceeded anything they had previously encountered. And then the predators arrived, all of them, simultaneously, the full remaining roster of every dangerous construct the dome had ever contained, released in a single overwhelming wave that no evaluation trial had ever unleashed on a living recruit before. Grendrasi packs, faster and more numerous than the first encounter. Threxian sand hunters, erupting from destabilizing ground that no longer offered any safe footing. And Vorak, an entire pack of them this time, circling the humans through air thick with poison and dust, their silent approach made almost irrelevant by the sheer chaos of the collapsing terrain around them. I nearly reached for the emergency termination protocol in that moment. Every instinct I had cultivated over 11 cycles screamed that this scenario had crossed from evaluation into something closer to execution, that no combination of skill or resilience could reasonably be expected to overcome conditions this severe. My hand hovered over the termination control, and I hesitated because some part of me, the part that had spent 8 days watching these 5 people refuse to break under conditions that should have destroyed them, wanted to see what happened next. "We're not going to survive this by fighting everything at once," Marcus shouted, his voice strained against the crushing gravity but somehow still steady. "We need to get to defensible ground, now." There, Freya pointed toward a rock formation that, unlike most of the surrounding terrain, appeared to be holding together despite the structural collapse spreading across the dome. High ground, natural choke point, only one real approach. "Move!" Marcus bellowed, and the 5 humans, injured, terrified, gasping for breath in poisoned air, under gravity that should have made running impossible, somehow forced their bodies forward, dragging each other along when individual strength failed, moving as a single desperate unit toward the only defensible position visible in the collapsing landscape. They reached it with seconds to spare before the first Grendrasi pack closed the distance, and what followed was, by every measure I had ever used to evaluate combat performance, the single most desperate and remarkable fighting withdrawal I had witnessed in my entire career. Callum took a Grendrasi's claw across his thigh, a wound serious enough that I flagged it immediately for emergency extraction consideration, and yet he continued fighting, using the rock formation's narrow approach to funnel the attacking creatures into a bottleneck where only 1 or 2 could reach the humans at a time, buying his companions the seconds they desperately needed. "Sand hunters, incoming from below," Aisling screamed, and Priya, without hesitation, threw herself directly over the small crack in the ground where a Threxian hunter's approach had been detected, using her own body weight and a length of debris to jam the creature's emergence just long enough for Freya to put a shot through the gap that ended the threat. The Vorak pack circled at the edges of the chaos, waiting, I understood with cold clarity, for the moment when exhaustion and injury finally broke the humans' coordination, the moment their formation inevitably collapsed under the combined weight of gravity, poison, injury, and sheer overwhelming numbers. That moment, by every model my instruments had ever produced, should have arrived within minutes. It did not come. I watched, transfixed, as 5 badly injured, thoroughly exhausted humans continued fighting, continued protecting one another, continued making split-second tactical decisions with a clarity that should have been impossible under conditions this extreme, for nearly 40 minutes, an engagement duration that exceeded every previous encounter combined by a significant margin. "Marcus, we can't keep this up much longer," Aisling shouted, her voice raw with exhaustion, blood soaking through a dressing on her shoulder that had clearly failed to fully stop the bleeding. "We're running out of ammunition, running out of strength." "I know," Marcus said, and for the first time in the entire trial, I heard something in his voice that sounded genuinely uncertain, genuinely afraid. "I know. But we're still here. We're still fighting. That has to count for something." "It counts for everything," Priya said, forcing herself upright despite obvious severe strain. "We're not done yet." The Vorak pack chose that moment to commit to their final assault, all 5 creatures converging on the humans' position simultaneously, clearly calculating, with whatever cold predatory intelligence the construct's design had granted them, that this was the moment of maximum vulnerability, the moment the prey finally broke. What happened next has become, within the Alliance's evaluation community, something of a legendary account, discussed and analyzed far beyond the scope of my original report. Rather than breaking, rather than scattering in the desperate panic that any reasonable model would have predicted, the 5 humans, without any verbal coordination that I could detect in the audio logs, moved into a tight defensive formation, backs pressed against the rock formation's narrow choke point, weapons raised, and simply refused to yield ground. "Together," Marcus said, his voice carrying a strange, fierce calm despite everything, "we hold together, or we don't hold at all." The Vorak pack's charge met a wall of coordinated resistance that should not have been possible from 5 people in their physical condition, and in the chaos of poison, collapsing terrain, and overwhelming predator assault, something happened that no evaluation model had ever anticipated. They held. Not without cost. Every single member of the squad sustained additional injuries during those final desperate minutes. Freya took a Vorax fang across her forearm, the neurotoxin dose thankfully insufficient to fully incapacitate her given the creature's weakened state from previous encounters. Marcus was struck hard enough to crack ribs on his uninjured side. But when the dust finally began to settle, when the last Vorak retreated, wounded and disoriented, back into the collapsing terrain, 5 humans remained standing, together, alive, having faced the single most severe scenario the Death World trial had ever been designed to produce, and having survived it. I sat in complete silence in the observation tower, watching 5 exhausted, badly injured people slowly lower their weapons, and I felt something I had never experienced before in 11 cycles of this work. It was not simply professional astonishment. It was something closer to genuine, profound respect. "We're alive," Callum said, his voice disbelieving, as he slowly sank down against the rock formation, cradling his injured leg. "I genuinely was not sure we would be." "Neither was I," Marcus admitted, and for the first time, I heard the true weight of what they had endured in his voice, the fear he had kept carefully controlled throughout the entire ordeal, finally surfacing now that the immediate danger had passed. That was, without exaggeration, the hardest thing I have ever done. "Was it worth it?" Aisling asked quietly, pressing a fresh dressing against her shoulder wound. There was a long pause before Marcus answered, and when he did, his voice carried a quiet certainty that I have thought about often in the time since. "Yes," he said simply. "It was terrifying. I have never been more afraid in my life. And yes, it was absolutely worth it, because we did it together, and we're still here." The dome's environmental systems began their scheduled shutdown sequence moments later, the trial's termination protocols activating automatically now that the terminal configuration scenario had run its designated duration. The gravity began to ease, the poisonous atmosphere began to clear, and the collapsing terrain, no longer actively destabilizing, began to settle into stillness. I submitted my final report to the council that evening, and for the first time in the entire trial, I found myself writing not as a detached evaluator, cataloging anomalous data, but as someone who had witnessed something genuinely extraordinary and wanted, more than anything, to convey its full significance to the people who would decide what came next. The Death World adaptation trial, I wrote, was designed on the fundamental assumption that fear is a universal constant among sapient species, and that the purpose of extreme danger is to identify the threshold at which that fear finally overwhelms function. Over the course of 8 days, 5 human recruits have demonstrated conclusively that this assumption does not hold true for their species. They experienced fear, genuine and severe fear, particularly during the final escalation, but that fear did not paralyze them. It did not fracture their coordination or their judgment. If anything, it seemed to sharpen their focus, deepen their commitment to one another, and produce a level of tactical performance that exceeded every theoretical model this evaluation system has ever produced. I recommend, in the strongest possible terms, that the Alliance reconsider the fundamental design of this trial for human recruits specifically. This species does not need to be broken to reveal their true capability. Their true capability was on display from the very first hour of the very first day, and every subsequent escalation only confirmed what should have been obvious from the beginning. Humans do not require extreme danger to prove they can function under pressure. They require extreme danger, apparently, because facing it alongside people they trust appears to be, for reasons our current understanding of psychology cannot fully explain, one of the most meaningful experiences their species is capable of having. The Council's response, delivered 3 days later after extensive deliberation, formally revised the Death World trial protocol for all future human recruits, reducing the maximum escalation tier and introducing new evaluation criteria, specifically designed to account for humanity's unusual relationship with danger and reward. I visited the 5 recruits one final time before they departed for their next assignment, technically a violation of standard evaluator protocol, but one I felt, after everything I had witnessed, was entirely justified. I found them gathered in a recovery ward, injuries healing under Alliance medical care, already laughing together about some detail of their ordeal that I had apparently missed in my review of the footage. "Evaluator Corin," Marcus said, noticing my approach and offering a respectful nod despite his still healing ribs. "Come to deliver our final scores." "I came," I said, "because I wanted to understand something, and I believe you are the only people who can explain it to me. Why? Why does danger feel, to your species, like something worth seeking out, rather than something worth avoiding at all costs?" Marcus considered the question for a long moment before answering. "I think," he said slowly, "it's because we've always known the world could kill us, long before your alliance ever built a trial to prove it. Our history is full of ice ages, disasters, conflicts, diseases that nearly wiped us out more than once. We didn't get a choice about facing danger. What we got to choose was how we felt about it. Somewhere along the way, our species decided that fear alone wasn't going to be the only thing we felt when the world tried to kill us. We decided we could feel alive too, determined too, even sometimes joyful when we came through it together." I did not have an immediate response to that, because it fundamentally reshaped how I understood every piece of data I had gathered over the previous 8 days. "There's something else," Aisling added, catching my attention. "This trial, all of it, the gravity, the poison, the monsters, the collapsing ground. It was hard. It was genuinely, deeply hard. But it was also, somehow, one of the best experiences of my life, because I got to test myself against something real, alongside people I now trust completely, and we made it through. That combination, testing yourself and trusting your people, that's not something we're afraid of. That's something we chase." I left the recovery ward that evening with more questions than I had arrived with, but also with a profound new respect for a species that Alliance Command had originally viewed as fragile, unpredictable, and potentially unreliable under pressure. The Death World trial had been designed, across every species that had ever encountered it, to find the point where danger finally broke someone. Humans had shown us something else entirely. They had shown us a species for whom danger, faced honestly and faced together, did not break anything at all. It built something instead, something the rest of the Alliance was only beginning to understand, and something I suspected as I watched 5 exhausted, laughing, deeply satisfied humans prepare for their next assignment the galaxy had not yet seen the full measure of. Steve, the very first Vorak they had ever named, became something of a legend among human recruits in the trials that followed. Every subsequent squad requested to meet him, and every subsequent squad, upon learning that Steve had, in fact, survived multiple encounters and continued to patrol a specific region of the Dome's simulated territory, expressed something dangerously close to genuine affection for the creature that had, on paper, been designed to end their lives. I no longer run the Death World trial the way I once did. The protocols have been revised, the escalation tiers adjusted, the entire philosophy behind the evaluation reconsidered from the ground up. But I still think, often, about that final report I submitted, and about the quiet certainty in Marcus Whitfield's voice when he told me that facing the world's worst, together, was something his species had learned not to fear, but to embrace. We built a trial to find a species breaking point. Humanity simply never had one to find.
The conference hall floated in the darkness of space, a massive ring of metal and glass that orbited no planet. Inside, representatives from 47 different species sat in their specialized chairs, breathing their preferred atmospheres through personal shields. Some had scales, others had fur, and a few were nothing more than clouds of gas held together by magnetic fields. They all shared one thing in common: fear. Ambassador David Chen stood at the human podium, his dark suit looking plain compared to the exotic clothing and natural displays around him. He was a short man with gray hair and tired eyes, but his voice carried clearly through the translation devices. "The answer is no," he said simply. The chamber erupted in noise. Clicks, whistles, roars, and sounds that human ears could not properly process filled the air. The speaker, a tall insect-like being called Lixtar, raised 4 of his arms for silence. Ambassador Chen, Lixitar's translator, made his words sound calm and reasonable. You do not understand the situation. The Krell Dominion cannot be stopped. We are not offering surrender as an insult. We are trying to save your species. Chen looked around the room. He saw despair in every face and gesture. These were not cowards. These were the survivors of 300 years of war against an enemy that could not be beaten. I understand perfectly, Chen replied. You want humanity to accept Krell rule before they come to destroy us. You want us to give up our freedom to keep our lives, yes. The shout came from the Valorian section. Ambassador Kreenoth stood, his blue skin darker than usual with emotion. Yes, because there is no shame in surviving. My world tried to fight 6 months ago. We used 214 different weapons. Energy beams, kinetic missiles, chemical warfare, biological agents, radiation bursts, and things we invented just for that battle. Do you know what happened? Chen said nothing. Everyone in the room knew what happened to Valoria. The Krell shields adapted to everything. Kreenoth continued, his voice breaking. Every single weapon we fired, their shields learned to stop it within seconds. By the end, we were throwing rocks at them, and even those bounced off. They took their time destroying our cities. They made us watch. 3 billion of my people died because we thought we could fight. The silence that followed was heavy. Chen looked down at his datapad, then back up at the assembly. How many species have fought the Krell? He asked. Lixitar answered. 62 species have engaged in military action against the Krell Dominion over the past 3 centuries. And how many have won even a single battle? None. How many have damaged a Krell ship beyond repair? Lixtar's mandibles clicked together slowly. None. How many have even scratched their paint? Ambassador Chen, this is not helpful. The facts are clear. The Krell possess adaptive shield technology that is beyond our understanding. It learns and evolves faster than we can think. Every weapon we create, every tactic we try becomes useless the moment they experience it. They are not just advanced, they are insurmountable. Chen nodded slowly. He touched his data pad and a hologram appeared above the center of the chamber. It showed a blue and green planet being torn apart by red beams of light. Ships that looked like black crystals hung in orbit, methodically destroying everything below. This is Valoria, Chen said. I watched this recording 5 times. I studied every second of it. I wanted to understand what we are facing. Then you understand why we must surrender. Lixtar said gently. No, I understand why you think that way. But I also noticed something else. Chen zoomed in on one of the Krell ships. Every weapon you used was sophisticated, advanced, built on millions of years of accumulated galactic science. Energy weapons that can crack moons, missiles that can chase targets through hyperspace, biological weapons that can rewrite DNA. You threw everything at them. And it failed, Kreenoth said bitterly. Because you were trying to beat them at their own game, Chen replied. You were using advanced technology against advanced technology. You were playing by their rules. A Matharian delegate, a being that looked like a floating jellyfish, spoke through bubbles that the translator converted to words. What other rules exist? Technology is technology. Science is science. The Krell have mastered it better than anyone. Chen smiled, and it was not a happy expression. Respectfully, that's where you're wrong. You've all been part of the galactic community for so long that you forgot something important. There is always another way. He pulled up another image. This one showed Earth's history. Images of humans throughout the ages. Humans with stone tools. Humans with wooden ships. Humans splitting atoms. Humans walking on their moon. Humanity has only been in space for 200 years, Chen said. We only discovered faster than light travel 30 years ago. By your standards, we are children playing with toys we barely understand. But we have something that 3 centuries of losing has made you forget. And what is that? Lixtar asked. We are too stupid to know when we are beaten. The chamber erupted again, but this time there was confusion mixed with the anger. Chen raised his hand. I do not mean that as an insult to my own species. I mean it as a simple fact. Humans have a very bad habit of refusing to accept reality. When someone tells us something is impossible, we hear it as a challenge. When someone tells us we cannot win, we look for a way to cheat. When the rules say we will lose, we break the rules. The Krell cannot be beaten by breaking rules, Kreenoth said. They can only be beaten by superior technology, and we do not have it. You do not have it, Chen agreed. But maybe we are not looking for the right kind of technology. He pulled up a final image. It showed Earth's moon, and on its dark side, 10 massive construction sites glowed with activity. Thousands of ships moved around them like insects around a hive. For the past 18 months since we learned about the Krell threat, humanity has been working on something. 10 projects, each one based on a different principle. Some use physics that you consider settled science. Some use theories that your scientists abandoned as useless centuries ago. And some use ideas that are so stupid, so primitive that no advanced civilization would ever consider them. What kind of weapons are you building? Lickstar leaned forward with interest. That information is classified, Chen said. But I can tell you this. We are not trying to beat the Krell at their own game. We are changing the game entirely. A Centaurian delegate, a being with 4 eyes and crystalline skin, stood up. Ambassador Chen, I understand that your species is young and optimistic, but optimism will not stop Krell warships. Even if you build unusual weapons, their shields will adapt. They always adapt. Maybe, Chen said. Or maybe their shields can only adapt to things they understand. Maybe if we hit them with something completely outside their experience, something that does not follow the rules they expect, we can hurt them. And if you fail? Kreenoth asked quietly. If your weapons do not work, the Krell will destroy Earth just like they destroyed Valoria. Your species will end. Then we will end standing up, Chen said firmly. We will end fighting. We will end trying everything we can think of, no matter how crazy it seems, because that is what humans do. We do not surrender. We do not give up. And we definitely do not go quietly. He looked around the chamber, meeting as many eyes as he could. I'm not asking you to fight with us. I am not asking you to risk your people for a plan that might fail. All I am asking is that you give us time. Give us a chance to try. If we succeed, maybe we can turn this war around. If we fail, you can surrender then. And at least you will know that every possibility was explored. Lickstar was quiet for a long moment. His mandibles clicked together as he thought. Finally he spoke. The Krell Armada is currently conquering the outer reaches. Intelligence suggests they will turn toward human space within 2 years. Can your projects be ready by then? They will have to be, Chen said. Then we will wait, Lickstar decided. We will not surrender yet. But Ambassador Chen, understand this. If your weapons fail, if the Krell destroy Earth, the rest of the galaxy will accept their terms. We cannot let more worlds burn for false hope. Understood, Chen said. And thank you. As the session ended and the delegates began to leave, Kreenoth approached Chen. The Valorian looked older than he had at the start of the meeting, as if remembering his world's death had aged him. I hope you are right, Kreenoth said quietly. I hope your weapons work, because if they do not, your people will learn what mine learned. They will learn that some enemies cannot be beaten no matter how brave you are. Chen put a hand on the alien's shoulder. Maybe. But if we are going to die anyway, I would rather die trying something new than die accepting someone else's decision that we are too weak to fight. Kreenoth nodded slowly and walked away. Chen stood alone in the empty chamber for a moment, looking at the hologram of the construction sites on Earth's moon. 10 projects, 10 desperate attempts to break an unbreakable enemy. He touched his communicator. Chen to Earth Command. The Council has given us our time. How are the projects progressing? The reply came back immediately. All 10 are on schedule, Ambassador. The scientists say 3 of them might actually work. The rest are what they call scientifically questionable. Good, Chen said with a slight smile. The Krell have seen scientifically sound. Let us show them scientifically questionable. Chen out. He left the conference hall and boarded his shuttle back to Earth. Behind him, the rest of the galaxy watched and waited, some with hope, some with pity, all of them certain of one thing. Humanity was about to learn a hard lesson about the real universe. They had no idea that humanity was about to teach one instead. On the dark side of Earth's moon, 10 massive construction projects continued without rest. Engineers and scientists from dozens of human colonies worked around the clock. Some of the projects made sense to them. Others seemed insane. But they all had one thing in common. None of them followed the established rules of galactic warfare. The Krell shields could adapt to anything they had seen before. They could learn from experience and evolve their defenses. They were, by every measure, perfect protection against known weapons. But humans were very good at making unknown weapons. In her lab on Luna Station 7, Dr. Sarah Okonkwo looked at the data from Project 3 and shook her head. According to every law of physics that the galaxy accepted, what she was building should not work. The energy requirements were too high. The structural stress would tear the weapon apart. The targeting system relied on mathematics that most species considered impossible, but the test results said it would work anyway. She touched the massive machine in front of her, feeling the cold metal under her palm. This was not elegant. It was not sophisticated. It was barely controlled chaos wrapped in a metal shell. It was also going to punch a hole in space-time itself. "I hope you know what you are doing," she whispered to the machine. Across the moon, 9 other projects moved toward completion. 9 other teams of humans built 9 other impossible weapons. Some would work, some would fail, but all of them represented the same thing: humanity's refusal to accept that anything was truly impossible. The Krell were coming. They had conquered 62 species. They had won every battle for 300 years. Their shields had never failed. They were about to meet a species that did not care about their track record. The galaxy said no gun could break the Krell. Humanity was building 10 that would. 18 months had passed since Ambassador Chen had made his promise to the Galactic Council. 18 months of constant work, failed experiments, and breakthroughs that defied conventional science. Now, in a secure briefing room buried deep under the Rocky Mountains, the results of that work were about to be revealed. Admiral Maria Torres stood at the front of the room, her uniform crisp despite the fact that she had not slept in 36 hours. Around her sat representatives from every major human military organization, key scientists from each project, and observers from 12 alien species brave enough to come see what humanity had built. "Ladies, gentlemen, and honored guest," Torres began, "what you are about to see is classified at the highest level. Some of you will think we have lost our minds. Others will think we are wasting resources on fantasies. I ask only that you watch the full presentation before making judgments." She activated the holographic display. A massive 3-dimensional image appeared showing 10 different weapons. Each one looked different from the others. Some were ships, some were missiles. One looked like a station. Another looked like nothing more than a metal ring floating in space. "These are humanity's 10 answers to the Krell problem," Torres said. "Each weapon is based on a different principle. Each one attacks the Krell shields in a way that has never been tried before. We call them Projects 1 through 10, but they have operational codenames as well." She highlighted the first weapon. It looked like a long rail extending from a massive power core. Project 1, God Strike. This is a relativistic kinetic impactor. It fires a small slug of tungsten at 98% the speed of light. The Krell shields work by analyzing incoming threats and adapting their defense frequency to match. But Godstrike moves so fast that the time between detection and impact is less than a microsecond. The shields do not have time to adapt before the impact. A Centaurian observer raised one of his crystalline hands. But kinetic weapons have been tried. The Krell shields stop them. Conventional kinetic weapons travel at a few kilometers per second, explained Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, a tall woman with sharp eyes and graying hair. Godstrike travels at nearly 300,000 kilometers per second. At that speed, even a small object carries more energy than a nuclear bomb. The shields would need to adapt instantly, and according to our analysis, they cannot. Torres moved to the second weapon. This one looked like a standard missile, but with strange crystalline components inside. Project 2, Ghost Strike. This uses quantum entanglement. We create 2 particles that are quantum linked, then separate them. One stays in the missile's core. The other is placed in a second warhead. When the missile enters Krell's shield range, we detonate the particle inside. Because of quantum entanglement, the explosion affects both particles simultaneously. The entangled particle inside the second warhead explodes while that warhead is still outside the shields. But since the particles are linked, the explosion manifests inside the shields as well. The room was silent. Finally, a Matherian observer spoke through bubbles. That violates the principle of locality. Information cannot travel faster than light. The principle of locality is a guideline, not a law, Dr. Okonkwo replied. And quantum entanglement does not technically transfer information. It transfers state. The Krell shields are designed to stop things moving from outside to inside. They are not designed to stop things that are already inside because they exist in two places at once. Admiral Torres continued through the list. Project 3, Horizon Break, used artificial gravity generators to create a localized space-time distortion. It would literally bend space around a Krell ship, crushing it from all directions at once. The shields could not adapt because they would be adapting to the ship's own mass pressing inward. Project 4, Causality Cage, was perhaps the strangest. It used experimental quantum technology to disconnect a small area of space from the normal flow of time. Anything inside the cage would experience time differently than the rest of the universe. A Krell ship caught in the cage might experience 1,000 years in a single second, aging to dust instantly. Project 5, Gravity Lance, was simpler. It created a beam of gravitational force so intense that it would compress matter at the atomic level. The Krell shield stopped energy and matter, but gravity was neither. It was a distortion of space-time itself. Project 6, Neural Cascade, targeted the Krell themselves rather than their ships. It broadcast a signal that interfered with neural pathways. The Krell had a hive mind connection between ships. This weapon would turn that connection into a feedback loop that paralyzed their crews. Project 7, Dimensional Anchor, used a theoretical form of exotic matter to lock a region of space in place relative to absolute space. A ship hit by this weapon would continue moving at its current velocity relative to absolute space, but absolute space itself was moving due to the expansion of the universe. The ship would appear to accelerate wildly in random directions, tearing itself apart. Project 8, Phase Disruptor, altered the quantum phase of matter. It would make the atoms in a Krell ship temporarily unable to interact with each other. The ship would simply fall apart at the molecular level as its own structure forgot how to hold itself together. Project 9, Zero-Point Extraction, tapped into the quantum foam of space itself and extracted energy from it in a directed beam. This beam carried so much power that it could overwhelm any shield by sheer brute force. The problem was that each shot had a 50% chance of creating a small black hole. They were still working on that issue. And then there was Project 10. Torres paused before describing it. Project 10 does not have a codename yet. It is still highly experimental, and we are not certain it will work. But if it does, it will end the war. She pulled up the schematic. It looked like a missile, but the warhead section was filled with computer systems instead of explosives. Project 10 is a quantum virus, Dr. Okonkwo explained. The Krell operate through a hive mind. All their ships are connected by quantum communication that cannot be intercepted or jammed. We have developed a computer virus that can travel along quantum-entangled links. Once one Krell ship is infected, the virus spreads to every other ship instantaneously. It does not damage their systems. Instead, it does something more permanent. It breaks the hive mind connection and forces each Krell into individual consciousness. The room erupted in shocked noise. A Valorian observer stood up, his blue skin pale. You are talking about fundamentally changing a species at the mental level. That is biological warfare of the worst kind. The Krell are not biological, Dr. Okonkwo said calmly. They are cybernetic entities with organic brains connected to machine bodies through quantum links. This weapon targets the links, not the biology. And yes, it will change them. It will make them individuals instead of a collective. We consider that an acceptable outcome. You consider destroying their entire civilization acceptable? The Valorian demanded. I consider it better than them destroying ours, Torres replied coldly. Project 10 is a last resort weapon. We will only use it if everything else fails. But make no mistake, if we must choose between the Krell civilization and ours, we choose ours. She looked around the room. I know some of you find these weapons disturbing. I know they do not follow established warfare protocols. But the Krell did not follow those protocols when they destroyed Valoria. They did not follow them when they killed 62 other species over 3 centuries. We are fighting for survival, and in survival there are no rules except winning. Captain Marcus Webb stood up from the back of the room. He was a short, muscular man with scars on his face from a training accident. He was also the best pilot in the human fleet. I have tested 3 of these weapons in simulation, Webb said. God Strike, Ghost Strike, and Causality Cage. I can tell you that they work. They are dangerous, unpredictable, and absolutely nothing like conventional weapons. But they work. The question is not whether we can hurt the Krell. The question is whether we can hurt them badly enough to make them stop. We do not need to destroy them completely, Torres said. We just need to hurt them enough that they decide we are not worth the effort. If we can make them bleed, make them fear, make them understand that conquering humanity will cost them more than they are willing to pay, then we win. She displayed a star chart. According to our intelligence, the Krell Armada is currently 2 years away from human space. They are finishing their conquest of the outer reaches, systematically destroying any resistance they find. Once they are done, they will turn their full attention to us. 2 years is not enough time to mass-produce these weapons, a human general objected. Most of them are still prototypes. We have maybe 10 to 15 copies of each weapon, not enough to equip a full fleet. Then we will use them strategically, Torres said. We will not try to fight the Krell in a traditional battle. We will use hit-and-run tactics, ambushes, surgical strikes. We will test our weapons against their scouts and outlying ships. We will learn what works and what does not. And if we are lucky, we will learn how to mass-produce the successful designs before the main armada arrives. Dr. Okonkwo added, we are also willing to share these technologies with other species. The Galactic Council has expressed interest in several of our projects. If we can get other species building these weapons, we multiply our firepower. You would share this technology? The Centaurian observer asked in surprise. Even though it gives you a strategic advantage? A strategic advantage is useless if we lose the war, Torres replied. We would rather share the technology and win together than keep it secret and lose alone. The briefing continued for another 3 hours. Each project team